New York. And we love to say it, the turf is back in play, looking beautiful as we kicked off turf racing yesterday afternoon. Thanks for joining us today. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by Sarah El-Badwi. And Sarah, it was a lot of fun to see that turf racing back. The course looked in great shape. And of course, we have some really strong turf racing throughout the weekend that we get to look forward to.
We do. Great cards all weekend throughout, really on turf and dirt as well, with some exciting races and matchups coming up later on this week. And we do have our first turf sprint of the season later on today, later on in the card.
That's right. It will be race number 7, New York bred first level allowance race sprinting on the grass. Our feature today, big field of 12 to go, the 6 furlongs this afternoon, and it does feature the return of She's Our Tiz, a horse who broke her maiden at first asking, sprinting at Saratoga, and since then has exclusively been in stakes company, turf and dirt. I know she won sprinting first time out, and after that they immediately stretched her out in distance. She does have the layoff to contend with. Will be interesting to see what she does out of this race today.
And maybe she's one that would really appreciate some pace to close into, and that's more of that function of the turf sprints that she's likely to get today, whereas she's always kind of in this chasing mode towards the outside, been a big price that day, finishing third in that effort, but it just seems as though she might be one that wants to have more of that quicker pace ahead of her and have horses coming back to her that she can close into.
Has not raced since October, will make the first start of her 3-year-old season. A horse that does have some recency, though, is the 11 Sinead, who is coming in off of back-to-back turf tries down at Gulfstream Park. This is her win back in October when she broke her maiden when sprinting. And I mean, her 2 sprint races I think are both very good. One of them an open stakes company and off of the layoff.
She ran very well in that ladies turf sprint down at Gulfstream against Open Company, as you were referencing, and with a little bit of time away after this victory. And this was a great trip that she was able to pull off this day, saving ground, having that nice turn of foot here. You can see her really stretch herself out to get herself up just in front and there. And she's one that did step forward in that next start. It's the last start that's a bit of a concern, but she is one that's getting a little less distance and back in against her New York bred company.
She was favored that day, and don't forget 7.5 furlongs down at Gulfstream is a 2-turn race as well. We'll see what Sinead can do as she does cut back in distance in that fun race to come in race number 7 on the turf over at Oaklawn Park. We have the 8th race featured allowance to look forward to as we take a look at the field here, a mile and a 16th, as we will get a chance to see this good allowance field go postward as we welcome in Richard Migliori here with us live at Oaklawn. Richie, feels like we were just there with you last week, but what do we have to look forward to today at Oaklawn?
Yeah, I still wish you guys were here with me. It's a little lonely, just me and Logan, my cameraman, but this is a really solid allowance race today. You've got a lot of horses dropping out of stakes company or have competed in stakes company in the past, even a stakes winner. Real good group, pretty much like every day here at Oaklawn. Just racing secretary, the racing office does an amazing job putting together full competitive fields. And of course, when you're putting up the kind of purse money, you expect horses to show up and people to run. You've got a horse that's actually moving back up in class, Creative Minister. Very good horse, dropped in for 50 and was claimed from Kenny McPeek in his last start. And this was a really nice effort from him. He actually even laid up just a touch closer than he normally does and was able to kind of make that move a little bit earlier, but this was for claiming 50. A nice group of horses, but I think today's allowance race is considerably deeper. It'll be interesting to see how he responds too. You know, he is a 6-year-old that spent his entire life in one barn, a very good barn, Kenny McPeek's barn, but now in a new location, a little different way of doing things. And horses are like people. Sometimes they get caught up in a routine or a rut, and they're just better with a little bit of change. I think I did okay down here with a little bit of change this winter, guys.
You certainly did, Richie. All the hard work does not go unnoticed, as we'll see what Creative Minister can do in that feature a little bit later on today at Oaklawn. We have 9 races at Oaklawn, 8 races here at Aqueduct, Fast and Firm in New York, Fast Main Track down in Hot Springs. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. You can experience the thrill of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets just a little over a week away. Hard to believe. Join now and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time to make your Derby picks count. Use promo code DERBY25 and start betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com for your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match today. We'll kick off the live racing on our show with the opener here at Aqueduct as we have a pick 5 kicking off here. It's a $15,000 claiming race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for the fillies. You do have an entry that's 2-1 and the 4 Ada May, who's also 2-1, taking a big drop in class.
She is. She's one that has a really good effort here with a lot of trouble going back to January earlier this year.
We'll kick off the post parade with that entry, starting off with Carol Said No, cutting back in distance.
Both of them cutting back in distance today. I think that will suit both parts of this entry.
Here's the other part, Yayi Nicole.
This one, maybe a little bit more of that mid-pack type. They both can have a similar running style.
Power Driver gets the rail.
Wayne Potts, the barn has come alive as of late, and this one getting a little bit less ground to work with as well.
Drop in class for Light Thoughts.
Yeah, this one did break the maiden 2 starts ago with a good effort that had some good early speed shown that day as well.
Here's Ada May, that big drop in class.
She makes a lot of sense in here. She hasn't faced horses of this level of competition pretty much at all through her career.
Awesome. Roberta went by, I think, and there is Just Words, the 5, who bringing up the rear.
This one just broke her maiden for a $20,000 price tag, and we'll see what we get from this one today, facing winners for the first time. That was over a wet track.
That's the field for the opener as we welcome in another member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us. Maggie, Ada May, big drop in class, now your favorite. What is she showing you?
Not much, Acacia. You know, she looked good in the paddock. I liked what I saw from her in that respect, in that she's incredibly fit coming in here, and a horse who at times can get a little too aggressive. That wasn't the case today, and maybe because she has the propensity to be that way, they've kept her incredibly quiet in the warm-up. You know, I'm somebody much like Richie that wants to see them moving, and they've barely gotten out of a trot. I mean, it took them a long time to get her into stride, but like I said, that could have been due to the fact that she can be overly aggressive at times, and they're just trying to keep a lid on it. Now, last time she was incredibly disappointing there at Parks, where she tracked the pace inside, though behind a gate-to-wire winner in Central Casting, who was 1-4 that day. And Parks can be a completely different animal. Some horses like it and some don't. Clearly, she did not. So I respect her. I respect her on form. She's definitely run fast enough races to be very competitive. And two, in these types of open claimers, I like horses who do have multiple wins, because several in here do not. They just have one win to their name. But number 3, Light Thoughts, she's also light on experience, and she's a little less exposed because her race 2 back when breaking her maiden definitely makes her competitive here. And it does feel like, while Ada May could very well play out to be the pace horse in here, there's also, you know, some vying and jockeying for position for that early spot. And we've seen Light Thoughts be quick out of the gate. I thought maybe she needed her last start. And 2, last time she was facing a world of different horses. Those were older, more experienced fillies and mares in that spot, that non-2 for 40. So dropping here to as low as she possibly can go as a 3-year-old, I think she makes a great deal of sense. She'll be my selection at a generous 6-1. Number 6, Awesome Roberta, took a little while to break through, but then she did. And there have been only 2 horses run back out of that race, that maiden 30, and both of which have won, improving their buyer speed figures quite substantially. We saw Spun Size, she would go from a 42 to a 56, and then the 4th place finisher would go from a 38 to a 61. So definitely coming out of a live race, and I thought physically she looked great, dappled head to toe, really making a nice impression overall. She did want to get a little aggressive with Louis Rivera, but he did manage to keep her at bay. A filly that seems to have, you know, that proverbial light mouth like we talk about, Acacia, but I like now that she's settled and linked back up with the pony.
Some good notes on Awesome Roberta. Maggie, thank you, who finally was able to break through last time out. But Sarah, both you and Maggie with interest in the 3 light thoughts. And as Maggie touched on, she was just facing much better last time out. And it just feels like this is a logical drop given how she broke her maiden in the class she did it at.
And I agree that maybe she was just one that needed that little bit of that time away and a start to race herself back into fitness, because she's one that she debuted for maiden special weight over at Finger Lakes, had another start here, and then it was start number 3 where she was able to break her maiden, and that was the one where she was most clearly in front in that spot as well. So I think we might see some of that early speed yet again today, and that's what I'd like to see from her, and expecting her to have her best chance to be successful here, because she has one of the faster races back on the page, and she was just facing much tougher last time.
The 4 Ada May, though, continuing to be the favorite, as Maggie had kind of touched on last time out, running at Parks and maybe not a track that she seemed to handle. She did win at Penn National impressively 2 starts back, is taking a drop in class for what she was facing out of town.
She is, and she's one that if you go back to that race in January, that she had a terrible start. She had a bad stumble. She was far back. I know that her rider that day, Christopher Elliott, who's aboard again today, lost an iron in there. She ends up finishing a good second in that spot and really overcoming quite a bit, but we just haven't seen that kind of Herculean effort all that often from many of these types of horses. And then she has a race, yes, stretching out, wet track against some tougher company, didn't show up that day. Okay, then she wins again, then she doesn't show up again. Maybe today's the on again, off again type for her, where she's getting in to face some of her friends.
What about the entry? They have kind of complementary running styles. It seems Carol Said No has a little bit more speed than Yayi Nicole, but both, as you kind of touched on, could be mid-pack in here.
They're both kind of similar looking at them, so I try to shy away from entries where I don't really have a strong opinion on either. And yes, they're both major competitors in here. I like less distance for both of them, but there are other horses at better prices who have some faster races.
Loading in for the opener at the Big A as we continue on with the start of turf racing still to come. A little bit later on, we kicked things off with that yesterday. Some good turf races later on today's card. But first, we have this claiming race to kick off the day with the 3-year-old fillies. Chris Griffin, the voice of Aqueduct, standing by, getting ready for the Thursday card.
Just words. Just there. Now, Awesome Roberta is in. All set. And they're off. Awesome Roberta and Just Words. These two right out to the front. It's going to be Just Words. Who's quickest is now a neck in front to the outside. A stalking presence from Awesome Roberta, and Light Thoughts will move through at the rail. Katie Davis, they're on the move and ready to challenge for the early lead. Tight hold in behind horses there, as Carol Said No, is in the 4th spot, and out wider here's Ada May, and Ada May is rushing up on the outside, 4 wide, is out in the center of the racetrack, but a lot of momentum, and Ada May has pushed all the way to the front. 4 furlongs left to go, tightly bunched up top. The 2 at the back, Power Driver and Yayi Nicole, 22 and 4 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Ada May is 3 wide and ready to challenge. In between horses, Just Words is trying to keep up. Same can be said for Light Thoughts. Awesome Roberta lost some ground, is trying to re-rally, is in 4th and is charging towards Ada May, who's in hand and just cruising right along. Ada May approaches a quarter mile left to go. Christopher Elliott has a tight hold as they reach the top of the stretch, and Ada May is now getting the cue to kick for home. Awesome Roberta is trying to challenge towards the outside, is making up some ground, but Ada May has a final furlong to get. Awesome Roberta continues to give game chase. Ada May's got a hold off Awesome Roberta. Just Words towards the inside. Carol Said No is launching a big rally late. They're swarming this leader now, who's tiring. Awesome Roberta in time. Awesome Roberta wins it. Ada May is in a photo for second there with Just Words, and Carol Said No finished 4th in 1 minute 18.85 seconds.
Awesome Roberta gets up in time. She never did switch to that outside lead, Sarah, but with Ada May tiring, she was able to run that favorite down.
She was, and you could tell we were dealing with some tired horses in the stretch there. Ada May drifting in and back out after she was able to make that early lead at the top of the stretch. But Awesome Roberta, she had just broken her maiden. Maggie was talking about how there were horses coming out of those races that had gone on to run well, and it's been a productive race, and able to go back to back here facing winners for the first time and get the job done again with sort of this relentless grinding rally just kept going.
She did. And here on the turn of the red cap 3 wide, you're going to see the big move made by Ada May. And maybe it's a case where Christopher Elliott thought, I'm on the favorite, I'm on the best horse, let's keep her out of trouble. But you could argue it was a bit of an early move that did result in her being open to getting run down late, which she was.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's completely possible. She was very far back. Maybe this was something where he thought, if I don't get into position now, I'm not going to have an opportunity. But also, you risk taking some stamina, some starch out of your horse by trying to get them into that position and trying to recover when you've already sort of put yourself at a deficit from the beginning. And she got very leg weary late and ended up finishing second.
Big rally up the inside late as well for the 5 Just Words, who was a big price in there as well for jockey Melvis Gonzalez, who's now a 5-pound apprentice, moved up from that 7-pound weight allowance, and finishing well on a long shot there. But 5-1 winner, Awesome Roberta, gets the opener. Bringing prices when we come back, and the opener from Hot Springs. Horses making their way out of the paddock over at Oaklawn Park. We'll get Richie's thoughts and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It's Mandaloun, and Mandaloun wins.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. I would think with this weather, Sarah, definitely makes people think about a little boat trip, a little sunset cruise action.
Should we do a little team building getaway?
Absolutely.
Teach everyone how to sail?
Absolutely. Into the winner's circle goes the 6, Awesome Roberta, getting the victory here in the opener with Luis Rivera Jr. in the saddle.
Yeah, she just kept rolling. I mean, She's one that she had a couple of really impressive efforts for the level and then had some efforts that sort of were head scratchers, but she was able to put everything together last time and seems as though she's developing that level of consistency and a well-timed ride with Louis Rivera Jr. to get another victory for her back-to-back.
$12 winner in the opener as we turn the page onto race 2, 6 furlong sprint on the main track. Maiden Claiming and Diabolical. Bolico. A little bit of a mouthful. It's clever being by dialed in. Diabolico. Gotta say it slowly. Jenna Antonucci and Javier Castellano teaming up with this one. This gelding who's just been knocking on the door at this level.
He has. He's been moving in the right direction over his past 3 starts, really shown good early speed and just ended up running into a horse that was quick and on the front end, able to outsprint him last time, but he's been right there and it looks like with his competition he's facing today should be the day.
Back over at Oaklawn Park. Love that drum shot as the weather continuing to warm up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We have the opener there, and we're going a mile on the maiden Claiming for $16,000, and that's a look at Sandini as we bring Richie in. Certainly, Richie, you could say the best bred horse in this field.
Yeah, extremely deep pedigree there with his dam, Island Sand, a Grade 1 winner of the Acorn Stakes, and actually second in the Kentucky Oaks as well to a Shadow. But it speaks of her quality that she was able to run with the type of fillies and mares that she ran with, and obviously being a Grade 1 winner. She was actually 4th right here in the Apple Blossom too, only beating 2 lengths. She hasn't quite reproduced herself yet, although she does have a Grade 1 placed runner over fences, a steeplechaser, as a matter of fact. But, obviously Sandini only had the 1 start, takes a precipitous drop in class from 50 right to 16. Good-looking individual, just, as the pedigree would suggest, certainly making a nice physical impression. But I actually prefer the horse just to his outside, and that's the 4 Texas Cyclone, who they're buying for favoritism. I actually think that, now Texas Cyclone has gone to 6-5, so a heavy favorite at this point. Improved in the second start, also has a pedigree that would suggest going a mile won't be an issue. And remember, guys, this is a race that starts and finishes at the 16th pole, the 1 mile here at Oaklawn. This is a horse that's half to a horse named Colonel's Dark Temper, who won the West Virginia Derby going a mile and an 1/8, and actually was 4th going a mile and 5/8 after setting the pace. So from a pedigree standpoint, you have to think the Texas Cyclone would stay the mile. I will say he's really on his toes, very racy. I hope he doesn't get too keen to get the mile first time. Although I've always felt like that first time a horse goes 2 turns, even if they're a little bit speedy, they run to that first turn, it takes them a little off guard, kind of takes them off the bridle, and they settle a little bit. But very deserving favorite, 6-5, a little short. For me, in any time it's a maiden Claiming event. Horse that I thought was a little bit interesting is the 7 Guadalajara. Horse came in, ran March 28th off a very light work tab. If you go back earlier in this horse's career, when it was conditioned by Dallas Stewart, all of those races would be good enough to be very competitive here. And if that work tab was true going into the first start back off of a layoff since November of 23, I mean, that's an extended layoff. There could be a lot of forward movement here as far as from a physical fitness perspective and just shaking the ring rust off. So if Guadalajara can find a little bit of what he once had way back when, at a price, he's a little bit interesting.
Has run some fast races in the past. Richie, thank you. Blinkers going on Guadalajara, but it does seem on the board and on paper, Sarah, that they all have to get around the 4 Texas Cyclone.
I agree, and he's one that I couldn't really get past either. Took a lot of money first time out, maiden special weight at Fairgrounds as a 2-year-old. Didn't perform that day, but somebody had some high expectations for him, and given connections, it makes sense as he's taking a big drop in class, and he has plenty of distance pedigree to suggest he'll handle a little bit more ground to work with here on the dam side.
Steve Asmussen sending out the favorite with his son, Eric Asmussen, in the saddle. One more left to load. We send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the call, live, Oaklawn Park.
We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Noble Rain broke sharply, is not quick enough to get to the lead, though. The favorite Texas Cyclone strides to a head advantage. Sandini runs in second. Big Country Boy third with Guadalajara as they go into the first turn run. Noble Rain right off the pace of the fifth position. Gap of 2 to Tarp Storm. Then comes Safford on a stronghold. Drops to the back. Cavanaugh passed him. So did More Money Mo. Approaching the backstretch around the pacemaker is Texas Cyclone. At even money leads the way. 3 parts of a length from Sandini. And Big Country Boy, who's keen, 3 deep with that pair, moving up to come and challenge Texas Cyclone. Texas Cyclone still commanding the way here, length in front of Big Country Boy Sandini. Now stalking, getting a breather third, and backs off down on the inside. There's a gap of 3 to Guadalajara, the Noble Rain. Tarp Storm sent along already, gets outside of horses, but needs to pick it up here. Cavanaugh alongside of him. More Money Mo, second to last. Safford well out of it as they go into the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Big Country Boy challenging Texas Cyclone on the lead. Big Country Boy has been pestering Texas Cyclone, and that means Sandini gets a perfect trip. And here he comes on the outside making his move. Sandini, absolutely no excuses for him. Needs to catch Texas Cyclone at the top of the lane. Sandini coming to the top of the stretch, leads the way from Texas Cyclone. Big Country Boy bowing out. All he really did was mess heavily with that favorite, Texas Cyclone, and both of them paid for it. Sandini kicking away now, and Sandini is going to win second out for the Mike Stidham barn. Sandini by 3. Texas Cyclone was second, Noble Rain third, and Tarp Storm was fourth.
Sandini with that big pedigree out of Grade 1 winner Island Sand. You heard Richie talking about, I think he jumped the tire tracks at the end in the stretch there, Sarah, but certainly no doubt about the win.
He got a great trip in here, had those 2 horses going at it, being right ahead of him, and Matt Dinnerman said in his call, your favorite was messed with a little bit on the front end, had just enough pressure that this one, Sandini able to sit a wonderful trip. You can see the little pop-up there with him, some antics, but well clear and able to get that first victory.
Christian Torres was hanging on. As far as Oaklawn is concerned, well, we saw Sandman win the Arkansas Derby there a couple of weeks ago. We'll see how the Arkansas preps line up as they move into the first Saturday in May.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for spending your Thursday afternoon with us as the opener at Oaklawn Park went to the 3 Sandini, but it looks like it was a little bit of an eventful experience for jockey Christian Torres. Sarah, we're told that after his mount jumped those tire tracks in the stretch, it looks like he had an issue with his syrup breaking in the gallop out and was unseated, but we're hearing everybody's okay.
An eventful opener, I suppose, with Sandini's. We take a look at him, corralled by the pony there and coming back over towards the winner's circle. He looks pretty pleased with himself there.
He's like, I didn't do anything wrong. That wasn't my fault.
Definitely wasn't me. We'll take a look now at what happened.
And it's going to be his inside leg. Looks like either something happens, the buckle comes undone, or the stirrup breaks, and yeah, it just kind of goes out from underneath of him, and really nothing he could do at that point, and slides right off. So good to see horse is okay. And Richie, any news on Christian Torres?
Yeah, actually, Acacia, I just spoke with Christian. He's fine. The horse is brought back to him. They'll be reunited for the win picture. But he told me that his the stirrup actually broke. The bottom of the stirrup completely gave way. It wasn't the stirrup leather. It was the stirrup itself. And, you know, it just goes to show you, even though the race is over, you're still on a 1,000-pound animal on the gallop out, and anything can happen. And that's one of those things you can't even anticipate. You know, when you're riding every day, you're so in tune that you could feel if the leather isn't quite right or maybe there's some stitching undone. You could just feel it underneath you. But with a stirrup parting way like that, there is no way to anticipate that. And once you lose that, it's like stepping up the top step in the dark. You just, no place to go but down. And worked out a perfect trip under Christian Torres, who puts another win between him and Francisco Arrieta for leading rider.
They've made that leading rider chase very exciting, as you saw Christian, demonstrating how the stirrup itself actually broke, and a very good description and update from Richie. Thank you for that. But good to see horse and rider are okay. And just so everybody knows as well, jockeys ride in their tack. It's not just a saddle that they jump on. So like Richie said, you're very in tune with your tack and your saddle of what's going on. So you would not be anticipating that to take place.
No, imagine you're driving your car and half of your seat just disappears. So you'd have a
steering wheel
end up being a little bit lopsided.
Yeah.
So glad everyone ended up being okay in there. But yeah, I mean, he's going to have to get that fixed and go on to the next race because he's got to win that title.
Absolutely. Sandini gets the win in race number 1. As we mentioned before the break, though, the Arkansas Derby took place a couple of weeks ago over at Oaklawn Park. It was won by Sandman, a horse who had encountered plenty of trouble in his previous races. But here's a look at the Oaklawn Road to the Derby. Coal Battle, Speed King, Coal Battle, and Sandman. Coal Battle and Sandman looks like going on to the Kentucky Derby. But Richie, as we bring you back into this conversation, I know you were discussing how the Arkansas Derby is an interesting prep given how similar it might be to the Kentucky Derby itself.
Yeah, I absolutely think this year's Derby features a lot of speed signed on, a lot of horses that are kind of need the lead types or, you know, certainly going to be involved early. And if, you know, you go, all right, obviously we got a setup for Sandman in the Arkansas Derby, a very fast pace, but I just feel like I'm anticipating a similar kind of a pace scenario going 1.25 miles, 10 furlongs as opposed to 9 furlongs of the Arkansas Derby. And I thought this was one of the stronger Derby preps because, you know, out on the West Coast, you had journalism. Obviously, Baeza ran very well to be second, but Baeza on the outside looking in at the moment. Rodriguez in the Wood Memorial, he was, you know, kind of gate to wire. I thought the first 3 finishers out of the Arkansas Derby are all kind of interesting. Obviously, Sandman with his closing style, and again, anticipating he's going to get pace in the Kentucky Derby. Publisher kind of got a similar style, should be following Sandman, much like he did in the Arkansas Derby. He's still a maiden. But it feels like Steve Asmussen's got a Derby on his name at some point, and it kind of would be interesting if it was a maiden that gets it done for him, a horse that shows that closing style and he belongs. And Coal Battle, you know, he was a horse that was a bit too keen. If you go back and watch early in the Arkansas Derby, and his rider did a really good job at extricating himself from between horses, backed him off, but he also made the first run into the teeth of a fast pace. And talking with Lonnie Briley, his conditioner after the race, he said he didn't get to train him exactly the way he wanted to in the race and felt like he was a bit too keen. And anybody knows Lonnie Briley. He's a wily, cagey kind of horseman. Gave me a little bit of a wink and said, you'll see a different horse on Kentucky Derby Day. So I think all 3 are kind of interesting and makes the Arkansas Derby, to me, a very strong prep.
We'll see how it does transfer that Arkansas Derby form over to the Kentucky Derby. Richie, thank you. Sandman might get a quick pace as he was chasing the likes of Speed King and Cornucopian around. Meanwhile, Cornucopian showing up in an incredibly salty allowance here on Sunday at Aqueduct.
It's basically a mini stakes matchup now with the presence of many accomplished 3-year-olds. So we'll see what they do with that. I think using it as a Preakness prep.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what takes place this weekend. But as far as Kentucky Derby preps are concerned, what are your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
Well, we do have the round 1 of the NFL draft tonight, so kind of going along with that style, I looked at some of the top preps that I think are going to be the most productive ones heading into this year's Kentucky Derby. And so starting from 5 down to 1, I think that the Wood Memorial has some say in how the race plays out. Grande ran huge, just still that inexperienced type, and had a wide trip throughout. Rodriguez going to be a part of the pace. Louisiana Derby, can't forget another runner for Steve Asmussen, Tistastic, who was on that road to the Kentucky Derby through Arkansas prior to that. Chunk and Gold also very interesting. And then the Florida Derby, Sovereignty, Tapan Street going to take a lot of attention in there. Sovereignty, a similar running style to a horse like Sandman. So I agree with Richie's assessment. The Arkansas Derby going to be a key race to look at heading into this year's Kentucky Derby, and it has been one that we've seen plenty of successful runners hit the trifecta out of over the last couple of years. But I, like many others, think that journalism is the real deal. And of course, he's coming out of that Santa Anita Derby. And I know, as we all know, Baeza outside looking in. But if he does end up getting into this year's Kentucky Derby, he is another that is a major contender as well, and exiting that Santa Anita Derby, the closest one to be to journalism. And you'll get a better price as well.
Well, the NFL draft, as Sarah mentioned, first round tonight. Tennessee Titans with the first pick. So we'll see how that does play out, and we'll see who's first pick as far as Kentucky Derby runners are concerned as well. The first Saturday in May coming up before we know it. It's fast approaching, and your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code Derby25 and experience the thrill of betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com now, where your next big win could be just a click away. Back over to Aqueduct. We have race 2 coming up next as we have horses on the track for this maiden claiming, meeting the field, starting off with Henry's Hope trying to turn things around.
This one does exit the same race as your heavy favorite. No impact in that spot, but did show some early speed.
Next will be Braca at a big price. A lot of chances for this one.
And he's tried so many different things. Turf, going a little bit longer, sprinting. We'll see what we get from him, but he has some of his better races not in the recent past.
6-1 on the 3, Change Your Name, coming up next. There he is.
Another one coming out of that same race. The last 2 starts, a move in the right direction. Maybe this one is another one, third off of a little bit of a layoff.
And 1-4, short price on your favorite, Diabolico.
He deserves to be favored in this spot with what he's already accomplished, who he's run against, and just the consistency that we've seen from him over his last 3 starts.
Coming in off of a second-place finish last time out. And there's the 5, Das Sama, who is a new gelding.
He's been a big price in many of his starts so far, and deservedly so.
1-4 on your favorite, though. Maggie, what are you seeing trackside?
Well, if Diabolico does not win today, he will never win a race. He has found about the weakest field that he has ever faced in his career, and it just kind of shows. He is definitely the outlier of the group in a good way physically. He's just bigger, stronger, better turned out, moving exceptionally well on the racetrack, getting a nice loosening type of gallop with Javier Castellano aboard. And last time out, he, I think, was against the racetrack. I think back on Wood Memorial Day, it was a day in which you wanted to be forward. It paid to be forward. We saw one race out of 13 that was won by a closer, and it was set, the pace was set by a horse who questionable and just went way too fast. So Flying Frisbee able to wire the field that day, and Diabolico out wide, out sprinted early, and I just feel like hopefully he'll have a fairer time of it today. Moving on to maybe his next in line to be competitive. I don't know, people are betting the 1 a bit here. I kind of get why they are, but I didn't necessarily like him. As we'll take a look at number 3, Change Your Name, whom I wanted to like a bit on paper because he too comes out of that flying frisbee race. And he just took a lot of kickback, and he just didn't look happy. He didn't look comfortable, and he just kind of idled in the stretch there, just running an even race throughout. But even though he's third off of a layoff and probably is the most fit we've seen him, he just does not look great in his coat. He's totally washed out. He is a horse that does get a little bit wound up. I just wish he looked better because, like I said, on paper, I think there are reasons to like him. And then we'll check in with number 5, Dawsama, who is a new gelding. Acacia, you know I love that. He is a horse that has finally transformed into a little bit more of an athletic, stronger type, just with racing. One that also didn't focus as well, so we'll see if that's taken a hold. I don't know that it has because he was still a little bit distracted in the paddock. You know, becoming a gelding, it's a process. Obviously, the operation is done, but it also takes some time for that extra testosterone to clear their system. So we might not see the benefits of that immediately here on this occasion, but at least feels like he's heading in the right direction. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. New gelding. Usually you will see a bit of a layoff as well, Sarah, when they're gelded. So coming back kind of quickly. We'll see if it takes effect in here. But the good thing is, as well, is he does get a drop in class back down to this level.
Right, and I think that it's sort of that wait and see approach of whether or not there is that impact or that change that Connections are looking for with going through that process. But he has a lot of ground to make up still on your current heavy favorite who, with Diabolical, he's been running consistently. He's been running faster than these horses, and he gets into a field where if today's not the day, I don't really know when that day is going to be.
And you can see a perfect description of what Maggie was talking about, how he just looks best amongst this group, warming up nicely, framing up well with Javier Castellano in the saddle as he will team up once again with trainer Jenna Antonucci. Of course, they teamed up a couple of years ago with Arcangelo to win the Belmont Stakes and the Travers. What an experience that was. And this was the last Belmont Stakes that was held at the old Belmont Park before we went under construction, and such a thrill. And just watching this horse, I think that picked up so many fans along the way too. It was very, very talented.
Absolutely. Just one that he didn't have that traditional road to getting into that Belmont Stakes and to having that victory, but then able to really propel himself forwards from that point on, from the Peter Pan to the Belmont, then to the Travers. And he's just one that was really fun to follow because his connections, Jen Antonucci in particular, gave us so much access to his story and to really getting to tell this type of rags to riches tale of the lower profile Connections, the history making of the first female trainer to win the Belmont, Javier Castellano getting a banner year for himself with his first Derby, and then yet another Travers, I believe it's seven that he was able to get done, and then winning, of course, here. But just Connections that they've teamed up for a while, and this was clearly their biggest success so far.
I remember you and I were standing together in the winner's circle when Arcangelo came by, and just the celebration, the jubilance, the excitement, an easy story to root for. And as you said, a later developing type of horse too, by the late great Arrogate, who unfortunately we lost too soon, and Arrogate proving to be such an incredible stallion. I'm very intrigued to see what Arcangelo will do at stud, now standing as a stallion. Of course, we got a chance to see him win that Belmont and then the Travers, certainly distance and later developing much like his sire.
For sure, and really the few crops that we have seen from Arrogate have done some special things on the racetrack during their time. Secret Oath, of course, also being one of them, Kentucky Oaks winner of 2022. And it was this time last year, Arcangelo hadn't yet won his second race, looking back and having, 2 years ago rather, the Peter Pan, of course, that week after the Kentucky Derby. So you never know where some of these later blooming 3-year-olds are going to come from. And while we're all prepping and hyping up and waiting for that Kentucky Derby, there's still a ways to go in terms of who's going to be on top towards the later half of the year.
I will say, no matter what takes place, next weekend in Kentucky. I think it would be so fun if we have a Triple Crown on the line when we come to the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
We already made history last year, and we could see if we can try to do it again this year with that Triple Crown being on the line. And that's certainly something that I have yet to experience, and I think that we have had yet to experience since Justify. So we'll see, but always looking forward to those storylines as well heading into Belmont Stakes.
Of course, here on Fox Sports, the home of the Belmont Stakes on Fox, as we will load into the gate for race 2, Diabolical with Javier Castellano and Jenna Antonucci, your heavy favorite, rightfully so. We'll see if today is the day for him to break his maiden. There goes Dawson Ma, waiting on that one to load in. Looks like we've got a couple antsy horses in the gate. There we go. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Now Dawson Ma is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Henry's Hope. Right out to the front. It's Henry's Hope who's up by a clear length. Dawson Ma is in pursuit, is now a stalking second. Diabolico's trying to keep up, is in fourth. Just got past to the inside by Change Your Name. The trailer will be Braca as they work up the backstretch. Henry's Hope is in front. Henry's Hope has got the lead, is up by 2. Dawson Ma is trying to cut into the margin now in 22 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. Diabolico is now on the move 3 wide. It's just looming up on the outside here of Henry's Hope, who's in front. Still holds a comfortable margin of about 3/4 of a length as Diabolico's got to run this leader down. Dawson Ma has lost ground, is back to third, and from the back, Change Your Name. And Braca trying to rally on. Henry's Hope has a quarter mile left to go, is going to hug the rail and try to kick away from a heavy favorite. Diabolico is now in pursuit, and here comes Diabolico. Diabolico is now pushed on by and is going to try and edge clear late. Has a furlong left to go. Diabolico gets down over on the rail. Henry's Hope is trying to re-rally up on the outside, and Henry's Hope is doing just that. Diabolico trying to hold off Henry's Hope, and Diabolico wins it. Diabolico, Henry's Hope, then came Braca to finish third in 1 minute 11.97 seconds.
The favorite delivers. Diabolico did indeed find his friends and find the right place to break his maiden today.
He did, and a good effort from your runner-up as well, setting the pace, switching out, and trying to re-rally and making up some mild ground again late. But Diabolico was just sitting in the perfect pouncing position here at the top of the stretch, and you could tell that Javier Castellano felt as though once he said go, he was going to give him something else, another gear there, as you saw him switch leads and just sort of lower his head and get into gear there, and he's able to go on by, and this was the right spot. Today was the day, and he's able to get the job done at 1-5.
Yeah, really act from that riding crop a little bit in the stretch with swapping leads, but leveled out and certainly had enough good effort from Henry's Hope, who showed speed, certainly improved effort from that one with Christian Mirage in the saddle. We've got a lot of Mirages around here now.
I know. I was saying to Greg, we need a new nickname for yet another. Now that we have the handsome cousin, we'll have to come up with one for the younger brother.
Yeah, good to see Christian and a nice effort there and the runner-up. Bringing you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Everybody's ready for a big day. Think he's got any winners there?
It's going to be me in like 20 years. I always feel as though my future is me with a motorized scooter as an elderly lady with like a basket holding my notebook and all of my pens just going around the racetrack.
I love that for you.
Some people have big hopes and dreams. That's what I want out of the rest
love
of
it.
my life.
I love it. Into the winner's circle goes the favorite in race 2, Diabolico Delivers, $2.40 winner. He just was best in here.
Today was his day. He was able to find the right kind of field. He'd been moving in the right direction, sat a nice trip, good ride, and just had the fastest figs coming in. And if it was all this easy, we would all be out of a job.
Back over to Oaklawn Park. Here's one where maybe you could get a little bit creative. Race 2, $7,500 claiming race, 4-year-olds and upward. Let's check in track set with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with UCV. We got $7,500 claimers going 6 furlongs here. And for a $32,000 purse, not bad for a $7,500 claiming race. UVC, Arkansas bred, comes in off a big figure, has races good enough. I was really struck by this horse. Dappled out. He's got that sinewy fitness to him. Ricardo Santana stays put, and he makes a lot of sense on paper. The 6-horse Raven's Nest, kind of interesting, was eased line for $16,000 last time. And this horse taking considerable money off that ease line. He did win for 5-3 back, 5,000 claiming at Delta Downs. And Carl Broberg and End Zone Athletics in a battle for leading owner at the meet. Carl stopped training, but certainly obviously very involved with his horses. Now, horses do have to go through protocols when they have been eased or pulled up in a race. And the horse makes a nice physical impression. And this was a group that, in general, was very rambunctious in the paddock. And Raven's Nest, one of those that was pretty rambunctious. The 7 at 7-5 here, I'm No Joke, is going to be very formidable for our friend and colleague Tom Amoss. There's not a lot of speed signed on for a 6-furlong race here at Oaklawn, which is kind of unusual. And it looks like I'm No Joke plays out to be the lone and controlling speed here. Is going to be very tough to beat. Was claimed last time for 10, but the claim was voided. Now shows up for 7,500 and just makes a lot of sense. Should be very, very tough to run down. But I'm going to try to beat this horse with the 10, Feathers Road, a horse that was claimed 2 back for 10 from David Jacobson. He turned around and reached back and claimed the horse right back. To me, that's a vote of confidence. And out of all the horses, the way they were acting in the paddock, he just seemed the most settled and comfortable. And I like outside posts and sprints here at Oaklawn. So I'm taking a little bit of a swing against your 3-2 favorite, I'm No Joke, with Feathers Road, who I just think makes some sense on the turn back.
And the reclaim for David Jacobson. Richie, thank you. Sammy Camacho Jr. will be in the saddle as he rode this horse 2 starts back when previously with David was disqualified from 3rd to 6th for drifting that day. So certainly a horse he's familiar with his quirks.
Yes, definitely. And I agree with Richie, a sign of wanting to take this horse back, wanting to have him back in the barn, and certainly one that you can expect more of that performance 2 back in all likelihood, because he was also more forward in that race as well, which I think will help him. But at a much bigger price, Cozy My Boy, the #1 horse, his last race, he really just sort of steadily backed out of there. But 2 starts ago, he's the one that was put up ahead of Feathers Road, so maybe one to consider as well. Blinkers are going on for him today. Isaac Castillo rode him last time and gets back on in here, so maybe he's one that they want to have a little bit more forwardly placed. And with the price differential, if you like Feathers Road towards the outside, this is also one to consider.
7-5 on I'm No Joke for Tom Amoss, the lowest level that he will have run at since breaking his maiden.
Yeah, we'll see what we get from him, and he's one that certainly comes in with that drop in class and plenty of back class.
Race 2 from Oaklawn Park coming up next. We'll send it up to Matt Ditterman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Verb out on the lead today. UVC pressing him. I'm No Joke, the favorite, moving up. 3 wide to claim the 3rd position. Blowtorch is next with Cozy My Boy on the inside. Feathers Road is outside of that pair. Space of 4 to Palace Kitten. Raven's Nest sluggish early, well behind as they head down the backstretch here. Pacemaker, Verb, a half length in front. UVC pressing. I'm No Joke finds himself between horses. Cozy My Boy stays on the rail as they go into the far turn. Feathers Road parked 4 wide around the turn, advancing position in the 4th spot. There's a space of 4 to Blowtorch, who's backed away. Palace Kit next. Raven's Nest not being persevered with as they come to the top of the lane. Verb in front. UVC right there. I'm No Joke being pumped upon by Bejarano while Cozy My Boy joins him coming off the turn, gets outside. I'm No Joke back and forth, losing position. He's done as they approach the furlong pole. UVC is taking command. Cozy My Boy is into the 2nd position. Verb is 3rd with about a 16th to go. It's UVC going strong here, and UVC is going to do it. UVC by about a length and 3/4 over Cozy My Boy. Verb 3rd. Blowtorch was 4th.
UVC with the win, got high marks from Richie on physical appearance. A nice call, Sarah. Cozy My Boy at 21-1, checking in 2nd.
Yeah, he showed up and he set a nice trip under Isaac Castillo towards the inside. Got a nice split as we saw a couple of others trying to keep engaged and ended up backing up. A couple of no-shows as well from some of your shorter prices and horses that made some sense on paper, but UVC made sense and he showed up today with a nice front-running score.
Ricardo Santana in the saddle. UVC, Arkansas bred, winning 2 in a row. One against State Breds last time and Open Company today. Well, it was short and sweet, our time together, Sarah, but you'll be back on the desk later?
I will. And
Yes.
you'll be outside later?
I will be,
All
yes,
right.
but I'm sticking around for now. Andy Serling coming up on the desk to join me for a bit as we will continue on our conversation, not only with the Kentucky Derby, but the Kentucky Oaks as well. What do you do with Gulfstream Park Oaks winner 5G, who's done very little wrong in her career thus far for George Weaver? More on her chances after this.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Olympiad's first foals are being born in 2024, so we've been out inspecting the foals. Very big, very long-legged, kind of atypical of a Speightstown, but Olympiad's atypical of a Speightstown. He's 16, 1.5, so he's a good-sized horse, and he's throwing good size on these foals. You know, he had a good first year. He ended up breeding 228 mares that first year. We're off and running, couldn't be happier. He bred 170 mares this year, so continuing with a hot streak of number of mares that we're getting to the stallion.
David, I don't think they hear You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As I welcome in my new co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. It feels like it's been forever that we've done a show together.
I don't think, have we been on, were we on once together?
Maybe
Memorial
Day?
maybe week, I don't know, somewhere
Yeah.
in there. But you've been gone. You went to Oaklawn for
I
2
did.
weeks.
I had fun at Oaklawn. I missed
You guys looked like you were having fun out there. You did a terrific job down there, as always. Everyone did. Looking forward to the MiG coming back. I miss the MiG.
I know.
I get to
It's good
text him a
see
lot, but I don't get to see him very
I know.
often. I miss him.
Looking forward to it. Well, we have the Kentucky Oaks and Derby coming up next weekend. Andy, as far as the Oaks is concerned, I feel like a horse that maybe we haven't talked as much about or haven't heard as much about is 5G, who all in all has done very little wrong since starting off her career on turf and then turning things around and finishing second to Quiet Side in the Honeybee and then a dominant score in the Gulfstream Oaks last time out.
I feel I'm doing a very good job of not creating any opinions in the Kentucky Oaks. And I have some opinions in the Derby. It's hard not to, but the Oaks not. And waiting until they draw the race Saturday night to sort of put them together, look at the posts, and try to decide. I feel like I often do well picking the Kentucky Oaks, rarely do well picking the Derby, so I focus on the Oaks. I agree, she's been fine. I mean, I don't love the horse that she beat last time, but she's okay. And 5G is running speed figures that at least put her within hailing distance to Beck's horses, and I thought she ran very well behind Quiet Side when she finished second in the Honeybee?
Honeybee.
The Honeybee. The track was very favorable to forwardly placed horses that day, going long, so I think that may have helped her a little bit, but I mean, to say that she's not at least a contender in this race would be silly.
Yep.
And she's one of the main contenders, I think.
Yes, certainly. And a New York bred as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I was looking at her because a horse that I think I was looking at replays on maybe for Sunday was coming out of a turf race where she ran against her.
Here are the fillies that won those 100-point Kentucky Oaks preps. One of them being 5G, and we see Ballerina Doro, Quiet Side, Lacara. Good group that's coming forward.
Yeah, Ballerina Doro is obviously going to have to get faster and hope there's pace. I don't see Lacara winning. She was very fortunate when the 3 faster horses there, somehow none of them went in the Ashland. She's a nice horse, but I don't think she's that good out of the lead. And obviously Tenma's Standing Oaks was tied with a sundial, so that kind of hurts her chances, I think.
Well, we'll see what these fillies can do moving forward. But as far as the ones that did prep down in Arkansas, we mentioned Quiet Side. Maggie, she and Simply Joking went head-to-head and put on an absolute show in the Fantasy last time out.
That's right, Acacia. It was billed as a 2-horse race. It looked like a 2-horse race in the paddock and on paper. And wow, did it turn out that way. Now, Jamie Torres sending Simply Joking to the lead, clearing from a more outside post, and Quiet Side tucking in nicely between Jose Ortiz, as Jose seems to fit Quiet Side quite nicely. But to be fair to Simply Joking, she is a filly that is lightly raced and missed the Rachel Alexander. Let's not forget, because she did have a temperature, so this was her first race back in a little over 2 months. So I thought she ran valiantly. They were both well clear of the 3rd place finisher. I understood Connections didn't seem happy with the ride, but I don't know what else Jamie Torres could have done differently. She was just beaten by a horse that has been beaten by some pretty nice ones as a 2-year-old, Immersive, and of course now Good Cheer, that with her and Jose Ortiz, she is one that is very formidable in the Kentucky Oaks. But I will say that afterwards, when I caught up with her and Jose Ortiz, he did say, after pulling her up rather quickly, she really had to fight for it. So I would not completely dismiss Simply Joking either, on the thoughts that, you know, with a little experience, being a little bit more battle tested, Whit Beckman could be standing in line to capture a Kentucky Oaks. Like I said, she'll have to get a little bit better, but there's definitely talent there, Acacia. And you guys mentioning New York breds, we have 2 in the Kentucky Oaks starting gate this year.
All it really means, Maggie, if there's a couple of New York breds in there, it means Naja Thompson has an excuse to go down to the Kentucky Derby. Right?
Exactly.
He's probably on his way already.
That's really what it's all about. It's all about Naj.
It's always about Naj. Let's face it.
I think he's already there, come to think of it.
In his heart, yes.
We love Naja, of course, director of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders Association. But as far as Quiet Side and Simply Joking are concerned, I guess there's a little bit of question, too. Andy, did that big race in the Fantasy take a little starch out of the 2 of them?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think these are good horses and they come back, right? So I don't spend a lot of time thinking about those things, because it's open-ended,
Yeah.
right? It's always your excuse when your horse runs lousy. And I think Simply Joking is a horse that's worth talking about. She ran extremely well behind Quiet Side, and that was a real acid test for her.
Yep.
She's run well in all 3 of her starts for Whit Beckman, and I agree. She's a player coming in this race.
Will be fun. We'll see how those post positions do play out and who could be one to beat in the Kentucky Oaks moving forward. When we come back, we'll continue a little conversation about Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano, as he already has a win on today's card at the Big A, so kicking off his spring pretty strong thus far.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. As we have some fun bonuses you can take part in, earn a 20% bonus today when you hit an exacta at Aqueduct. Opt in at nairabets.com for your 20% exacta bonus today. There's always all kinds of good stuff going on over at Naira Bets, so be sure to opt in over there. We have race 3 coming up next here at Aqueduct. It's a $16,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Right now, Andy, it is She's Wicked Smart who's the favorite to the inside. She'll try to make it 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, the one thing that worries me about her, and I don't have a strong opinion. In fact, I like the horse, the number 3, To Be Loved by You, got scratched. But if you look at her last 5 races, She's Wicked Smart. The only 2 that were good races and good figures, 57 and 56 buyers, were on sloppy or muddy sealed tracks. The dry track races are not good. Now, she's run well on dry tracks before, but her recent form indicates that she's better on a wet track. You know, whether or not that comes to fruition here, I don't know. I didn't want her as the favorite. You've got to think that Maddie Oliver is going to be aggressive coming out of the rail, and there is less speed with the scratch.
And it does seem like given that she broke her maiden for 20,000, coming back here is just the right place.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, for people, when we talk about this, and what you're alluding to is that I think on our rules of thumb is you break your maiden for a tag, you want to run for half as much claiming price when you're out of the maiden condition. Now, obviously, winning for 20, there's no 10 to drop into because it's a non-winner's a 2 lifetime, but she's dropping into the bottom, and I agree. And listen, when you're favored, win or lose, you're kind of running where you belong.
Absolutely. And she will kick off the post parade. We also have a little pick six carryover starting here.
We do. Got to be a record low, just a little under $10,000 with something out of the kitty and a couple of interesting turf races to close out the sequence.
There, She's Wicked Smart. We talked about her open length maiden score for 20,000 last time out with Maddie Olver in the saddle. Here is Romero Mirage with Daniil.
It's a Mirage infestation.
I know.
With Christian riding the last race. Rajiv told me he'll be here on Derby Day.
Just won at Gulfstream.
And I think the best thing going on, that's a miracle, and I feel bad for all the other riders. The best thing going on for Daniil is the trainer has been so hot.
Here is Allie's song, looking for the first win in a long time.
I scratched into her. She's been in reasonable form, but how excited you want to be with a horse with her record. 21 starts, 1 win, no seconds, and 4 thirds.
Here's Dream on Cara. We know her running style.
We do, and she needed to be moving up front. I picked her second. I was kind of a coin flip after the scratch. I went with the 4, thinking maybe she'd be a better price.
And Eastern Star for Dave Tonk to the outside.
Well, I've lost plenty of money on her in the past. I'm not sure what race she has that makes her competitive, but I don't want to say there's anybody in here that I'd be shocked if they won.
Kind of evenly matched group on the board, as you can see, is Maggie She's Wicked Smart does seem to be taking most of the attention.
Acacia, you're a New Englander. You got to say she's wicked smart. But she does come in here off of the back of a win, finally. And I thought it was interesting points about the wet track that Andy brought up, because she is that proverbial horse that, you know, when you look at her, she's a bit lighter frame. So yeah, she does fit the bill for one that would prefer the wet going. But I also think she could be dangerous here. We know Maddie Olver does not take speed away from horses. And 2, she's down on the inside. She really has no other option to go. But I will say this, now that we're kind of coming into springtime, with a lot of these fillies and mares, you will see them just completely turn around physically, and she looks so much better today just compared to what I saw from her in the middle of winter. So really feels like she is primed and ready to possibly back up that win last time out. Number 2, Daniil, I'm going to try my hand with her. She's one that I liked last time physically in the paddock for Steve Schauer. She is one too that the coat's kind of coming around. Well, it looked rich and hydrated. It was still a bit long last time out. Now it's kind of shedded out. She looks great from that respect, but she did get a little wound up in the paddock. And today they were ahead of the game. They took her away from the rest of the field to get the tack on, and she behaved beautifully and responded really well. And given the context of the race last time, I thought she was in a good spot, 2 to 3 wide, and then she kind of went down to the inside in the stretch, and she really did not look happy being down there. She's a bit of a big filly. There's a lot of her. So, 2, getting kind of that kickback, she just didn't look comfortable. And then once Romero Mirage finally kind of got her outside, she ran on, but just too late, and then ran on well past the winner, past the wire. So I'm going to try with her just because I liked her last time. She's behaving better this time, and I thought that maybe there was a slight excuse in her last performance. And then number 6, Eastern Star, I'm with Andy. I've tried her many times, and I don't know. She's had a lot of chances. She did stumble really badly. I think she lost all chances at the beginning of that last race that we also see Ali Song and Daniil come out of. But like I said, the stumble was significant, and 2, now she gets to break from the far outside. Maybe spending a little less time in the gate is preferable for her.
That should help. A high-energy mare for sure. Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on Eastern Star. Hopefully can get a smoother start to the race. Took her a long time to break her maiden. And so far, as she's been facing winners, she's not shown a ton that you would like to see, though, as Maggie said, did have an excuse last time out.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to go splitting hairs for or against horses here. The one thing I'd say is that I don't want She's Wicked Smart as the favorite in this race. I think she can face pressure from Allie's Song. And she has a big, easy win last time, but you have to be very careful about blowout wins on wet, sealed tracks. They often belie the horse's talent because they just kind of get loose and things sort of snowball and they'll run better figures. And if you look at her, Let's go through her last 5 races. She hits a dry track at Aqueduct and runs a 42 buyer at 7-5. Then she comes back, she does run second, but she runs a 49 buyer. Then she gets a sloppy seal track and runs a 57 buyer. Then she gets another dry track and she comes back and runs a 40 buyer. Then she gets a muddy seal track last time, gets loose in the lead, is even money, and runs a 56 buyer. Now, those 56, 57 buyers make her the horse to beat in here, but I don't know that it's reliable to expect her to run those numbers on a dry track. And I just think at 8-5, she's a bit dubious.
Question to ask of your favorite. She's wicked smart. I know, Maggie. I'm sorry, but I am a fake New Englander a bit. I'm from Southern
You're more of a New
Connecticut.
Englander than Maggie is. Maggie's got to use the Baltimore accent. I love the Baltimore accent. I'm a little bummed that Maggie doesn't have a big
I was
Baltimore
trying to
accent.
remember. We heard Maggie's Baltimore accent come out a little bit when we were doing the barn hits at Oakland, which was great. But she's wicked smart.
She's wicked smart.
Gotta do it like that.
Maggie wants to comment on her stance as
I'm
a fake.
from Southern Connecticut.
You're not
I'm a
even
fake New
Maggie. You're not
Englander.
even remotely a New Englander.
Oh, God, I know. But so I just wanted to give you my Maryland accent because we're going to go down the ocean and eat them crabs. There, that's Baltimore for you.
I got a lot of experience in Baltimore, as you well know.
I love it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good
I love
friends
it.
down
I know.
there.
I never rooted for the Patriots. I was always told Patriots against the Patriots. So Southern Connecticut, that's where the line is drawn.
Is that the?
Yeah.
But Connecticut doesn't. I thought a lot of Connecticut like
Connecticut's
Patriots.
half, yes, and like Hartford or North area, big Patriots fans.
Well, you know,
Southern Connecticut is more New York teams.
Back in the day, before your time, the Celtics used to play a game or two in the Hartford
Yeah,
Civic Center.
That's true. That's very
where
true.
I saw many, many Grateful Dead concerts and was scared of the A-Team at every one of them. And anybody who's been there knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, that was a big deal when the Celts would. I mean, I remember in the '80s, the big teams
Civic
would come
Center's
there.
great.
We
all get united
Whalers
by
were
our
there.
love for the Yukon Huskies, though.
Well,
Yeah.
The Yukon Huskies, especially the women's team,
Always the women.
is kind of they're almost in the range of like the teams that all the people that aren't they're fake fans like
Yeah.
the Cowboys, you know,
Yes,
the Yankees if you're not from New York, the Lakers if you're not from New York, and the Yukon women's team, and obviously they have an incredibly rabid fan base as well up in Yukon.
Very much so. When I was a kid, we used to get out early from school for the parade when the Yukon
Really?
women won the national championship. Yeah.
Really? That's
Oh, yeah,
awesome.
Absolutely.
I've
Anyway.
watched more than my share of Yukon women's basketball. Well, I mean, I go back so far with Sue Bird that
Yeah, that's
I
right.
used to watch her
That's
so
right.
much back then. When I worked on the floor of the American Stock Exchange, the guy behind me was a Yukon women's stalker. He used to go to the games and like go to the bars where they hung out. It was creepy. Yeah. It was creepy.
Well, there's no easy way to segue from that.
Well, I mean, I think that's what happens. I don't mean it in a bad way. He was a huge fan. He was
know.
just a big fan. Listen, the women's team at UConn has been incredible for a long, long time.
Yes, absolutely has. Makes it a lot of fun to be a fan. She's wicked smart, though. 8-5 right now. Where did you land on?
I
beside
landed
her?
on the 4, Allie's Song, scratched into her. I'm sort of Allie's Song and Dream on Kara as the other ones. They're the second and third choice. And Allie's Song, I think, has been improved. So even though she's a 1 for 21, I thought her recent form has been her best form. Listen, I don't love her chances in this race. Like I said, I scratched into her off a horse that I was sort of taking a shot with. Dream on Kara, I would like a little bit. I'm just afraid she has absolutely no speed. She's such a plotter.
At least with Allie's Song, she broke sharply last time out and went right to the lead.
I got to think she'll be at worst sitting second to She's Wicked Smart.
That was nice.
I can do it.
I heard that. I heard that.
I haven't been to Boston actually. I've been there actually. I was there in November. I make a lot of trips to
Boston.
Boston.
In a long time.
Really?
Actually.
I'm trying to get to a Red Sox game.
My dad went to undergrad and law school in Boston, at Boston College, and he always loved there. We used to go. There was this place on the wharf called No Name Seafood, and the best seafood I've ever had in my life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've not been there.
It's no longer.
My trips to Boston are usually pretty brief, but I'm there. I haven't been to. I don't think I've been to a Red Sox game since they were in the World Series.
Pick 6 kicking off here in race number 3. There goes Eastern Star, the favorite, to the inside. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
And they're off. She's Wicked Smart right out to the front, and also Daniil is in the early mix with Eastern Star out wider. Just behind them is going to take back is Ali Song. Is in the purple cap, is well settled in fourth, and the trailer, Dream on Kara, as they work up the backstretch. Plenty of pressure on the front end. She's wicked smart with a head in front. Daniil is stalking right there from second. 3 wide is going to be Eastern Star. At the rail is Ali Song. Melvis Gonzalez is going to ride the rail here as they approach 4 furlongs left to go through a 22-4. Opening quarter mile. Dream on Kara still the trailer. She's wicked smart is still in front. Daniil is just waiting to be asked the question here from Romero towards the outside. Eastern Star is the gray is in pursuit. Tier is trying to reclaim third. At the rail, is it open enough here for Ali Song? Is going to try to muscle on through. Just had to steady briefly. It's going to be 4 across the racetrack if Ali Song can get through. Dream on Kara is the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch. And now it's She's Wicked Smart trying to run them off their feet. Daniil still chasing Eastern Star, and Dream on Kara, who is well settled at the back, is trying to rally on. She's Wicked Smart still there. 46-1 was at half, and Dream on Kara to the outside of She's Wicked Smart, still with a nose in front inside the final 16th. Now Dream on Kara's put a nose in front. She's Wicked Smart one more time. It's a photo. She's Wicked Smart re-rallied. It became a tight photo there. She's Wicked Smart to the inside, to the outside. Dream on Kara. It's a photo in 1 minute 18.23 seconds.
A tight photo finish. We'll take a look here. She's Wicked Smart got the bob.
Ooh, She's Wicked Smart won this one, and boy, I'm glad I didn't bet the 5 because she looked home free.
She did.
And I'd like to see the head on the stretch run as well. I don't think that Maddie committed any fouls, but that horse certainly came out quite a bit in the stretch.
Just maybe just tiring a little bit and started drifting. And,
maybe
struggling to keep her straight in the stretch there.
Yeah, I don't think she committed a foul anywhere. I'm not, but she did come out quite a bit in this race. But wow, I mean, Dream on Kara, she looked home, but She's Wicked Smart won the bob.
She did. All in who gets their nose down first, and it was She's Wicked Smart with the win. Maddie Olver. Take a look at the head on black cap, the
gold sleeves.
Coming in there, the 1 towards the 5. Was going left-handed, did react from the riding crop there. Did seem that she was clear, but she did come over quite a bit.
Right, but she doesn't, as of yet, she hasn't done anything to the second place finisher. No, I've seen worse hurting than that. It didn't seem to really affect the 5. But she did come out quite a bit, but I don't think she did anything wrong.
6-5 shot gets the win over 3-1 shot. Dream on Kara. She's Wicked Smart, even drifting, able to get her nose down in the shadow of the wire. 1-5-2-6 in race 3 at Aqueduct. Back over to Oaklawn Park. We have race 3 coming up next, as we'll get a chance to see this nice maiden special weight here, going a mile and taking a look at the field. Just Classic to the inside for Ray Ashford, currently 5-2 on the board.
Well, she has the biggest buyer speed figure of anybody in this race in her last effort. His third. Lost to Horse Clever Again, who's pretty talented. Came back with, I think, 100 buyer, winning his next start in a stake.
Clever Again, who's been in very good form, and there is your 5-2 favorite. Christian Torres going to be in the saddle to try pick up another win as far as that jockey riding title is concerned. Here's Grand Oracle, who I think was a victim of the post last out.
A little bit. On the other hand, I don't think you can look at this horse and be very confident that he wants to go this far.
Kavanaugh, who showed speed going 9 furlongs last out.
Yeah, and he lost to a decent enough horse. I thought he was a player in here. I've heard others, but he
Stoke the Fire, stepping back up in class.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of maiden specials. Claim coming in. Cipriano Contreras has okay numbers off the claim with maidens, not great.
Blinkers on Bayou Blitz went by. Here's the 6 Tis My Hero stretching out.
Bayou Blitz would be my pick, and I hope the rider goes to the lead. Tis My Hero would not be my pick.
Here is Iron Dome, the half-brother to our good friend Mr. Buff.
Well, he ain't no Mr. Buff.
Very few are.
Nor am I, but he's a little slow.
And Can't Stop Willis.
I don't think he's impossible his last race. The problem is he doesn't have much speed, and he sort of had a lot of chances. I'm sort of 5-1 in this race.
The 1 continues to be the favorite, though. Just Classic. For more, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, and I think a deserving favorite coming off of that big buyer figure last time, and gets a good inside draw. Remember, this is a mile race, so begins and ends at the 16th pole, and I want good position in that first turn. He has enough natural speed to kind of set up shop right in that coveted pocket position. Just Classic looks good physically and makes a lot of sense. The 2, Grand Oracle. Now, while I agree with Andy that, you know, it's questionable how far he wants to go, looking at him from a physical perspective, it feels like he'd stay at least the mile. And last time, I just thought he let go too early to really say that it was the distance. You know, obviously a bad post last time, but he really just didn't run. And now he comes back, and I think if you see more of the horse that ran first time, I guess what I'm saying is school is out, or I'm just not decided that the distance was the issue last time. The 3, Kavanaugh, ultimately be the top selection for me. Kind of a thick son of Malibu Moon. Those kind of horses need to race into condition a bit more. I felt like his last race was a step forward, and that was 9 furlongs. Now he, cuts back to 8 furlongs, and maybe it's a little bit of that Goldilocks effect. Maybe you stretch him a bit too far. The sprints maybe a little too quick for him, and now he gets it a mile, which could be just right. And even though his form isn't good and he's a big price, I would be remiss not to mention something about the 6, Tis My Hero, who came off an extended layoff. Guys, there's a late scratch. Let me just get this. The 1, Just Classic, is a late scratch, guys, so that changes the complexion of the race a great deal, particularly from a wagering standpoint. But getting back to Tis My Hero, this horse came off an extended layoff, had run from October of 23 to March of 25. Thought the race was okay. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he'll stretch out well. He's going to have to get faster, but he looked too good for me not to mention as your longest price in the field. And it's good to see Joey Bellemere, his rider, back, who was injured earlier in the meeting, guys.
Richie, thank you. Yeah, big late scratch here of your favorite, Just Classic, coming out late scratch on the track in race 3 at Oaklawn Park. To talk about a couple of the storylines we touched on in the post raid with the 7, Iron Dome, the half-brother to Mr. Buff, multiple New York bred stakes winner, as we'll look back on a little highlight reel of the good old Mr. Buff running in those colors of Chester and Mary Broman. And he was one of those horses, Andy, that no, he was never able to pick up that graded stake that I know so many of us felt that he deserved, but he was just about as tough and consistent a horse as one could find.
I mean, he ran graded stakes type performances in some of his wins. The timing just wasn't really right for him, but when Mr. Buff was good, and I believe he was 17 for 48 lifetime, when he was good, he was very, very good. A big horse.
He was massive.
I don't think that, unfortunately, Iron Dome is yet shown to be as talented. And you know, obviously with the favorite coming out, it changes everything, because you look at the 5, it was 9-2, now he's 2-1. It doesn't change the complexion of the race from a dynamic standpoint, because he wasn't a speed. So I don't think he was going to have an effect necessarily from that standpoint, but you're taking out the favorite.
Yeah.
And, you know, every decision in handicapping comes down to where you are in the favorite.
2-1 now.
How vulnerable you feel they are, or not vulnerable at all.
2-1 now on the 5, Bayou Blitz, who does get the blinkers on. As I know, this is a horse you touched on the post parade that you had interest in. Now he's 2-1, so you're kind of stuck taking the worst of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet him at 2-1. You know, I think Richie's point is well taken with Grand Oracle. I mean, he's a McKinsey from an Orb Dam, so that's obviously why Ron McQuett is thinking, I got to give this horse another chance going long, because the pedigree is screaming going long distances, and I get that. And you don't want to just get down to horse off one bad race. I just can't get over the fact that this horse ran so much worse going longer than he did first time out going shorter. And some horses, their pedigrees are anomalies.
Yeah, very true. Saw this horse last time at Oaklawn. Very handsome and well put together horse. We'll see what he can do trying a distance of ground once again. Late scratch of the 1, Just Classic. Favoritism has shifted over to the 5, Bayou Blitz. Maiden special weight going a mile at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
Can't Stop Willis. Rounding out the field of 7 now with the late scratch of Just Classic. We're ready to go. And Lyroff 'Tis My Hero, prominent in the first 100 yards. Bayou Blitz snatches the lead and takes it from Grand Oracle on a snug hold. Second early with 'Tis My Hero, who's 3 deep. Stoke the Fire, pumped upon just a little bit going into the first turn run, passing Iron Dome. Can't Stop Willis, who's now second to last. Kavanaugh rides the rail within 6 lengths of the lead as the 7 runners round the clubhouse turn. The pacemaker, Bayou Blitz with 'Tis My Hero right there on the outside, hounding. They've opened up 3. Grand Oracle sets up shop, racing alone third, a length and a tail. To Stoke the Fire, Kavanaugh to his inside. Iron Dome is still second to last, and Can't Stop Willis joins him as they head down the backstretch. The top 2 get acquainted on the lead here. Bayou Blitz on a hold, neck in front. 'Tis My Hero pestering him, and they've streaked about 5 or 6 ahead of Grand Oracle and Kavanaugh. They're side by side. Stoke the Fire sent along. He's losing position. Iron Dome is passing him on the rail. Can't Stop Willis still with him as they go into the far turn run. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Bayou Blitz half length in front. Outside, 'Tis My Hero trying. He's second, though, as Bayou Blitz narrowly leads coming to the top of the lane. Still a big gap. Back to Grand Oracle, who's pumped upon. Stoke the Fire's reclaiming third. He's coming on nicely, Stoke the Fire. At the top of the lane, Iron Dome behind horses right now, searching for racing room as they come down the lane. Here comes Stoke the Fire. Stoke the Fire with a run to the lead from Bayou Blitz. Iron Dome is into third, charging and trying to get up into second, but Stoke the Fire off the claim by Sippy Contreras to win it. Bayou Blitz was second, Iron Dome third, and Kavanaugh was fourth.
Sippy Contreras off the claim. Stoke the Fire might have been stepping up in class, but he certainly got pace to run at.
It looked like the number 5 Bayou Blitz was home around the turn, but then you could see there was one horse and really only one horse moving well, and that was Stoke the Fire, who just circled the entire field and came on to win fairly convincingly. Yes, the 5 Bayou Blitz beat the rest pretty easily, but Stoke the Fire was best, and this was a real improvement off the claim. Claim from Ron McQuett, but really moved forward. This was been with Mark Cassey before that. Todd Pletcher, Tom Amos, a lot of big names just got embarrassed there.
Randy Esquivel in the saddle, back over to Aqueduct. We see she's wicked smart, making her way into the winner's circle. Maddie Olver in the saddle. She guts out a tough photo finish.
Not exactly winning like a 6-5 shot should, but ended up working out for her. Was it her determination or a little bit of a hang on Dream on Cara?
Maybe a little
if you
bit
had Dream on Cara, you're still a little bit sick.
$4.50. She's wicked smart over Dream on Cara, 152 in race 3 at Aqueduct. We will take a quick timeout here on America's Day at the races. When we come back, we'll meet the newest Hall of Fame class, Marty Jones, the latest inductee, Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner. More in his story after this.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Smarty Jones is all out, and those two deadlocked at the 8th pole, and Smarty Jones is rose to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. Farther back, it's Limehouse and Imperialism, and here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slough in 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
Smarty Jones in the 2004 Kentucky Derby, winner of the Derby and Preakness, the lone selection in the contemporary category, the Pennsylvania bred Smarty Jones, the only voted in on the ballot this year to join the class in the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame.
I understand that Smarty Jones was an extremely popular horse, and that's really cool. It really is, and I like the fact he had a lot of fans, and that's a good thing. The Hall of Fame isn't for popular horses. The Hall of Fame really, in my way, was diminished by Smarty Jones getting in this year. I think it sets a very bad precedent. Funny Side should be in then. Risen Star should be in. Charismatic should be in. I'll Have Another. Big Brown. The list goes on of very good horses that won 2 legs of the Triple Crown. Smarty Jones won 2 Grade 1 races, both age restricted. He did not win the Triple Crown. And people can say, well, Justify got in, he didn't race after the Belmont. He won the Triple Crown. And I think that bar has been established. Smarty Jones, a popular horse, a cool horse. But when we start electing horses because of their popularity and you ignore a horse, I'll take Kona Gold that doesn't get in every year. He's one of the great sprinters of the last 25 years. Some would argue the best one. He has qualifications. He hasn't got in. That may or may not be fair to you, but he certainly has better qualifications in a full career than Smarty Jones, who also didn't go on and have a particularly good stud career, if you want to look at that as a way to extend their careers. He never ran again after the Belmont Stakes. He was a really nice horse, but we never got to find out how good he was. He never ran against older horses, and I think he got in because he's popular. And when you start doing that, it's like, are they the Oscars or the People's Choice Awards? In this particular year, the Hall of Fame became the People's Choice Awards, and I think that that's a shame.
Well, as far as playing devil's advocate on this side of the story, Maggie, there truly was the Smarty Party, and Smarty Jones did embody throughout his racing career kind of the big wins for the little guy.
Well, Acacia, I don't completely disagree with Andy because I like my life. No, I'm kidding. But I will say this, and we heard it in, the call of that Kentucky Derby, that he was the first Kentucky Derby winner to win it undefeated since Seattle Slough. So doing a little bit there, and then 2, just showing the brilliance and what keeps us coming back for more in this game is that a horse can come from anywhere. They can have blue-collar pedigree, they can have blue-collar connections, and one could also argue that Smarty Jones, while he captured the hearts of the nation, in doing so, he may arguably have saved the racing in Pennsylvania. If it wasn't for, Smarty Jones coming on the scene, racing was looking desperate in the turn of the century to stay, to stay there because they had the casino license. They didn't really need racing per se. So Smarty Jones, yes, winning the popularity contest, and I get it. He was a horse that definitely captured my heart at the end of the day. But, Andy, I also went and I called Brian Boyer of the Hall of Fame and asked him, what are some of the factors and are there, requirements that you send out to the voters that they have to gauge on who they vote for? He said no. One thing is a stallion career is not considered whatsoever, and it's truly open to opinion. So with your argument in mind, do you feel as though they should now be sending out requirements for those horses, jockeys, trainers, other than the years, the 25 or the 20 years that they have to wait to get into the Hall of Fame, but more specific criteria for them to gain that honor?
think Smarty Jones. First of all, let's be clear. In a fight with Maggie, she'd be 1 to a million to kick my butt. So let's just get that out of the way to start with.
My money is on Maggie,
so
sorry.
it's me that's afraid to disagree with Maggie. But you know, I think there's something with Maggie. I think it's very clear that we have unqualified voters voting. I really do. And frankly, I don't know how Smarty Jones even got nominated. I don't understand. There's too many other horses with similar type credentials. And I love the idea of popular horses. They have people's choice. They have that Vox Populi award for people. But I think the Hall of Fame needs to be remain sacred. And when this starts happening, that's out the window. And for me, I just don't really have any respect for these kind of decisions. I think there are people and horses that didn't get in this year that are far more qualified than Smarty Jones. And I particularly think his getting in the Hall of Fame is unfortunate. But obviously some will disagree with me, and that's horse racing.
Andy, of course, you have the experience as far as those Hall of Fame votes do go. And we, of course, congratulate the connections of Smarty Jones and Smarty Jones himself on joining this year's Hall of Fame class. When we come back, the sibling rivalry continues on the track in race 4 at Aqueduct. Dylan Davis will be aboard the Juan Carapara, while Katie Davis has the mount on the 6, Troubled Luck.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday as we'll meet the field for race 4. Coming up, Dylan Davis's mount, Carapara, to kick things off.
I like Carapara's chances here on the drop down. The way I look at it is there's 2 severe drop downs, Whistler Style and Carapara, and Whistler Style just a little too slow early for me.
Karen's Honor went by. There's the 3 Whistler Style, as you mentioned.
I didn't love Karen's Honor. I'm surprised she take as much money as she did. I do respect Whistler Style. I worry about her incredible lack of speed.
Dolce Serra, tough beat to finish second last time out.
I tried her last time, but you see, she dropped down to this level. She had her chance, so I prefer others.
La Grotte coming up next.
She's maybe in the deep, as good form as anybody in here. I just think in all likelihood, either the 1 or 3, if not both, will run better than her.
Troubled Luck, 8-1 on the board. Katie Davis.
Eddie DeLauro has 2 in here. He's got Dolce Sarah as well, and she's obviously the more likely one of the 2 with Katie, who's finding new stardom now with the Netflix series.
Absolutely. You pick 5, kicking off here as well. Let's go down, check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Dylan might be killing on the racetrack, but in life, Katie is the superstar. As we'll take a look here at number 5, Legrat, who was favored just before I started talking, but is taking quite a bit of money. Now, I actually have not seen her for a race in a long time. I have not been in the paddock or haven't been here for whatever reason, and she has actually done very well now as a 5-year-old. She's finally filled out. She's so much stronger across her top line. And 2, this race kind of crying out for somebody to assume the lead early on, and it very well could be her. Like I said, I am pleased with what I'm seeing from Legrat, but at the end of the day, her dirt races, when it comes to speed figures, they just seem a little bit light, and so I'd prefer to take a horse like Whistler Style, who will be my selection in here, as she's gone to favoritism at 2-1, and I think rightfully so. As Andy said, she is a drop down in here, and I spoke with trainer Gustavo Rodriguez about taking the blinkers off, first time in quite a while that she won't participate in a race without them, and he said, as he does get on a lot of his own horses, that when he breezes her in the morning without them, she is so push button and felt as though that she's doing better breezing than what she has been running in the afternoon. So the only denominator he could come up with was the blinkers. So he thought, let's take them off, obviously give her a drop in class and hope for the best. And I gotta say, she looks phenomenal here. She looks better than what she had over the winter time. Her coat's come around, she's dappled head to toe, and I am going to lean on Whistler Style because while I respect Carapera, she just doesn't look nearly as good, Acacia.
Good news on Whistler Style. Blinkers coming off as well will be Maggie's top pick, and you go, Andy, to the 1, Carapara. So kind of the ones that are taking most of the attention in here.
Yeah, for better or worse, and they're going to be the 2 favorites, judging by the multi-race bets by post time. My problem with Whistler Style is that she's just got no speed, and that worries me a little bit with her. But, that was sort of a problem with the second place finisher last time, and that's not why she lost the race. You look at these horses, and some have run in 25s, but they're mostly $16,000 claimers. But Carapara is descending, 25, 35. Whistler Style's been running in higher races. And these kind of drop downs, the bottom level in these conditional claiming races, they really do matter quite a bit because they're just meeting a lot of horses that have had their chances in this particular condition. And one of the reasons is they keep losing to the new faces that come into the condition, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, those horses are Carapara and Whistler Style. Either Carapara getting Dylan Davis back. No knock on Lane Leslie, who I think's ridden very well. But Dylan's, Dylan at this point is one of the top riders in the country. His sister Katie is the superstar because she's bigger on the Netflix show, and she's Katie, and she's got so much personality as well as skills as a rider. More importantly, skills as a rider. But Dylan's made a move to the upper echelon of the riding colony. He really has. The difference between how we viewed Dylan a year ago today and how we view him is night and day.
I would say, and you pointed it out, the last year in particular, we saw it really, I think, on display with his Saratoga this summer. That's the place where you have the best of the best. The guys from Kentucky come in, the New York riders, you have a strong New York colony all year round. But the way that he was able to carry on that Aqueduct form into Saratoga really proved that he'd taken that step.
Careers get made and careers get sabotaged in Saratoga. It's, my old friend Harvey Pack used to say, my departed but wonderful friend, when people would say it's the graveyard of favorites or champions, Harvey would say, no, it's the graveyard of bad handicappers. And every one of us has been exposed up there, but that's why when we have a successful meet, you feel so much better, but also from trainers. Chad Brown went to Oaklawn Park, won 1 race, and got disqualified, and nobody really heard of Chad Brown. He was a local kid, so he got a little bit of press. And then Maram won the maiden race up in Saratoga. And he started to do some good things up in Saratoga. And then when Maram won the Breeders' Cup, that's what elevated him. And Dylan, as much success as he's had, or well he's ridden, you start opening some eyes when you come to Saratoga. Tyler Gaffalione. Kyler's had a lot of good Saratoga meets. Not like last year was a breakout meet, and he's done very well at Gulfstream. He's done well at Churchill. But when is he going to get noticed as one of the best riders in the game at Saratoga? And we hope that Tyler is able to get back and ride most of that Saratoga meet, and hope that he's mending from his broken ankle.
Yes, I
and
believe
those
I
can be
heard
tricky.
late June.
Really?
expected back.
Oh, I had heard later, so that would be great.
Yes.
Good. Well, I hope so. I hope he
Yes.
gets back soon. It's such a tough part of the game,
Expecting
getting
a little
injuries.
boy as
Oh, are
well.
they?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's
Yeah.
nice. Good guy, Kyler. And
Very.
he's a terrific rider. And, you know, when you think about him and Saratoga, he'll take trips out of town, go other places. He's had exceptional meets up there. Obviously, with Matt Musiker, his agent, they do a terrific job together as a team. But Tyler is a super jockey. I hope he's healthy for Saratoga. That would be great.
Very well said. Well, Dylan Davis, though, reunited with Carapara, who he's won on twice, in fact, both here over this Aqueduct course. 2-1 right now in that class dropper. Whistler Style, the other favorite, another class dropper, Javier Castellano, looking for another win today. Have a pick 5 kicking off here. Race 4 up next at the Big A. Great to see the sun shining in New York as well. Chris Griffin standing by, ready for the call.
Karen's Honor set to move forward. Manny Franco aboard. Beginning of the late pick 5 on this Thursday. Here's Whistler's Style. Javier Castellano. Dulce Seta will be next. Jose Lascano in the saddle. And now 2 out. Legrat. And Troubled Luck. Katie Davis to the outside. Troubled Luck. Moving forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Troubled Luck broke very sharply from an outside draw. Very slow at the start there was Whistler's Style, who's the lone trailer. The leader is now Legrat, who's going to muscle on through, and Legrat is in front, is in hand, and doing it easily. Legrat is up by 3/4 of a length. Here's Karen's Honor towards the inside, is up with the early action, and now Troubled Luck, who broke on top, is back to third. Dulce Seta's in between horses just had to check hard there as crossing over was Karen's Honor. Wanted to move to the outside here of Legrat, who controls the tempo at the rail there is Carapara. Far back, Whistler's Style is the trailer 23.60 for that measured opening quarter. It's been an easy lead for Legrat, and Legrat is a neck in front. Karen's Honor now more comfortable towards the outside here is stalking from second. Carapara is at the rail as a challenging third. Less than a half mile to go. They went 46 and 3 for a half mile time. Troubled Luck is called upon for the effort. Back there in fifth is going to be Dulce Seta and Lascano. They're going to have a wide run, and they're all chasing Legrat. It's Legrat still with a nose in front. Here comes Karen's Honor is ready to pounce, and these two are head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Legrat tries to battle on. Here's Karen's Honor 2 wide. 3 wide is Carapara's got a wide opening there. 3 wide. Troubled Luck is trying to rally. Dulce Seta, the leader, is Karen's Honor, but now Carapara is cut loose and Carapara has taken the lead. It's Carapara. Whistler's Style from way out of it has made up a ton of ground, and Whistler's Style is trying to split rivals doing just that. They're slowing down up front, and Javier Castellano with Whistler's Style is rolling in between horses. Whistler's Style was far back, but is going to run by them all and win it. Whistler Style over Carapara, Karen's Honor, and Dulce Seta in 1 minute 37 and 4.
She was very far back, as she always is, but Whistler Style came running late between horses to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was clear at this point, even on the screen, even though Whistler Style's not in the picture, that only the 1 or 3 could win this race, because it was absolutely clear that the 1 was going to finish ahead of the horses that were on the screen. So the only question was whether the 3 would be able to put that run in and get it done. And she ended up doing that, partly because Carapara just couldn't finish the deal. I mean, you can't ride a horse any better than Dylan rode Carapara there. He did his job. She just didn't do the job enough to get the win. And the 2 horses dropping down, not surprisingly, ran 1-2 at 6-5 and 5-2, with Whistler Style and Javier getting the win.
Second win today for Javier Castellano. The board was spot on as she went off as your 6-5 favorite. Whistler Style very far back out of the picture, as she always is, but came running with that drop in class, getting the victory 3-1-2-4 in race 4 at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. More live racing from Oakland Park as well after this on America's Day at the Races.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey in a dominant performance.
One to be able to get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frizette easily.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, we owe you some prices from race 4. There goes Whistler Style. Second win today for Javier Castellano. Second off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Just grounded down to get the win for Gustavo Rodriguez. And Javier gets his second win, as you said. Just a race that just sort of welcomed her into the fold down the stretch.
It did. It was like the sea parted, and that was it. As you said, Dylan Davis did everything he could with Carapara, and she's at this level for a reason, I suppose you could say. You know, this is the right level for these horses. They drop down, and it's just, you can't change them at this point.
Right. If, like me, you took the 5-2 on Carapara, you have nothing to complain about. You got a great ride, a perfect trip. You looked like a winner, and she just couldn't seal the deal.
$4.70 winner on Whistler's Style as we turn the page and take a look at the 5th race coming up. New York bred maiden claiming going 7 furlongs on the main track here, and relatively wide open board at the moment. It's Skippy Town, who's 5-2, as I think everybody's kind of getting wise to the fact that when Adam Rice ships into New York, it's usually with intent.
Right, but she's a distant 4th choice looking at all the multi-race bets. She's obviously going to go up, and right, I have her 3rd in here because I respect Adam, as you suggest, coming in here. But she comes out of an 18-length loss in a maiden special weight race down at Mahoning Valley, where the winner ran an 84 Beyer, a firster, and came back and ran 3rd at 1-9 with a 61 Beyer. So I question the quality of that race as much as I respect Adam.
More on that race in a moment, but first back over to Oaklawn Park. The 4th race coming up. Arkansas breds in the spotlight to go 6 furlongs in the starter allowance here. And we'll kick things off with the one party in the streets. Andy's leading the band.
Well, if you like Arky breds, these last 2 weeks at Oaklawn are for you. So hunker down.
Here's Rerun feeling sharp.
I know what it feels like at the racetrack to feel like there are reruns going on sometimes.
Sweet Fantasy now in the Norm Cassie barn.
Yeah, I think that she's one of the main players. I had 3, 6, 7, 8 left in.
The 4 is out. Here's the 5, Holus Bolus.
Yeah, she comes off the claim and very popular, and I don't want to be claiming from the barn she is, but she's a reclaim for these connections.
Cut back in distance for String Theory.
Well, I can't not like a horse named String Theory, being a big fan of the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Greatest shows in television history.
Great show. AP Ruley blinkers off.
I think she's dangerous because of her speed, and she is at least outside the other speeds.
Layoff runner Task is next.
Yeah, I don't wholly trust this horse coming in, but has good enough races here and should get some pace to run at.
Here's Debater, second last time out.
Like the public, wasn't a big fan. 10-pound bug rider aboard.
And Spoon Man.
Spoonman is a little slow, to say the least. That's why he's almost 50 to 1.
Big price on the board. Favoritism on the 3, Sweet Fantasy, who showed speed, comes out of a stake try. I know he was well beaten that day, but just a horse that kind of makes sense in this spot.
Yeah, I worry a little bit that there's potential speed from any of the 3, 6, and 7.
Yep.
And I always worry that the horse inside of him is under the gun, especially at a short price. You know, I'm a friend of Norm's and a fan of his training talents. But I don't love this horse's positioning in the race, though he's an obvious contender in here. And at least with the 7, AP Rule, you're outside the other speeds. So I'd be more inclined to look at the 6 and 7, maybe even the 8 off the layoff. No, it's virtually a year layoff for the 8. And I don't know if you want it. I don't know how you occasionally. I think taking horses at short prices coming off long layoffs, unless you're really confident that they're barns that really have them cranked up, then it's a dubious thing.
It's also a bit tricky because obviously with the layoff of that time, there's clearly some issues or something happened, because we're seeing this horse come back now when it's towards the end of the Oaklawn
Trying to get in, trying to get a race
trying
in.
to get
Sure,
a race
of
in
course,
for these big
understandable.
purses for the Arkansas breds. With
Sure.
a horse like this, kind of what do you do with them throughout the summer except wait for Oaklawn to open back
I
up?
want to know. We should do a story. What do the Archie breds do
What do they
after
do?
Oaklawn?
Have some time at the farm
Come
if
by
they're
and
good
visit
enough.
people?
Maybe.
I'm sure some
yeah.
race other places, as we know, but
Right.
you
But
know,
I'm sure, if you are a trainer that has a lot of Arkansas breds, you point for these races because of the big purses.
I love the state breeding programs
Mhm.
because I think it also there's such a sense of pride by the people that are involved in their horses, and I think that's one of the cool things about these state bred programs.
Couldn't agree more. Arkansas breds up next. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Sweet Fantasy going to the lead right away. String Theory pressing the issue from the outside. He's second early. AP Ruley runs in third with Debater. Then comes Task off the pace today with Holus Bolus. They're 2.5 better than Rerun. Spoonman sent along already. Second to last. Party in the Streets is trailing. And first is Sweet Fantasy. Sweet Fantasy a length and 3/4 ahead. String Theory in chase mode second. He's 2 clear of AP Ruley in third as they go into the far turn. They're strung out. Debater and Holus Bolus there together. Task is on the rail. He's 8 or 9 lengths off the pace. 2.5 ahead of Party in the Streets. Rerun alongside, and Spoonman has dropped out as they round the far turn. Sweet Fantasy approaching the quarter pole, 3/4 of a length ahead. String Theory getting closer in second. AP Ruley niggled along from third, getting into the 3 path, coming off the turn. Debater is next as they wheel for the judge. The others have got to pick it up. String Theory up to challenge Sweet Fantasy. AP Ruley right behind them. String Theory with a furlong ago has taken control here. Sweet Fantasy behind in second. AP Ruley third. String Theory pulling away close to home, and String Theory is going to prevail by 2.5 lengths. Sweet Fantasy holds second. Task third. Debater was fourth.
String Theory gets the win, cutting back in distance. Now both wins have come sprinting.
And while this 3, 6, and 7 were the forward horses, the 3 was able to get a fairly controlled lead here with Ricardo Santana. He just wasn't good enough to get it done, and a comfortable stalk by String Theory, who gets it done for Ron Requet. I thought Ron's enjoyed a really strong meet, especially earlier in the meet. This horse is 2 to 1. We saw him win with quite a few prices, and that's a sign when things are going well. Most trainers can win with even money shots.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
when you start winning at bigger price, it's a good sign.
Had some big ones, of course, the Southwest with Speed King as well. As I'm saying goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back downstairs reporting in a bit, but I'm leaving you in good hands.
Great to see you.
As always.
It's good to have everybody
I'm
back
back
from
now.
Oaklawn. We were great. We missed you guys, man. You all left us down for Oaklawn. I know.
I imagine
but,
the office was very quiet.
It was. I miss both you and Maggie's. I like to stop by and we all chat during the day. And shockingly, people in this department managed to get along fairly well, which is pretty hard to believe considering I'm one of them.
No drama here. As Greg Wolf is coming up on the dust to take you the rest of the way. String Theory gets the win at Oaklawn prices. More live racing from Oaklawn and Aqueduct after this.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Nick, how are you? How you doing? Good to see you. How you guys doing today? Good?
Walt Barasinik owns Old Tavern Farm with wife Michelle, who's on the board of directors of the racetrack Chaplaincy, New York. Together, they welcome the chance to introduce these children to the breeding side of the thoroughbred industry, as most of the students already have some idea of what it's like to work at a racetrack because many of their parents work there. Andres Garcia has watched both his parents make a living taking care of racehorses at Belmont and Saratoga.
I really admire how hard my parents work and how everybody with horses work.
This is a yearling filly. If you're looking to buy a racehorse, let's talk about some of the things buyers are looking for.
The Chaplaincy's Dick Harris explains that field trips like this are meant to inspire the students to aim high.
The world is open to them, and whatever they pursue, we are there to stand alongside them and guide them and direct them.
Got a nice back line.
Today they learned about yearling confirmation, what it costs to buy a horse, and that if a yearling's airways are less than perfect, it can drive down the sale price. Among the students paying close attention, Jacob Alicia.
They put the tube down their throat, and they see like they're breathing good. It means they can run like fast. But if they can't breathe good, they can't run at all.
The farm mascot, Pork Chop, was a big hit.
He's a pet, okay? So we don't harvest them, meaning that we don't, we're not gonna barbecue them in the future.
I like feeding the horses and feeding the pigs. I really had a fun time here that I learned a lot about different horses, like, and different animals.
And they leave the farm knowing much more about another aspect of the industry in which their parents are involved.
Good to be with you. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement, Racetrack Chaplaincy of America. No one probably knows better
all the good they do than the man sitting right next to me, Andy Serling.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the chaplaincy and everything they do for the people on the backstretch and the people there. Nick Harris, you saw him in that well, but of course Umberto and his wife Karen, they do such a great job. And listen, it's hard to tell people about donating, because whether you have your own financial situation, but if you're looking to give money and do things worthwhile, there's many racing charities where they're for horses going forward, but the chaplaincy as well is one that, along with BEST and the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association, 3 that we're proud of here at NYRA, that all do so much for so many people that are deserving.
No question. We're going to get into the Pick 4 in a moment. We're going to look ahead first to the weekend coming up. And on the turf, 3-year-olds stakes action on the lawn, 1 mile over the turf in the Woodhaven. $125,000 purse. Look at the field that will line up and Dream On, one of the contenders here for Mark Casse, who's going back to Saratoga last summer, continues to be on just an incredible run.
She was my selection in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf last year. She had the lead for a while, so it was a great bet for about 7 furlongs. She won her return race. She did not run particularly well in her next race. She is dangerous. She's a speed horse. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I think he's a... Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought, I think he's one of the contenders in here. I prefer some others in this race. I think it's amazing that the favorite in the morning line, and shows the power of Chad Brown, is the horse on the rail that's never been on the turf, Septarian, whose dirt form is just sort of okay here. And I guess David rightfully so made him the favorite. I think Tiz Dashing, if he can get a decent trip in here, he can win. Did not like the trip he had this last start.
Won his debut sprinting for Barclay Tagg. Just missed in the Awad stretching out, start number 2. So he's very precocious early. And yeah, could be setting up for a big one, third off the bench.
He's wide the entire way around the track, and he never really stopped moving forward, just like getting between horses here. And if he can work out, I think, a good trip, save a little ground at some point, win. It's a competitive race.
Major player, Barclay Tagg, John Velasquez will team up there. Christophe Clement with Revolutionnaire making States start number 2, a horse who's a group place over Longchamp.
And he lost to Zulu Kingdom, who has to be considered one of the leaders at this point of the male division. And of course, racing is going to get much more serious. So the Grand Motion horse who won down at, is it Time Tested? The horse who won the Transylvania at Keeneland, and they're all going in for that big American, whatever it's called on Derby Day. What is the 3-year-old race? American something? American Derby? I don't know what it's called.
Might be the American Derby.
I don't know. It's a big 3-year-old race on Derby Day that Web Slinger won 2 years ago. That'll have to do.
Here's our favorite, or one of them, co-favorite right now as we get set for this Pick 4 coming up. Skippy Town, new in town, coming from Mahoning Valley for trainer Adam Rice, who's taking over training duties. Talk about this one's chances when we come back.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and Millionaires Bound for Nowhere, and Factor This, a top 10 sire of winners since 2019. With dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday card from Aqueduct, coverage from Hot Springs, Arkansas as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the action you're seeing at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Here's our post parade at the start of the Pick 4. New York bred 30 maiden claiming 7 furlong sprint. Here's Consider It Done.
I'm interested in this horse off the claim for Linda Rice. I like when she claims maidens, and I'm going to take a chance this one moves forward as the speed for Linda.
A couple of races on the resume of Stormy's Dreaming that make him interesting.
I agree with you, but what happened last time, and maybe a little less distance, but I can't get past his last race, and he's had so many chances, Greg.
Big drop for Omaha Pistol, deserving favorite.
I thought he'd be 6-5 in here, and I'm not sure he shouldn't be.
He may well be by the time we get to post time. Here's Stimuli, Rudy Rodriguez.
He's just never lifted a hoof in any of his 3 starts.
Maybe the most interesting outsider on this entire card today, Skippy Town.
He's a wise guy type horse because he doesn't have credentials to be competitive, but it's a very sharp horse shipping in a private purchase for Adam Rice. I wonder what he paid.
All of a sudden, Lee missed by a half length last start. He likes to be forward, but he shortens up.
Yeah, he did, but he's had a lot of chances.
And Captain Jax Perro, Mike Maker, Dylan Davis team up outside.
Why is this horse 9-2 in here?
Don't get it.
I don't get why he's taking money. I mean, why is the 3 5-2? Isn't he? I'm shocked that he's not a shorter price.
Yeah, figured he'd be much closer to even money.
Yeah, that's why I didn't pick him. I mean, I picked it 1-3, but thinking the 3 would be 6 or 7-5.
7 furlongs here in this 5th to start this Pick 4. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that wild card horse coming in from Ohio. Is number 6, Skippy Town, who I agree with Andy. I do wonder what they paid. It couldn't have been that much because honestly, not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but when we were watching that feature about the backstretch chaplaincy and the children learning about confirmation of foals, it made me really look at Skippy Town's confirmation because he does toe out significantly, so kind of that Charlie Chaplin type of stance. And I also noticed that he has a 3/4 right front shoe because he does toe out more significantly in his right front, and he also wears what we call hitting straps. So they adhere to the back hind pasterns, or just kind of neoprene, which prevent horses from cutting into themselves with their front feet. So obviously a horse that has the propensity to cut into himself with that confirmation fall. But also watching his replay, he definitely moved like a horse that wanted more ground than the 5.5 that he got to cover first time out, and that race dominated by a heavy favorite on the front end. So looking at him, I really like the 7/8 because he's far, I don't know what he was like first time out, obviously, but he is very sharp coming in here. He's been bowling around the paddock, just really aggressive with his handlers and really well turned out, which is usually the case with these Adam Rice horses that come to New York. So I'm going to take a shot with him here, but obviously heeding the fact that he's going to have to improve quite significantly. As Andy, your horse that you've picked, Consider It Done, looks phenomenal. I almost took him, but I wanted to give you your glory. It really, really looks good for Linda Rice first off the claim, but what do you do with number 3, Omaha Pistol, who is the drop down in here and didn't run that badly last time out. He kind of broke running, but then he couldn't quite keep up, going the 6, turning back from the 7, which he had run in his first 2 efforts. He looks like a horse that should be quicker, and maybe with that drop in class, he will be able to assert himself more so than what we've seen from him. He was fairly wound up and fired up back in the paddock, and he's a short coupled horse that, like I said, just looks as though he should have more early speed. And number 7, all of a sudden, Lee, we saw a big improvement from him last time out, and a horse that likes to be forward, but that was going a mile. And I will say that last time he was really, really aggressive, and he was washed out as well. Not the case today. So could that be a positive? Maybe. I'm not sure. He just made an overall better impression from his disposition standpoint than what he did back on March 21st. And then I apologize to any of my colleagues that have covered Captain Jack Sparrow prior to me, but this is the first time I'm seeing him, and it's a very clever name given by our good friend Buck Butler, owner and breeder for this maker trainee, in that he's missing his left eye. He had a little accident when he was a foal and unfortunately lost his eye, but I just thought that was pretty clever naming by Buck. Greg?
Okay, it's a Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have one eye, the character, the Johnny Depp character? That's Captain Jack Sparrow, right?
Yeah, he is a pirate.
He's a pirate. They all have one eye. You can only have one eye if you're a pirate. Is that the way it works?
I think Johnny Depp had both eyes, but still clever.
No, I agree. I like it. I just was trying to get it. I'm not an aficionado of the Pirates of the... Have you seen those movies?
I did see the first one.
Isn't Keith Richards in one of them?
Johnny Depp actually based his character off of Keith Richards.
But I thought he was in one of them too. I thought he had like a cameo in one of them. Maybe he made a cameo. That's one of the things.
But yeah, he pretty much based the entire character off.
I saw Johnny Depp at the premiere of Benny and June years ago, and he and Iggy Pop were walking around barefoot.
Okay, it's kind of rude.
Well, no, listen, it was his movie. Benny and June's a good movie. You ever see it?
Long time ago,
good movie, yeah.
7-5 favorite, Omaha Pistol. This is my show. I still wear my shoes. I mean,
but there have been people on the show known to not wear.
That is true.
Lots of parts of their clothing.
That is true. Now that price getting more to where we thought it would be with the 3.
I mean, I think he's supposed to be. You know, it's always the same with drop downs. You know, why are they dropping? Are you suspicious of it? Decision you have to make. But I mean, he comes out of a race. Their chairman came back and improved dramatically, and I was sort of a runoff, but he'd run other good races as well. Just run against better horses. A 58 and 59 buyers are better than the kind of figures that in general they run in here. I guess all of a sudden Lee can compete at that level at his very best. He just seems like way the horse to beat. I bet the 1, but I boxed him the exacta with a 3, and I pressed 3-1. But I don't have any great illusions. I think I'm curious to see what the 6 does, and I think Maggie, one of us needs to find out what Adam paid for him. The
horse that beat him at Mahoning Valley got a huge figure.
First-time starter.
First out winner that got an 84 Beyer speed figure in victory. And of course, this horse was 18.5 lengths behind him.
But he came back and lost at 1-9 with a 61 Beyer. So, but then again, maybe he was just super cranked up for his debut. And listen, the 6 is 6-1 if you like him, and you could do worse than. I have a feeling if you've just bet a couple bucks on the Adam racehorses that have run at Naira, you're doing just fine over the last few years.
Yeah, he's come in with
some close
shockers.
The game Sugar. Was that him? Was that his brother? He won the Mahoning, the ungraded race that's a prep for a race that somehow became a Grade 1.
Okay.
Where the also-rans win the race they made a Grade 1, while it's ungraded, but the Grade Stakes Committee really gets it right.
I feel a mood developing.
They're like horse players. They're never right, but rarely right, but never in doubt.
There's Skippy Town stepping in. Manny Franco, 4 Adam Rice set for the start of the pick. 4 Omaha Pistol, the 3 dropping class in the 6-5 favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning there for Skippy Town as the early trailer. Speed right to the front from Omaha Pistol and has company. Their Stimuli is in between horses now with a head advantage. It's Stimuli who goes right after Omaha Pistol, making it 3 wide. All of us suddenly, and these 3 hook up early. Just off of them, Jose Lescano looking to his right. Consider It Done has got rail position. Might just want to tuck right in behind the leading trio. Further back is Skippy Town, who's in front of Stormy's Dreaming, and the trailer, Captain Jack Sparrow. They are still 3 across the racetrack through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. Omaha Pistol is trying to shrug off the challenge from Stimuli, who's all in second. Here's Consider It Done, who does slip through at the rail, is just holding that position, and Consider It Done is coming right after Omaha Pistol, who continues to sprint on. The front 2 start to get away. Trying to keep up there is Stimuli, who's alone in third. All of a sudden, nothing from Skippy Town. Captain Jack Sparrow is the one rallying on from far out of it. 45.78 for a half-mile time. And the leader is Omaha Pistol. fighting on is Consider It Done towards the inside. These two are shoulder to shoulder here as they approach a final furlong. Captain Jack Sparrow's got a lot of ground to make up, but has taken third. Consider It Done still trying to just muscle on through and get by. It's now Consider It Done up by a half length. Consider It Done. Omaha Pistol. Consider It Done wins it. Consider It Done over Omaha Pistol, Captain Jack Sparrow, and Stormy's Dreaming in 1 minute 23.58 seconds.
Consider It Done. Omaha Pistol was these two and a long way back to the rest of the field in the end. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice come out on top.
Yeah, and Jose stayed in the rail as he saw how the others were riding so far off of it. And while he didn't break badly, but not super sharp, that's sort of always breaking a little behind on the rail. And guts it out on the inside. No excuse for Omaha Pistol. And after them, it was a long way back to the others. This was, I mean, Greg, this was a two-horse race for a full half mile.
It really was. 1-3-8-2. Omaha Pistol had that coveted sort of outside slot in here, but still unable to seal this deal. This horse dropped into this level last start. Second time, first off the claim at the level, gets it done for Linda Rice as we go downstairs.
Yeah, and gutting it out, but an adept ride by Jose Lezcano, Greg, knowing that the entire way around the turn, Omaha Pistol just getting out considerably with Eric Hansel. You could see that his outside rein was totally looped, and it's just hard to ride a horse like that. He hung in pretty gamely, but it'll be somebody else's problem, not Jeremiah Englehart's now, as he was the only one claimed in here.
3-1 on your winner. So Consider It Done. First off the claim, Linda Rice claims away from Christophe Clement and right into the winner's circle. We'll see if anyone got claimed out of this race in just a little bit. Again, 1-3-8-2 finish.
I am saddened that we weren't able to announce that Christophe got in the Hall of Fame this year, because I do believe that he belongs in the Hall of Fame.
And be called the winner. The winner, yes, did get claimed. Consider
the winner got claimed, but not the three?
Wow. The three did not get claimed?
I thought Maggie was saying the three got claimed. Yeah, the three got claimed,
Okay.
right. I can't believe they would claim the one and not the three.
Yeah,
the three was
right,
less
so
than 6-5 to be claimed.
Back to Oaklawn here. We're up to the 2 rerun.
Well, rerun, I feel like I've seen this one before.
Very good. Sweet. Worth looking.
My comment at the top of this page, the handicap race, was good luck. I mean, this race is as wide open as a race could get, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's a WW Crazy went by, blinkers off. Here's Go West, Steve Asmussen with Eric aboard.
Yeah, and Steve's run a lot of horses to the meet. I didn't prefer this one, but I mean, take anyone you want in here, except Cooler King. I pitched him.
Tough to make, yeah. 0 for 5 in the money this year. Juilliard, musicians all over the country betting this one.
This horse has a lot of figures that make him very dangerous in here.
7-2, drops down. Hightail Cowboy, 4-time winner.
He's just too slow on paper, though.
Drifter, major player for Dan Ward.
I'm a fan of Dan Ward. I don't love this horse, but he's had his chances, but he's far from impossible. I don't know. I don't know if Mig was able to figure out something clever here, but this race made me crazy trying to figure out who I'm supposed to like here.
As the board, tells you 7-2 is your favorite. Let's go to Mig now.
All right, first things first, Andy, it's not this race that made you crazy. You're just crazy to begin with. But that aside, I thought the 6 Go West from a physical appearance, and it is a Steve Asmussen runner, made some sense. Looked very charged up. I think he can be forward here in this spot, especially the way he was acting pre-race. I like him a little bit. The 8, Juilliard, made a lot of sense to me. I agree with you, Andy. A lot of races that would make this horse very competitive. Obviously, something went awry last time. Didn't break particularly well, was kind of rushed up, but this is a much easier spot. And then the 11, Drifter, I think that's who I'll ultimately land on. I just like the outside draw, takes the blinkers off for Dan Ward. And I was talking with Dan last week. He's actually going to be up in New York. He's going to have a presence in New York, going to have a division or a string of horses there. So a nice welcome addition. Dan, longtime assistant to Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer, does a good job. And I just thought Drifter might get the right trip from the outside. I'm with you, Andy, though. This is a handicapping conundrum.
Richie, it's crazier.
He's one to talk, by the way.
Yeah, I know, it's true.
He's barely been hanging on his sanity for a long time.
You know, most of us here.
That's why we get along so well.
That's why this team's so tight, yeah. 3-1 favorite has become Drifter. The blinkers off for Dan Ward on the outside in here. But yeah, as you look at this board, the 1, the 2, the 5, the 6, the 8, the 11, all bunched up very close together.
And I was thrilled to hear what Richie said, that Dan Ward's going to have some horses here in New York. I wish him the best of luck and agreed, as Richie mentioned, a longtime assistant to Jerry Hollendorfer. But, you know, you're not working for that operation unless you know what you're doing. And that's been apparent since he's gone out on his own.
3 minutes away from this fifth at Oaklawn starts the late pick 5. We'll get back to it in a moment. Return to the winner's circle in New York. These connections, they're there a lot. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
I'm guessing, is there a horse sale going on somewhere? That's why Linda isn't there?
I can't remember the last time I've not seen her here.
She is extremely hardworking. She doesn't win by accident. And a nice ride by Jose, sticking to the rail, getting it done.
$191 pick 5. Not pretty generous considering what came in.
Not been a lot of big prices in that. I know the first winner was 5-1.
Yeah, outside of that.
Yeah. Well, I think that horse was better than 3-1 in the multis.
Okay. But in the middle, 3 favorites in a row, I believe. Race 6. Starter optional claiming 6 furlong sprint. This is surprise. I know it's early. It's not going to stay that way. I'm still surprised that this Burnin' Hunk of Love favored.
I don't like Burnin' Hunk of Love in this race. I think I put him third out of my respect for fourth, for Joe Sharp, who does so well. But this horse has been running against inferior horses, in my opinion, down at Fairgrounds. And Skylander and Unlimited Potential.
Can we lock in at 8-1 on the 4?
I'm in. Get me a little 8-1 on him.
Should be your favorite
Good luck
by
on
post
that.
time.
The favorite in the double is the 5, Quick Hammer. I guess, come off a big win. I didn't like him.
All right, back to Oaklawn. This price keeps getting shorter and shorter on the 11 Drifter.
I'm surprised that any horse is separating himself, because you look at the race where the 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, and 11 are all, they were very similar prices, but now the number 11 is separating himself. Drifter, and some scratches, moves in a little bit. I don't worry about that post at 5.5. I don't know what to think, Greg. I mean, this is a horse that hasn't won a race in quite a while. Are you surprised this horse is cementing himself as the favorite?
I am. I thought it was a key player, but not 5-2. I actually think.
I thought Juilliard should be favored. No?
Yeah, it was for a while. 6-1 right now. I think the 5's very interesting too, just off the back class.
No question about it.
Fairly recent form where this horse has much better efforts.
And significant drop down in this race. And, you know, we talk about it. The 10s are the bottom, I think, at Oaklawn. I don't know if they're running 8s. And I've said this before in the show, so pardon me if you've heard it, and I'm repeating myself. But the bottom level is always a separate level than any other level. Because if horses, you know, let's say the bottom is 10. Horses that run for 20, they're mostly worth 20. The horses that run for 15 are worth 15. The horses that run for 10 can be worth from 0 to 10. So when you get a horse that's dropping out of the higher levels, when they've been running against just better horses overall, it's a significant drop down. We used to have something in New York we called First Time 14, when 14 was the bottom here. And this is the days before they used to run the conditional claiming races. And it was amazing, the form reversals for horses that were First Time 14, because they were turning around and going, nah, they look a little easier than the ones I've been running against. I don't know what it is, but it works. And racing is funny because so many of us, and I know you agree too, that speed figures are the most important factor, but it's just a factor. And as everybody has speed figures, everybody's able to know who the fastest horse is in a race these days. You've got to find different edges, and I almost find myself sometimes becoming more of an old school class handicapper looking at it because the speed figure horses, they're the obvious ones.
Especially at a track like this where you're forced to get creative.
I agree.
At Oaklawn.
You're not winning. You're not successfully handicapping the entire Oaklawn meet unless you've got a lot of tools in your toolbox.
Now, I got to say, the 6 co-favorite at 5-2 right now, I did not think the 6 was
I don't like that
one of
horse
the key
as the
players
favorite
in here, but it's Steve Asmussen, son Eric.
Do I have to bet a couple dollars on the 8?
Juilliard, 5-1 on the 8.
I live near Juilliard, right? I should probably bet it just because of location.
When I was very young, I wanted to go there before I realized I had no musical talent.
Before you knew you wanted to spend your life sitting next to me.
Yes. Set.
Oh, well, you have succeeded.
Set for the 5th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
WW Crazy about to go into the gate with Juilliard. The class dropper Juilliard in the pink and black. WW Crazy going in. Juilliard goes forward. 2 back, Hightail Cowboy. And to the outside post, Drifter to round out the field. He's your current favorite at 5-2 to kick off our late pick 5 today. And Drifter's in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Losing the rider right at the start was Hightail Cowboy. Hugo Torres is sitting up. Hightail Cowboy, though, he's out of the race. Juilliard on the lead. Cooler King flashing speed as well. Cooler King half length in front of Juilliard, who runs in the second position. Hello Hot Rod in a pocket third with Worth Looking. Then Go West. He's 3 lengths off the pace. Gap of 2 to Moon over Egbert. Drifter alongside of him now, and WW Crazy splits that pair, rounding the far turn. Pretty compact group as they round the turn. The big long shot, Cooler King at 88-1, neck in front of Juilliard and Go West, who's perched 3 deep, approaching the top of the lane. 2.5 back to Worth Looking, pumped upon from the 3rd position. Drifter is getting underway. He still has 4 lengths to gain and some work to do, but gets to the outside for the stretch drive. They come down the lane. Cooler King drops anchor. Juilliard's in front. Go West right behind him, chasing. Drifter is into the 3rd position, and then WW Crazy, who's also 3rd with a 16th to go. Juilliard shakes away. Juilliard on the class drop found his friends today, and Juilliard finishes full of run. 3.5 clear. Go West 2nd. Worth Looking 3rd. Moon over Egbert. Hello Hot Rod next.
Call Andy Serling, Juilliard, 5-1. I last saw 4-1 in the end because you put a big bet down, I guess.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I did it. That was me. Yeah, that was
good
me.
Call here. Steve Hobby Barn, drop down in class in the win.
It's always a good sign when they break sharp, right? And this horse broke really sharply. Stia was comfortable letting the long shot Cooler King going, and frankly, this horse looked like a winner every step of the way. I'm a little disappointed, though. I cost myself a point in the odds. I should have bet 5,000 to win. I didn't, by the way. That would be a lie.
Yeah, this horse won easily.
Big lie. Enormous lie. Yeah, he absolutely galloped. I mean, frankly, the 6 was the only other horse that showed up. And you and I thought the 6 was overbet at 5-2, and maybe he was because he lost by about 6 lengths here, but I guess relative to the field he wasn't because nobody else showed up. It's kind of weird in this race that looks so competitive that nobody really showed up.
Back to New York when we return from a timeout. We'll get to race 6. Very competitive field lining up in the 6 furlong sprint. Stick with us. The favorite, Skylander, when we return.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play all the action. Get signed up right in time for Oaks and Derby Day, just 9 days away from that first Saturday in May, 8 days away from the Oaks, as we take you on a little stroll through Hot Springs.
It's funny, I was looking at that video, I was thinking, wait a minute, that looks a lot like Saratoga. Kind of downtown, right? You know?
Same kind of feel, and they love that racing just as much. Good call here, Andy Serling. Juilliard with the win for the Steve Hobby Barn. What looked like an incredibly competitive race. Turned out not to be in the end. It was all about Juilliard.
He absolutely galloped and came down and paid $10 even and made that $10 look like free money.
8-6, 3-2 finish. One more look. And at this point, more asked for, and it was over.
It's funny because both the 6 and 8 were kind of cruising coming the stretch, right? They both looked like they had plenty of horse. Well, when they asked them both, the 6 really didn't have much of a response. And Juilliard, I mean, at this point, he's just running away from these horses. He wins by, well, that's got to be a good 4.5 to 5 lengths, right?
It's a big effort. 104.47 for the 5.5. Strong final time, just over $2,000, almost $2,100 in that early pick 5. As we get back to New York, and this is a fun race coming up. 5 will line up, and you can make a case for all of them, or at least 4 of the 5. As we take a look at,
they're all, I mean, how is Burn Unlimited Potential right now is the longest shot on the board?
Crazy. We expect to be favored by post time. This horse right now, favored. Does it have anything to do with the way he looks here in the paddock, Maggie?
Yes, because the last time I saw Burnin' Hunk of Love was 2 years ago in 2023 when he was trained by Carl Broberg. And at a short price, I did not like what I saw from him. He would run third that day at Oaklawn Park, but avoided claim and a subsequent 3-month layoff. He just looked horrible in his coat and was very, very sullen in his disposition. Now, today, while he is quiet, he looks like a completely different horse. And if you do some digging through his PPs, Joe Sharp, his current trainer, actually trained him early on in his career. Joe claiming him from Al Stall way back when. So the current owner deciding to give Joe him again, and it's paid off immediately with 2 wins off the bat. He comes here by way of Fairgrounds, and like I said, I really like what I'm seeing from this guy. Now, there is some pace in here, so we'll see where he ultimately ends up in the beginning of this affair, but I love the post for him too. But like I said, his coat, it's just, he looks like a shiny copper penny down here, and he's just really well defined and well muscled. Again, not the case when I saw him 2 years ago. Moving on to number 4, Unlimited Potential, as the guys were talking about, the horse who potentially could be the favorite in here. And last time, I thought he got really headstrong going that mile in the midway through the race, and he kind of went through at the 3/8 pole and just ended up tired. Now, he's a horse that I've never thought could be that effective going shorter. So I think 7/8 might be his sweet spot. I'm not overly thrilled with the fact that he has to go 6 furlongs today, but physically he looks great. And again, he will be one that appreciates them going a bit quicker out in front of him, and he could be the one that ends up making the last move. Greg?
This is a fascinating race.
Yes.
Take a look here at the 4. 5-1 Unlimited Potential, who will cut back from a mile distance last time out. Just had no chance against Reuven, who's on an incredible roll. Prior to that was a winner going 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think, a little concern last time, but still, I'm not sure last time wasn't good enough to win this race. I think the concern for both him and Skylander is the distance. Neither one of these horses ever run 6 furlongs. Now, I don't usually worry about less distance, but I think it's a question, especially when, they've had very good trainers and none of them seem to have wanted to run them going shorter. And I think that when you look at a pure sprinter like Quick Hammer, who's favored in doubles, second choice in the pick 3, and Burnin' Hunk of Love, who's favored in the pick 3 and second choice along with the 4 in doubles, both of these horses have shown they're proficient going shorter. So maybe that's why the public is more interested in those horses. I don't really know. Maybe they're concerned both the 2 and 4 are sort of their form is dropping off a bit, and then there's the speed on the inside for some reason.
Riders up. There's Dylan Davis hopping aboard Burnin' Hunk of Love for Joe Sharp. Gets that cozy outside post and really has come back incredibly strong as a 6-year-old off a long time away.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Joe Sharp is a very dangerous trainer, and it just seems like with trainers like Joe, and he wins at a high percentage. If you're not familiar with Joe, you know, he's assistant for Mike Maker for years. He's been on his own for a while and obviously had a lot of success. When his horses get bet, they usually show up. And I don't love him here, but he's dangerous.
Speed from the inside here for some reason.
I got to think that Jose Gomez has to go. Maybe Quick Hammer is faster, but he's got no choice. Has to go from the rail.
This horse ran 11 days ago. The shortest he's ever been is 7 furlongs.
And the trainer, Brandon Charlery, is taking over for John Toscano.
Gregory Charlery.
Gregory. What is it? Gregory. I'm sorry. Brandon is the owner of this horse. But I believe taking over for John Toscano, where he's the assistant for years, I believe.
Here is Unlimited Potential. That price has to come down.
It's crazy. This horse is 5-1, and maybe you don't trust him the distance, but I don't know. I mean, I keep waiting for the clock to strike 12, but he's held his form for a long time. It's a horse that they gave up on, and he's continually run well.
Quick Hammer next door, Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche.
He has the recency. He is a sprinter type. I get it. I just thought both the 2 and 4 were better horses.
He's got sprint speed, too, but is that mile race going to dull that speed?
I don't think so. I think he's going to zoom into breaks. He's going to be forward. And like the only one that could possibly run with him early is the 1.
And still favored here, coming in from Fairgrounds. Burnin' Hunk of Love, Joe Sharp.
And how far out of is he going to be? I mean, the pace projector has him slower. I can't imagine he's not going to be in a stalking second or third in this race. And the way he's bet, he'll probably run better, but I believe purely on handicapping that he's an underlay, and I think you agree with that.
Absolutely. 5 minutes away from the 6th. You can play this race, play next week's Oaks, Derby, and everything in between and beyond with NYRA Bets. Derby 25. Code for new members to punch in and sign up. Get the $25 free play and the $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at NYRABets.com. So this 6th race is ultra competitive. 2-1, 5-1 separates everyone in here as we look at Burnin' Hunk of Love, and was off from June of 24 at Lone Star. Does not return until January 19th of this year as a 6-year-old, and has come back the best version of himself.
Well, and there's no question, consistently is the best version of himself. This is a horse that was running in $15,000 claiming races for Carl Broberg, and 2 starts ago won a restricted $15,000 claiming race, conditional 30 last time out. He is really moving up in class, but sometimes in betting, you know, there's something to be said for the horse that's sort of the now horse, the horse whose current form is good. And believe it or not, as a 6-year-old, he seems to be improving for Joe Sharp. So if he takes another step forward, and Unlimited Potential and Skylander aren't at their best, especially going the 6 furlongs, then he can win. I wouldn't bet him, but I'm scared of him, especially the way he's getting bet. But I think he's an underlay.
Little bit of movement on the 4, but not much. Down to 9-2. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about a few horses turning back in distance in addition to Unlimited Potential. There's number 5, Quick Hammer. As you guys said, you know, could it dull his speed? I don't necessarily foresee that, though it is something to consider. And I don't foresee that because Kendrick Carmouche is aboard, because he, per usual, blasted this horse away from the pony, really got him moving, and he's moving exceptionally well. And while I like number 6 in here, Burnin' Hunk of Love, I liked him on paper. And 2, let's not forget, you know, all these horses are eligible for this condition because at some point they ran that cheaply. They ran for $16,000 or less. So I do like what I'm seeing from Quick Hammer, just based upon appearances on the track. He actually did look best. Moving on to number 2, Skylander. As you guys correctly said, Gregory Charlery is, or was, the assistant to the late John Toscano. And actually Brandon trained on his own for a little bit as well, but good to see his name in the owner's column. It's his son. And looking at Skylander, he looks great overall. No problems. Super healthy. Just, you know, a horse that has been consistent, especially throughout the tail end of last year, and was coming off a bit of a layoff last time out to finish third. Kind of a mild rally that day. He is a bit of a bigger, stuffier type, so sometimes having to race into fitness has to be considered when it comes to him as an individual. I just, like you said, guys, I am suspect of that turn back to the 6 furlongs. For me, he's such a big, lumbering, big strided type of horse that I feel like he needs more ground.
We will see if that's the case. I mean, there's a couple in here questioning this distance, and maybe that's part of the reason why the public's so enamored with this 6 here, because he is a 6 furlong sprinter, and that's what he's been doing since he's had this big turnaround coming back. But he's got to bring that Louisiana form here in New York.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on the one token, I guess the money sort of means something and it's a good sign. But in my opinion, and I think you share it, at these current odds, he's a terrible gamble at 8-5. And maybe he'll run better than he appears on paper, because I think he has to, and hope that any of the 2 and 4 don't run their good races to get it done. I think he's a dramatic underlay. I'm not going to be surprised when I'm wrong and he wins the race, but I think 8-5 is way too short on him.
Meanwhile, still an incredibly attractive price on this one right here. This is Unlimited Potential. Excuse me, the morning line 9-5 favorite, who again has never gone 6 furlongs. It's gone 6.5. Cutting back from a mile.
Yeah, right. I think the cutback is always a bit concerning. For me, in general, I prefer a cutback than a stretch out. You look at numbers for trainers with turnbacks. Universally, a pretty decent numbers for a number of trainers. You look at numbers for trainers stretching out. For the most part, it's something trainers struggle with. A lot of horses can't get extra distance, but they can already get the shorter distance, and I like turnbacks. I can see it being a bit of a concern here, but I think at 4-1, Unlimited Potential is simply an overlay in this race, even at his current 7-2 as he dropped down.
And, you know, we'll see. He has the ability, sort of unlike Skylander, to be a little bit closer to the action too, doesn't he? Even though he's never been this distance.
I agree. He is supposed to be ahead of Skylander in this race. He's faster. I think it'll be interesting to see how the 6 runs in here, because he's not really that fast a horse, but he's showing some speed, and you think he may be more forward. And how much speed does For Some Reason show from the rail? All these are questions that only be answered when they run the race. Now that Unlimited Potential's come down a little bit, it's 3-1. The 6 has drifted a little bit higher to 9-5. It's a little bit more reasonable. I'm a bit surprised at all the money that Burn Hunk of Love is taking, but Joe Sharp, when he gets bet, they usually seem to run.
So about to load for the 6th coming up, Dylan Davis on this Fairground Shipper, who had been gone about 7 months, comes back as a 6-year-old. Looks like a brand new horse in 2 starts and 2 wins in Louisiana. Now shifting here to New York, and we'll see if he can keep that streak alive. Again, this is a talented group he's going to have to face. This race came up very tough. This 6 is Unlimited Potential, steps in. Sylvester Gonzalez, who did win on him a couple of times. 2 starts back, 5 starts back. Knows this one well. His price has finally come down to 3-1. Still pretty generous for the 9-5 morning line favorite. 6th from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. For Some Reason, broke outward there and now straightens up. But hinders Skylander, who's going to be shuffled all the way to the back of the field. For Some Reason, his hard scent and Quick Hammer is going to go right with this early leader there, 1-2. Just tracking off of them is Burnin' Hunk of Love, is stalking for the 3rd position, and Unlimited Potential tucks right in behind them, is tightly at the rail as they try to slow things down up front, and the trailer Skylander, 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. It's been pressured as For Some Reason goes right after Quick Hammer. They're still head and head. Unlimited Potential. Sylvester Gonzalez needs a way through. Is right in behind Horses is in fourth. 3 wide there is Burnin' Hunk of Love. Trying to rally on from the back. That's going to be Skylander as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. The leader is Quick Hammer. Will Unlimited Potential find room? There it is in the 2-path. They reach the top of the stretch. Burnin' Hunk of Love. Right there is Quick Hammer trying to hang in, and Unlimited Potential down to the inside. Burnin' Hunk of Love is very game, and Unlimited Potential now puts a neck in front as they're inside that final furlong and approaching a final 16th. Unlimited Potential opening up in the late stages. Unlimited Potential wins it. Burnin' Hunk of Love will be second. Skylander from far out of it third. Then Quick Hammer, and For Some Reason in 1 minute 9.51 seconds.
Unlimited Potential, 2 wins now, the last 3 starts, and he can get it done at 6 furlongs.
Racing's a funny game. There are times that you think you're smart going in. You think, why is this horse not favored? And after the race, you realize how dumb you are. And then you watch and you think, I still don't know why he wasn't favored. Burnin' Hunk of Love ran fine in here, but he was just no match. He was second best to this horse who sort of ran to his PPs, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And you
Surprising
get
third choice.
generous 5-2. Third choice in a 5-horse field for the horse who probably should have been favored.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to add to the race, but we did talk about it before the race, so we're entitled to at this point. And listen, the 6 ran fine, but he was not even any kind of match for this horse. Wasn't even close.
No, Unlimited Potential puts him away with ease.
Yeah, you know, a great claim. This is a horse they gave up on. And normally, when an operation like Todd Pletcher with Rapoli and St. Elias for Vinny Viola, they give up. The horses claim from them do not have a great history of doing that well. In this particular case, they've done extremely well with this horse, and he continues to hold that form for now Ilke with Bertan. Matt claimed it.
Sylvester Gonzalez for the Cantermachi barn. Yeah, they own part of this one as well. 5th win, 4 runner-ups in 14 starts. Pretty darn consistent, too.
I mean, this horse is good, and now he's shown he can win sprinting.
Yeah.
And the other thing was he didn't lose contact. He didn't get dull cutting back. He was right in the game. I mean, this horse got about as good a trip as a horse can get.
So 5-2, Unlimited Potential, 109.51 final time for the 6 furlongs too.
Yeah, he was good. He's continued to, for the most part, run really good races, it's being claimed. There's a plane that may be landing on the roof right now. Wow, I've never heard one this loud. I'm expecting I'm expecting the ship from what's the movie Independence Day to come over us. In a
Sounds
second.
like it.
What's going on? Wow, you hear that?
Doing some preliminary testing
That's why you know
for the big.
I love you all. If this is the end.
Some previews of July 4th weekend.
You're thinking there's going to be another car show coming up after we leave?
Oh boy, no. Let's not go back to that.
You still have a little bit. You're still a little bit shaken from that. I was home.
Here it is again.
He gets the same perfect trip the second time around and wins just as easily. In a perfect spot, the seas opened up for him, and when you're the best horse and you get the best trip, it usually works out pretty well.
Neat horse. Excited to see what he does coming back next time out. That sharp form, he's maintained it pretty much his entire career.
He really has. He's you know, this is he's 5th win with 4 seconds and 14 starts.
$7.50 for the victory. Burnin' Hunk of Love. Gets a little tougher when you come here to New York.
There you have it. Spoken like a true Californian.
You can make it here.
You're Warriors or Lakers? I always get confused. Warriors, right?
Warriors fan. Is that the reason we just heard that sound?
I'm guessing it is.
Headed straight.
It took off from the roof.
For Andy's place. Race 7, 6 furlongs. We are on the turf, the outer turf here sprinting in a New York bred first level allowance race, and a lot of ways to go in here. Miss American Pie, who was 10-1 morning line, first time on turf.
A lot of Don McLean fans around here.
Favorite.
Wow, and you know what? Third choice looking at the doubles. What are they betting about? First time in the grass? It's no damn side pedigree. McLean's Music's a solid turf sire.
You like another Clermont runner in here.
I do. I like to. You know, I think McLean's Music should be in the Hall of Fame. He ran the highest buyer figure in his career debut in history. I mean, so what? It never ran against. At this point, I think he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Next year, I'll make a case for him to get in.
Have you had that conversation yet on air?
No, but yes, I have.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I'm still not over it, but I've had it.
We're going to head back to Oaklawn. Andy, not a fan of some of the voting that took place. Race 6 at Oaklawn. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post in this 6th. Pick 4 starts here. 2-turn mile, condition $12,000 claiming race, 4-year-olds and up. And odds on, talk less, work more.
Well, I mean, this is just the kind of late in the meet drop down. Chris Hartman's like, okay, I'm going to move on with this Calbred in here, and dropping down is likely to get claimed from here. Just seems like he's better than these horses. Even his lesser race is good enough to probably win.
Here he is, 2 back. He ran an 81 buyer, just missing against much, much better company. Frost Alert, Ricardo Santana Jr.
He's in a little trouble here. What do you think?
It would appear so. JT's Imagination, Walter De La Cruz in the irons. Be very far back early.
Yes, but I didn't think this was impossible. The last race was good. It does have some go-back races are okay.
Quick Buck, 30-1.
For a reason. Good reason.
Blinkers come off that one. Ice again, Ray Ashford.
I mean, the one thing you say about him is his best race was his last race,
Yeah.
so can he take another step forward?
Last Diamond lost his jockey last time out.
Yes, he has no form to go on. That's good enough.
Abel Ramirez Rodriguez barn with Jim Ned.
Well, that may be the best thing you can say about a horse that's dropping a bit, but man, is his form bad.
Yeah, great meet for that barn.
Yeah.
Colosi, Nick Juarez.
He's just too slow, and every time he runs.
We'll see Nick in the Kentucky Derby this year.
Riding for D. Wayne, right?
Yeah, American Promise.
He'll be forward. He'll be getting calls early.
It's an incredibly quick work just last week. So let's go back to the odds-on favorite in here. Talk less, work more, 7-year-old for the Chris Hartman barn. Taking this massive drop in class, and this race is the standout 2 starts ago.
I mean, listen, you know, you're dropping down to a low-level claiming races. The meet's coming to an end. And Chris Hartman has had a very good meet, but he has not put up the kind of numbers we've seen him put up in the past. But this horse runs this race. We're finishing 3rd beat and a half length with an 81 buyer. 4 to 5 might be an overlay. Now, I'm not saying he's going to win, but I'm not betting against him. I thought his biggest competition came from the 1 Wartime Hero for Steve Asmussen off the claim that maybe he could move up because he does have some okay races going back.
A lot easier competition, Mig, for your odds-on favorite. How'd you see race 6?
Yeah, absolutely. And a full agreement. He runs his race 2 back. It's basically a foregone conclusion. But it is a precipitous drop in class, and, you know, it does feel a little bit like putting up the white flag. He might just be better than these, obviously. I'll take a shot elsewhere. I mean, he's a short price, and I just think there's some questions. I have to say the 6-horse Ice again could not look any better. He comes off a super ultra game performance, and he should be forward again. Alberto Pusac is a rider that is aggressive. I thought he was a little bit interesting and had a nice look about him physically. And the 1 Wartime Hero is ultimately who I'll land on. A reclaim by Steve Asmussen. That's always a vote of confidence for me. When a trainer reaches back in and takes a horse back, they feel like they know something about him or they have a comfortability with a particular horse. Could not look any better, which is pretty much you can say that about every Steve Asmussen runner. They just look fantastic, but he gets a good inside draw. And I thought he was the most logical alternative instead of giving out a 4 to 5 shot, which, listen, there's no doubt talk less, work more is going to be very tough to beat. But unlike us guys, if we talk less, we work less. We got to talk more to work more.
I stopped paying attention to Richie a while ago. Come home,
and
Richie.
Not because Andy was talking.
Come home, Richie.
He was reading.
Come home, Richie. We miss you.
Andy really misses you.
I do.
Says it every day, and it's sincere. We all do, though.
We
Doing
all
a
wish
tremendous
they did.
job out there in Hot Springs. But, yeah, we want to see you back here, and we'll get you back soon. 4 to 5, and I guess the only question with this horse really, the way he's run the last couple of times, is there the pace to set it up for him?
Yeah, For talk less, work more?
Yeah.
The pace projector has the horse in front in a fast pace.
In front?
Yes. I'm just pointing it out. So the pace projector would disagree with you. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but the pace projector has the 2 in front. And the pace projector never lies.
No, it doesn't.
All-knowing. Infallible. Just like everything in racing, it's infallible. I imagine he'll be forward. I imagine Tyler can be aggressive. You know, I got to tell you, since losing his bug, we're not hearing as much Tyler Bacon chatter from the MIG. He's kind of moved on. He's moved his love to Francisco Arrieta. He dropped Tyler like a bad habit, and he moved right on to Francisco.
Well, no, he's just a classic veteran.
What have you done for me
rider.
lately?
No, he's not going to do any favors to a young man who's just trying to make it now as a journeyman.
No, he was certainly quite the fan earlier in the meet. I was worried we were going to lose him. He was going to go to Prairie Meadows with him as his agent.
The bug is gone. The love is gone.
Yeah, really is. He's very fickle,
look,
MIG.
It's been an incredible meet for that young man.
No doubt.
Competing with the top, he's near, right in the mix, top 5 in the standings, and he's gotten big name barns like D. Wayne Lucas to put him, Chris Hartman here, and he's been doing it all meet long.
One of the really most difficult things to do in the game is successfully make the transition from an apprentice to a journeyman. Sure, we see riders do it, but we've also seen a lot of riders that were apprentices. I always think of Pablo Fragoso. I thought was a tremendous apprentice. Just had no success really as a journeyman. And it's just very hard. A lot of it's about access. You know, you're getting a lot better mounts. You don't get those kind of mounts, but you know, you have to get the opportunities. You know, I always think back to Irad Ortiz, who was going to be a great successful rider regardless of what happened because of his incredible talent. But remember Kieran McLaughlin giving him the mount on questing in the CCA Oaks before the Alabama, and what a big story that was, that Kieran had the confidence in him, and Kieran was 100% right. He saw it before everybody did, that's for sure. Not that some people didn't see it, but he saw it clearly.
But even, making that transition in tough places like that much more difficult.
Well,
I mean,
well,
here
the other
in
thing
New York.
is, if you're a trainer, right? I mean, you have to answer to your owners. And if you're going to put in a relatively inexperienced apprentice in a big Grade 1 race, you are wide open when that horse loses to people saying, how come you didn't pick up this Eclipse Award-winning jockey you could have gotten and you rode this guy who was just an apprentice? You're opening yourself up, and everybody tries to protect themselves. Nobody wants that criticism. So, and a trainer like Kieran McLaughlin obviously had he had the chops to be able to do that, but still, it's a risk because it doesn't work out. You're going to take some heat for doing it.
4-5 favorite here. Talk less, work more. Tyler Bacon, newly turned journeyman, on the odds-on favorite. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And in the words of my good friend Kurt Becker, who's currently calling at Keeneland, first wire. Jim Ned throwing his head around in there, a little rambunctious, trying to settle him down, almost ready here. And they're off. Slow break from Talk Less, Work More. The favorite did not break well today, and he's dead last early. Jim Ned on the lead. Frost Alert, the big long shot, pressing forward from the inside, and he snatches the lead going into the first turn. Frost Alert from Last Diamond second, and Jim Ned, who eases off the speed, is third early. Quick Buck in the fourth position. Colosi right behind him. Then comes Wartime Hero. JT's Imagination side by side. Ice again right behind him in the second last spot. And Talk Less, Work More will have to pass them all. He's on a hold right now, at least a dozen lengths behind as they make their way up the backstretch run. Frost Alert, Ricardo Santana Jr. at 45-1, winging on the lead, 2.5 ahead. Last Diamond in chase mode second. Similar margin back to Colosi taking third from Jim Ned. Quick Buck retreats already. Wartime Hero joins him and being pulled up here. One of them pulled up. Colosi, number 11, has been pulled up out of the race as they go into the far turn. In the meantime, Talk Less, Work More has come from last, and he's making a sustained run from the back of the field. He's all the way a joint third now. Talk Less, Work More as they round the far turn. Here he comes with Jim Ned. In the meantime, Frost Alert in front. Last Diamond right on his throat latch. Talk Less, Work More. Jim Ned still together as they come to the top of the stretch here. Frost Alert, hugging the rail, coming off the turn. Last Diamond takes the lead away from him. Talk Less, Work More outside, still in second as Last Diamond hits the front. Last Diamond on the lead. Wartime Hero, Talk Less, Work More, both runners right behind Last Diamond at 45-1. He's going to give Abel Cedillo a double. Wartime Hero second. Talk Less, Work More was third. JT's Imagination fourth.
Last Diamond 45-1. A horrific break for the favorite. Made a huge run, but could not get to this one.
If you like horses that stumbled and lost their rider in their prior start, you were all over this one. If you don't, you're one of the many that helped make this horse 46-1, myself included. Tough horse to like, congrats, and Cedillo with back-to-back wins, and maybe Talk Less, Work More could have won if he didn't get left, but you know what? He got left. Happens. It's a tough horse to like.
Wow. It really was. Kelly von Himmelbarn. The wins for Maiden 20, 20 N2L at Prairie Meadows, June of last year. And, you know, forget the stumbled and ease and unseating the jockey last time out. Before that, beat one horse home.
It was 69-1 in that race, 57-1 last time, and a bottom level race at 8,000. Congrats if you had him. I don't know how.
Prices when we come back. Bit of a shocker with Last Diamond when we return. Back on the lawn, day 2 of turf racing here in New York. 6 furlongs for this New York bred entry-level allowance group coming up. She's Our Tiz. Last seen at Stakes Company as a 2-year-old getting set for her 3-year-old debut in our feature coming up.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son had stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Sun shining down on this Thursday card here in New York as we get set for our feature coming up. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet it all, anytime, any track, anywhere. Get that $200 deposit match sign up, $25 free play. The code is Derby25 to take advantage. All right, this race coming up. Wow, there are so many ways to go right now. I think we're both scratching our heads more than a little bit as to why this 6 is still favored.
My racehorse, as Acacia pointed out to me, and they all that bet their horses, good luck. I mean, it's not an abundance of turf pedigrees enough to say I guess he could handle it, but she could, but she's a terrible favorite. I mean, the horse who should be favored is Sinead. Sinead's win at 6 furlong, in my opinion, was exceptional. And then she
The
ran
11,
against,
yeah.
I mean, she ran against legitimate stakes turf sprinters 2 back. And then last time she was running in a route race, a 2-turn route race. She's not a 2-turn router. So her sprint, she's good. She's the horse to beat. I mean, you like Aunt Yole a little bit, who I have third. I like the 2 Peony as long shot plays in here. But I think Sinead's the one they have to worry about the most.
12 minutes of post here in this 7th race coming up, sprinting on the grass. Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
And I completely agree with what Andy said about who the horse to beat is in here, and we'll get to her in a moment. But starting off with the layoff runner, she's Artiz for Michelle Giangulio, who, after breaking her maiden at First Asking when sprinting on the turf at Saratoga, was only running in stakes races and going a bit longer. Now, she does come back making the first start of her 3-year-old season, and she was pretty impressive when winning on debut in that first race. But as she did then immediately stretch out in distance, I do wonder if she's going to want a little bit more ground down the line. Though she's by Munning, she has a lot of good leg to her, and she has grown and filled out nicely coming back as a 3-year-old, which you like to see. She's been very professional in here. She's very fit. I certainly could see her coming back and having a good 3-year-old season. Like I said, I do wonder if she is going to want a little bit more distance down the line. Now, taking a look at that number 6, Miss American Pie, you guys were talking about, yes, is co-owned by My Racehorse, and we appreciate when they get involved to participate in betting their horses. But this is a filly that is out of a mare who was 0-for-1 on the grass. The second dam did handle a synthetic for what that's worth, but this is a filly who's a New York bred and started her career in December. It didn't make any sense to send her down to Florida to try the turf, and especially when she was running okay on the dirt in New York bred races. But she's one that I know that the barn has often thought is probably going to be one that's better on the turf because of the way that she moves. Now, she isn't an overly turf physical, but when she starts to extend her legs out in the way that she covers the ground, she has kind of that daisy cutter stride that does often lend itself to handling the turf. So we'll see how she takes to it in here. This is the spot to find out as turf racing is back. But the number 11, Sinead, does cut back in distance. Do note, 7.5 furlongs down at Gulfstream is a 2-turn race. It's basically going a mile. And even though she's a big filly, and I actually picked her first time out at a price when she debuted at a mile and a 16th because there's a lot of her, she's just a much better sprinter. I thought she ran very well coming off the pace, going 5/8 at Gulfstream. With her physical makeup, she does not strike me as the type of filly that would like that 5-furlong turf sprint, which is just a world into its own down at Gulfstream Park. And with her closing style, all that considered, I thought she put a very good effort for herself. And even last time out, when she was keen early, she steadied back and just never looked comfortable through the running of the race. I think she'll love getting back to these New York turf courses. And I think that this 6 furlongs, a little bit of a longer type of sprint than the 5 furlongs she tried down south, will suit her well. She is incredibly fit coming in here. And as often is the case with horses that winter down in Florida, looks tremendous in her coat. I do think that she is very much the horse to beat. Greg?
5-2, a lot of positives with Sinead. Jose Lezcano, Jorge Abreu, you saw them chatting. Shot before. We'll have to deal with that outside post. We'll be back with a post parade for the 7th after this.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, set for the post parade here in our featured 7th race, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. And we'll start off with Intentious. Little interesting getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, you know, the second dam of Intentious was a nice turf horse, 86 Beyer, 3 of 8 in the turf. So there's a little pedigree in there in a long shot.
Peony, Christophe Clement, second time on the grass.
Coming off a long layoff, the only time that she ran on the grass, I didn't think she had a winning trip. I thought she ran better than it looks, and I'm giving her a shot here.
Mulkey first on the turf.
The dam was a multiple winner in the turf. Gunrunner, not a great turf sire, turf sprint sire.
Multiple stakes winner, by the way. Miss Bourbon, Maddie Ulver, Tom Morley.
I just thought she was a little slow, but her race tree back was good enough.
Honorable Becky tries grass for the first time.
She just doesn't really scream much pedigree. A little bit in the second dam. Second dam was actually pretty good. I'm sorry. You're right.
Graded stakes winner, going long. Miss American Pie, still favored, my racehorse.
Well, she's a terrible gamble at this price. You may like her, and she may end up doing well, but she's not supposed to be a short price in this race.
She's supposed to be about probably 10 to 1?
Yes, 10 or 12 to 1. Because she's got to improve a lot in the turf to get it done, and there's plenty of horses, and she doesn't have that much pedigree except the sire.
Tariga, interesting with her speed, coming off second off the bench.
Javier's got to go with Tariga. She's got to be forward.
That is her weapon. She's our Tiz next door, 5 to 1 on a 3-year-old filly debuting for this season, who's coming out of a stake.
She's an overlay. She won at 5.5 to 6 furlongs to start her career. I don't think she's really a sprinting type, but she's an overlay right now at 5 to 1. She's talented.
Catterskill, okay effort last time she was on the lawn.
I agree. I thought she had a trip in her first start of the turf, and she got it done her second start. These are tougher, but I don't think she's totally impossible.
Aunt Yola for Horacio de Paz.
You liked her in here. I picked her third. She's got some races with trips. She's run some good races. She should not be ignored at 23 to 1.
That's way too big a price. Sinead at 2 to 1.
I agree, and I don't disagree with any of this. I think Sinead's pretty good. Much the horse to beat.
And more speed outside. Amelia Green was slightly busy.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Amelia, the job she's done, but she's going to really need to move this horse forward to get it done, and the turf race wasn't very good.
3 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's go back to the 8th. This is a very generous price on one who has been in 3 consecutive stakes races to conclude that 2-year-old campaign after winning the debut. Hit the board the Chelsea Flower the last time we saw her.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'd say is I don't know how good this Chelsea Flower was as a horse race. You know what I mean? So I'm not really sure how good this field was, but she has some ability. She's starting out as first start 3-year-old, could easily improve on her figures, but I feel like she's better going longer, and this race may be just a bit of a starting point for her.
But having said that, potentially does she have the talent anyway to overcome it?
Well, yeah, I don't think she should be 5 to 1, and one of the reasons some horses are overlays is the preposterous amount of money that keep coming in for Miss American Pie. The way she's bet, she better win. You know what I mean? Like, she's bet like they know something, and I don't know what they think they know.
Can I ask you a question?
Only if it's really personal.
So I don't get I mean, if I owned a horse and I felt the horse could not win, I would not bet money on the horse.
Well, the My Racehorse owners are a little bit different. I mean, I know they're considered owners, but it's not a significant ownership
They're having fun.
They're having fun. It's great. I'm not saying it to knock it. I don't want anybody to think I'm saying that. I have a neutral opinion.
Yeah.
And if people get involved in it and they have a good time, and I've noticed a lot of people that I like are,
they have a blast.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's all that matters to me. It's about having fun, and they're not putting up that much money. And if they're having fun, what does it matter what other people think? And they're having fun. So, but the other thing is they're not really benefiting when the horse wins the way an owner, a full-out owner is. So they want their horse to win. And you know what? I want people to support their horses at the windows. And the owners that I'm closest friends with, they bet too. I mean, for the most part, I have friends that own horses, and they like to bet. And in fact, a lot of them get into the game as bettors.
Yeah.
They start out going to the racetrack, and then, if they're fortunate enough in life to have the money to be able to buy horses, that's how they get involved. But I think you hear about Mike Rapoli talks about going to Aqueduct as a kid. My friend Seth Klarman going to Pimlico as a kid, going to Timonium. That's how you get involved in the game, right?
No question.
Brad Cox used to go over the racetrack with his dad, and he ended up becoming a trainer, but he went over as a racing fan.
Yeah.
Great game.
So favoritism now has become the one we expected. The 11 in here, Sinead, 9 to 5. This one, though, still taking all that support. Miss American Pie, for Christophe Clement. You like the other Clement. That's the 2 at 10-1. And there are reasons that Peony could run a much better one today, the 2, the stablemate of this 6 horse. That was off about 7 months away. Had every reason to tire late. We'll see if we get a better effort today. Let's go back down to Acacia.
I'll take a look at a couple of other prize horses, starting off with Aunt Yola. Aunt, I always say aunt. But anyway, I have always felt that she is more of a turf horse. So I think that she's getting back to doing what she wants to do today. And that, for that matter, always felt that she's more of a turf sprinter. So this is just really where she fits. She is a filly who doesn't carry a ton of condition on her. So off of the layoff, I do think that she will benefit from a start and being able to strengthen up a little bit overall. However, I think that she's back in the right spot, and I agree, she is way too big a price out there on the board. Now, the 2 Peonies, I know you guys were talking about, and Andy likes her. She is one of my favorite horses in the barn, and Yarrow, just a turf sprinter that always shows up, always runs, and a real true hard-knocking New York bred. And while Yarrow is kind of the outlier of the family to handle the turf, he's consistently been good for many years sprinting on the grass. And her lone turf race, this filly, was off of a layoff, and she was up close that day. She was wide into the turn. She kind of got swallowed up. I think that she ran a little bit more than it might suggest in that lone turf effort. So I wouldn't be opposed to giving her another chance on the grass in here today as well. Finally, the one Intentious getting onto the turf, as Andy touched on, the second dam, 3-time turf winner, also won on the synthetic as well. This horse looks like a turf horse. However, she is a massive filly. She's big, she's burly. She does not look like she's been racing. She looks like she still could do with a little bit more fitness to tuck up. So I wasn't really quite sure what to make of her, but I do think she's very intriguing. Some big prices getting either onto the turf for the first time or back to the grass, Greg.
Yeah, and just, with a lot of these trying the turf for the first time, even beyond your winner, interested to see how a lot of these horses take to the grass, and then going forward, what will happen with them like Intentious.
There's probably somebody in here that's never on the grass that will look at later in the year and say, this was maybe the day to have them, or that horse showed that day, even if they don't win, that they can move forward on the surface. Some undoubtedly will, you would think. But I think I think 29-1 on the horse that you like, Aunt Yola, to me is insane.
That is the 10, who has shown major ability.
Insane.
On the grass. Already won sprinting on the turf with a figure that's probably the best anyone's earned in this field.
How is the 12 13-1 and she's 29-1? If there was a prop bet in Vegas, you'd have to lay about 3-1 that the 10 beat the 12.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you would. This makes no sense.
We're set for the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Slightly Busy breaks with early speed. Aunt Yola's in the early mix too. Tariga's in between horses for across the course with Peony, who is going to take back and settle just in behind. Is tucked in that 4th position, is followed to the outside by Miss American Pie. Sinead has got some forward momentum now, is moving towards the outside here, is taken 6th. Back to 7th will be She's Our Tiz. There in 8th is going to be Mulkey. Back in 9th is Intentious, and 10th, that's Catterskill. And the 2 at the back will be Miss Bourbon and the late runner, Honorable Becky. 21.67 for the opening quarter mile. Tariga is in front, is pressured all along by Aunt Yola towards the outside. Slightly Busy got over to the rail, is in 3rd, might take an inside path here as they reach the top of the lane. The leader is Tariga. Slightly Busy, just a nice move there and gets the split, and here comes Slightly Busy after the leader. It's Slightly Busy rolling to the outside of Tariga, trying to run on from the back is Peony. Also from far out of it, Miss Bourbon. Nothing from Sinead is too far back, and also trying to run on there is She's Our Tiz. Slightly Busy found that opening and is now sprinting away. Slightly Busy got to work and got the victory. Slightly Busy over Tariga, then came a photo that She's Our Tiz with Intentious in 1 minute 8.23 seconds.
Amelia Green, former assistant to Todd Pletcher, Slightly Busy, getting back to the grass, career start number 3, and wins it 12-1.
I'm speechless. Somebody knew something here. Because, I mean, this is a legitimate 30-1 shot based on the races that she's run. I know David Hatter is 12-1, but she ran a 45 buyer in her turf debut and was dreadful, losing to She's Our Tiz by 4 1/4 lengths. And then she came back and broke her maiden in a wildly slow race in the turf. Wow. Hasn't run in 9 months? Wow. Is this a form reversal?
108-1.
She won by 4 lengths. I mean, she destroyed the field.
Was thinking the 7 and the 12 were going to be dueling each other on the front end. Not the case.
She got a perfect trip, but she won for fun in here. This is unbelievable. This is just not the same horse that was running as a 2-year-old, and we do see those kind of improvements. And I guess when I said that about the 10 and 12, I was thinking that they were betting on their form, not on what they were going to do today. This horse must be working well. They must have known something about this horse, because you cannot make this horse. Wow. I mean, this horse just destroyed the field. My 2 got a great ride from Eric Kinsella. Perfect trip. She was terrible. Really, the only horse that ran besides her was Tariga. Nobody else even got in the race.
12-7-8-1. Slightly busy. Long time away. Hadn't been seen since July 31st last summer. Saratoga, start number 3 off the bench for Amelia Green. Wins at 12-1 as we get back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. We just had a 45-1 shot win last Diamond. Paid, I believe, $96. Here's Street Painter to kick off our post parade here, 6 furlong sprint.
Sorry, I've got to catch up at Oaklawn. I was looking at our races here.
Walter De La Cruz. That's a starter allowance, by the way, for Arkansas breds.
I didn't like Street Painter.
Nice move, won the debut.
Yeah, but it's going to have to get faster to compete here.
Principal Anita.
Seems like a logical horse, but trainer Tammy Hornsby has terrible numbers cutting back from routes to sprints like she's doing. Terrible numbers.
Eric Medellin, 41-1.
Good reason. The recent efforts are not good, even when she kept the jockey.
Here is Sending, who was forward to break the maiden finally last start, career start number 10.
With a 26 buyer.
Yep. Kelsey Haar aboard. The 7, Aloha Baby.
Yeah. I think both the 6 and 7 are players here. Aloha Bay's recent form is okay.
Yeah, the 6 Cashmere Baby for Steve Asmussen with son Eric aboard.
Yeah. Is that named for the Seinfeld episode? Cashmere?
Is it?
I don't know. Thinking maybe.
Millie's Stardust at 23-1 here for Tim Dixon.
Just has some speed, but doesn't look good enough.
Over Matt. There's the 6. We backtrack to the Asmussen runner.
Okay.
So she's a cinch. Has not been in most of her starts.
Yeah, that's a funny name to give a horse. You got to be careful.
67-1 last start. The 10, Aurora G.
She's got a race 3 back that gives her a chance. The last 2 leave a lot to be desired.
Ron Moquette Barn has Rafael Bejarano and Very Cosmopolitan.
2 races back, ran well enough. She's a 1-number horse.
And Sethenic? Christian Torres.
Well, it's an Archie bred that's been running against Open Company. So in that sense, maybe she's interesting. 2 straight races in Open Company. She is the horse to beat.
Let's take a look at the favorite. Back on March 23rd. This was 2 starts ago. Far back early. Makes a big late run. Misses by 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to say. I mean, I'm just going to say that she's been running against Open Company, and now she finds herself with Arkansas breds. It's a class drop for her, and she's very logical breaking the outside. She ran fine in here. I don't know how you can have a big opinion in this race, to be honest with you. But I think the 12 is probably the horse to beat. I think the 3 is interesting, but this trainer, I'll give you an example. Tammy Hornsby over the last 5 years is 2 for 31. Turning back from routes to sprints at Oaklawn, and 4 for 55 overall. And that's a category that trainers often have good statistics with.
3 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's check in with Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we'll start with the 6, Cashmere Baby, who was claimed for $20,000. And that's what makes her eligible for this race, that she ran for a claiming price of $25 or less. And then she just went into much tougher company in the A other than Arkansas breds. This is a much more realistic spot. She certainly has races good enough to be competitive here. And I thought she was a major player, as is, I think, the 7, Aloha Baby, who I believe is too big a price at 11-1. Another one just tried tougher in the allowance ranks, and now gets back to the $20,000 starter allowance level. I thought her race previous to that was good. I thought her last race was even better, just against tougher company. And I think 11-1 is way too big a price. Certainly a horse that I'm using. And then your favorite on the outside. There's a lot to like here. Getting back with Arkansas breds, like Andy alluded to. The outside post, which just seems like it's an advantage in sprints here. You get Christian Torres trying to put as much separation on his rivals for leading rider. We have 6 racing days after today to go, and nice place to be in front. You got a lot of pressure, but they've got to run where you've been already. So I think a very logical horse, but I think the 7 is very interesting here, Aloha Baby, at 11-1, guys.
All right, Mig, thank you. Yeah, 11-1 on the 7, Sammy Camacho Jr. Winner 2 starts back. In career start number 9, they got a wet track. First try against winners. We take a look at this chase for the Oaklawn jockey title. Christian Torres in pole position right now. Francisco Arrieta making that incredible run after a very slow start to the meet where he had thought about taking a break from his career and all of a sudden just vaulted near the top of the standings. He's right in the mix as well. Rafael Bejarano there as well.
It's a long meet, and it shows there, you know, and Christian Torres has consistently ridden well there over the last few years and has ridden well this year. But Francisco Arrieta put in a big scare, but he's got to make a, three wins now with after
doable.
Today. No, absolutely. There's 6 more racing days, so certainly possible.
We'll get back to this race in just a moment. Slightly busy, long time away. Amelia Green, Manny Franco put this one in the winner's circle.
Well, let's give Manny a lot of credit for working out a perfect trip with this horse. Just an absolute dream trip from the far outside post. It's not an easy thing to do. He did everything right, but it helped to be riding a horse that was as much the best as she was. And, you know, I've given her props before, and I'll give them again. What we've seen from Amelia Green since she's gone on her own, her horses have consistently been running. And it's the horse she got from Todd Pletcher, and this horse improved dramatically from 2 to 3.
I mean, she has to be near the top of the list in terms of new faces.
Yeah.
Maybe newcomer of the year in the
right
mix.
now, she's a story in racing, I believe. She's a story that's not really getting told, and it should be told. You know, you always want to see women doing well in general in the sport. They're such a huge part of our sport. But if she hasn't opened your eyes, then you're just not paying attention.
$26 win here off the long time away for Slightly Busy. And we have another turf race to come to close out the card next. Going a little bit longer at a mile on the grass. We'll get to that shortly. First things first, this 7th from Oaklawn. And 2-1 favoritism. That horse in the background there, the 12 for trainer Brett Crichton with meets leading rider Christian Torres.
Yeah, I'm just dropping out of open races, just a logical horse in this race. And if the trainer of the 3 had decent numbers on the turn back, I would bet the 3. Those numbers scare me, though I think 4-1 on the 3 is an overlay in here. After that, I guess the 7's not impossible. Maybe the 6 isn't impossible, but the 12 is clearly the horse to beat.
So here we go, loading up, shot behind this starting gate. The 1 taking a little money, Street Painter for Al Cates. 3rd off a short time away. The win, though, came on a muddy, sealed surface. Should be fairly far back early. See if Christian Torres can pad that lead a little more here on the favorite. 3 up over Francisco Arrieta, as we showed you on that graphic. He's on the 1 to beat, but the far outside post here in this 7th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Cosmopolitan goes in. 2 back, Cashmere Baby, and Stenick. Stenick to the outside post after Cashmere Baby. Kicking off the late pick 3, a full field of 12 here, voyaging 6 furlongs. On the board, Stenick, the outside runner, your current favorite, still working with very Cosmopolitan. It appears to go into the gate here. Hard to see from this vantage point in the binoculars, but yes, it does look like they're working with very Cosmopolitan. She's just about in. Now she's in. And to the outside post, Stenick goes forward 2. We're ready to go. And they're off. Stenek on the far outside broke alertly. She's going to take back per usual. Millie Stardust finds herself in front. Fine by Design second. Stenek third in the early stages. Street Painter the gray down on the inside. Principal Anita is joining her. Very Cosmopolitan on the far outside. Advancing position to be level third with Sending, who's making an early move between horses. And now on the lead, it's Millie Stardust narrowly from Sending, who's into the second position. 3 parts of a length behind. Very Cosmopolitan third. Fine by Design fourth, rounding the turn. Gap of 2 to Stenek with Aurora G. Principal Anita inside of that pair within 4 lengths of the lead, tipping to the 2 path. Gap of 3 to Street Painter. Then Aloha Baby in midfield. 5 lengths clear of Cashmere Baby, who's well out of it right now with Nice Move as they come to the top of the lane. She's a cinch at the back. Top of the stretch. Millie Stardust goes for home at 31-1 and scampers away to a 4-length edge. But on the outside, here's Aloha Baby with a flying surge, and Aloha Baby just blew past about a half dozen runners here in the last 16th of a mile, and in this last 16th of a mile, she is going to win by open lengths. Aloha Baby cruises. Second home, Millie Stardust. Stenek third. Street Painter fourth.
Aloha Baby broke her maiden as a 5-year-old mare, career start number 9. Her first try against winners came on a wet track. Gets back to fast going. And now her last 2 on a fast track have been wins. It's 10-1 here.
I mean, this horse's 2 recent figures were good enough to be competitive. Really ran in here. Nobody else made up any real ground in here. 12 did not run well to be a distant third. Really, the only horse who ran well was Millie's Stardust, a big long shot.
And the MiG selecting this one. Well done, Richie.
It's not why we love him, but we do love him. And great pick by him.
Dwayne Lloyd Barnes, Sammy Camacho Jr., and rolling the best late of anyone.
Sammy Camacho just got his 5th win of the meet and celebrated like it was his 50th.
Good for him. Enjoy it.
Why not?
They're hard to get.
Purses are good.
Aloha Baby with the victory. While those prices coming up, we get the nightcap from New York ahead. Mile over the inner turf. New York Reds trying to get that first win of the career. Coming up, Gallant Greta, Mike Makerbarn, Kendrick Carmouche getting back on the grass for the first time in her 4-year-old season. Stay with us.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Club American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Thursday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Nightcap coming up. And the favorite, Gallant Greta, returning to the turf for the first time here as a 4-year-old. The 2 turf efforts back in the 3-year-old campaign. Well, both of those seem good enough to win here.
This horse was so obvious that both Greg and I picked her. I agree. I thought she ran well in those races. I thought she ran better than it looks in her first time out. I think she's extremely dangerous and the one to beat. Now, there's a lot of wild cards in here. But of the horses we've seen, she seems to me to be more likely winning the 10, Practical Romance, who was on a good rail last time at Fairgrounds. I thought One More Dance, the 8, and I think you agree with me, is an interesting horse for trainer Dave Donk off the layoff. Horse coming from 2 to 3. The 2 is 3 to 4, so One More Dance may have some more room to improve.
And coming out of incredibly slow pace where she had no chance to run into those fractions. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Well, Andy just mentioned the 3 horses I wanted to talk about in the paddock, and I do agree that those are some major players, starting off with the horse that's currently your favorite in Gallant Greta. While she is the half-sister to multiple stakes winner, multiple Grade 1 place Gambling Girl, who was a dirt horse, there's plenty of turf in the pedigree as well. The dam won on the grass. The second dam was a stakes winner on the turf, and there was another sibling that was a 2-time turf winner. She also has some recency in that she's been running okay on the dirt recently, but I think she's better on the turf. She's built more like a turf horse. She certainly looks fit as you would expect coming in here. She has some tactical speed. I thought both of her turf races were strong and makes her a player in here. I have no problems with her as your favorite. And also now seeing her making the 3rd start of her 4-year-old season mentally since I last saw her last year. She has settled and come along so much. The number 10, Practical Romance, is a 2nd-time starter for Brittany Russell, as she did run on the inside, as Andy mentioned, on the turf at Fairgrounds last time out. She had the rail draw, and she broke in kind of that empty space to her inside and then ended up sitting a stalking spot. I thought she really couldn't kick on much late. I would have liked to see a bit more from her that day, but it was her first start and she could move forward from it. She's well turned out coming out in here. She certainly stacks up favorably with the competition that she does face, but I do wonder if maybe that first race is a little bit dressed up, and seeing what kind of trip we might see from her in here today. The number 8, One More Dance, is coming in off a layoff, not having run since September, and she was running on her left lead, never switching her leads, very green in that first race. I'd written down in my notes that she was very green in the preliminaries, just no focus at all. And then she was put to the side after that, and does have perhaps a longer layoff than you would have liked to see, not having run again in the fall after that, but mentally so much improved coming back here. She caught my eye immediately because she's also grown a ton. She's tall and leggy, she's filled out, she looks tremendous in her coat coming back off of the bench, and she's also incredibly fit off the layoff as well. But I am really appreciating how focused she is here in the paddock and how she's really keeping things under wraps, especially compared to what we saw from her in that lone start at the end of her 2-year-old season. I think she's absolutely one that could take a big step forward today, Greg.
David Donk, I'm sure he'd like to see what happens here, but his mind probably on later tonight. What the Jets are going to do with that 7th pick in the draft. Maybe we'll get his thoughts if that one gets the picture taken. We're going to take a timeout. Nightcap to come. Stay with us.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
It's the gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
Back in our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Closing out with a fun one here. Back on the grass, mile over the inner turf in this New York-bred maiden special weight. Here's On a Summer Day, Ruben Silvera from the rail.
Yeah, has had plenty of chance of the turf, and while his run okay, probably not good enough to win here.
5-2 favorite, Gallant Greta, Mike Maker barn.
I mean, just sort of obvious, right? I mean, a logical horse gets a good post as well.
Tisn't anymore. David Donk putting this one on the grass.
Yeah, there's a smidgen of dam side turf pedigree. Tiz the Law's had success as sire so far, though, the less likely of the donks.
Blue for you. We'll get back to Twirly in a moment. Second dam, actually stakes winner on the grass.
There's a little pedigree in this horse at a big price.
Castle Dell, Tom Morley barn debuting.
This one does not have that much turf pedigree.
Heavenly Girl, Horacio de Paz.
It just seems like she's a better sprinter. I mean, I guess a Warfront War Dancer could stretch out, not impossible. 15-1's a big price, though, right?
It is. One more dance. Here's the other donk runner, the more highly regarded.
I like this one. I think this horse can improve and get it done here, or at least make an effort, a real good effort.
High end, first out, Christophe Clement.
Dam was a good turf horse. McLean's Music's a turf sire. It's a half to a turf winner, and it's Christophe, I think, is dangerous.
Not a lot of love for a horse who hit the board against straight maidens at Fairgrounds first out.
They took the rails down that day. It was Louisiana Derby Day, and the inside was probably the best place to be, and this horse in the rail worked out a very good trip. Can he work one out from post 10?
Argentiera was 25-1 in the debut.
And didn't do any running. It's going to have to be a new horse off the layoff.
Love You, Miss You, Mean It debuted against a horse that would be second in the Tepin in the turf next start, who we'll see in the Kentucky Oaks.
You thought this one was more live than I did. I just worry about the post. And listen, I think Christopher Elliott's ridden well here, but turf is a little bit trickier, and it's a tough post for any rider. We missed the 4, right? Twirly.
Yeah, Twirly. We did not talk about Twirly, which is
a lot of money. Bill
Jose Lezcano.
Right, it's more the connections, because there really isn't that much pedigree. Twirly Candy, though. I like them.
All right, stretched out to a mile last start, turf debut coming up. Back to the favorites. So Kendrick Carmouche, Mike Maker. And let's look at September 21st before going to the bench. I thought this was a good effort. Put in a big move, took the lead, then just flattened out.
I agree. I mean, this is just the logical horse in the race. I don't really think there's anything beyond that to say. Draws well, ran well in both turf starts. Very logical horse. I don't care what the horse did in the dirt, because it's clear this horse is a better turf horse.
No question. With both the turf efforts receiving a similar figure and a little improvement now. And again, we talked about it. Maybe it doesn't even need to improve.
I agree, but I will say 7-5 seems a little bit of a short price.
It does.
That's somebody. I think this horse is just 5-2. Jordan's probably alive in the pick 6. I don't worry about him.
Yeah, owner of the 2. Back to David Donk's one more dance. So debut effort. As you said, there's the potential for maybe more improvement with this one than there is with the 2.
This horse was, until late, was in the 2-3 path around the track. It was a day you wanted to be on the rail. I do not love that she kind of moved up when she got to the inside. You see her moving up. But this was a race where horses didn't really make up much ground. And she was the lone horse making up ground.
They went incredibly slow up front.
Right, and we've talked about this quite a bit, and we always talk about it, especially early in the year. You got to be very careful taking 2-year-old turf figures, particularly in routes at heart, first-time starters. How fast are they going to run? And we routinely see horses as 2-year-olds that run mid-50s, low 60s, come back as 3-year-olds and run mid-70s. We see that improvement year after year. So I don't mind that the fig's a bit slow. Obviously, Acacia doesn't either. I think she's okay, and I think she's a major threat in here.
2 quick points. Just to follow up on that, you felt probably more improvement. You sort of said it there, but just to spell it out, this one going from 2 to 3, you'll see probably a bigger jump than you would from a 3 to a 4-year-old with the 2. And that price on the 2 has gotten even worse. Just was even money a moment ago.
You and I assumed she'd be favored. We didn't assume she'd be this short a price. And listen, maybe she's going to win. I think we think she's tough to beat, but that's a very, very, very short price. It almost says nobody else can run here. You know what I mean? It feels like it's not just her. It's like nobody wants anybody else here, and I don't get it.
Let's go to Acacia.
I agree. I think that this, as is usually the case with a lot of these early turf races in the season, can often be pretty wide open because you do have a lot of horses coming back off layoffs or trying the turf for the first time. Now, one horse that is getting off a layoff but has run on turf is the 7 Heavenly Girl. However, she's only ever run sprinting. Now, I'm with Andy. She's been a pretty good sprinter. But that being said, she comes back off the bench. There is a lot of length to her frame. And one thing I will say, though, is that she has settled a lot, which I appreciate for a distance of ground. She used to get pretty wound up prior to her races. Also, watching her last couple starts back again, she breaks well and then she kind of gets outfooted a bit in the early first strides of her race. Leads me to believe that maybe Horacio De Paz is thinking, give her some more ground to work with, give her some more time to get her feet underneath the first. She had a big aggressive warm-up under Luis Rivera Jr. We'll see if she can handle it in here, but I do think she's too big a price for a horse that has run some decent races on the grass thus far. Now, the number 9, High End is a first-time starter. There is plenty of pedigree in here. She's by McLean's Music, out of a mare who won twice on the turf, but it was a 5-furlong turf race and an 8.5-furlong turf race, so she was pretty versatile. This filly, who I have not seen before, I'm not familiar with her, she is teeny tiny. She is one that is coming in here, just not a lot of her, not kind of an uncommon McLean's Music ton of typical filly build, but she just really does look like she's one that will benefit from a race to strengthen and kind of build up a bit more muscle mass. Now, the number 5, Blue for You, if you want a bomb, there is some pedigree on this one. The dam won once on the grass, and the second dam was a stakes winner on the turf, and there was actually a sibling that won on the turf as well. While I do think that she could tuck up a little bit, she's in the right spot in here. Intriguing one maybe to watch moving forward, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 6-5. It's getting to the point where it's almost making you want to just go elsewhere. Well, even money is making you want to go elsewhere to someone in this race, isn't
I
it?
bet a little to win the 8. Got 2-8. I used the 8 with the 2 mostly, and a little 9 at exactas, but I think the 8 at 8-1 is a perfectly viable alternative. I'm not against the 2. I'm against the 2 at even money.
Yeah.
Handicapping is about having some ideas on who you like and then applying it based on their odds. And if you're not prepared to bet your third choice because the horse is too big a price, then you're probably not making money at the racetrack. Because it's not just about trying to pick winners. It's about trying to be smarter than the other bettors. And you're not being smarter than the other bettors betting the 2, even though she may very well win.
There's Blue for You. That pedigree we talked about on this debuter. Second dam was a stakes winner on the grass. Ray Handlebarn.
I agree with what Kay said about Heavenly Girl. I don't like Heavenly Girl in here, but I don't think she should be 10-1.
That's the 7. Yeah, the one stretching out. She's never been beyond 6 furlongs. There she is. Sorry, the 7, excuse me.
Horacio De Paz. Man can do anything.
And this 12, huge price as well. Faced 5G, who will stay in the Kentucky Oaks, who was winner of the Tepin as well on the lawn. We're set for the nightcap. Here's Chris Griffin.
One more dance is a bit more fractious there. And they're off. Breaking outward was Love You, Miss You, Mean It, and also breaking slowly, that was Castle Dell. Heavenly Girl has early speed, goes right to the front, is going to be chased by High End. They're the top 2. Gallant Greta is holding the rail position, is in 3rd. It's a shared 3rd now, as Argentiera is in the early mix, is in 4th. Just in between horses in 5th is going to be Blue for You. Behind them comes Practical Romance, who's in 6th. Tightly at the rail on a Summer Day is in 7th as they really stack up going into that turn. 3 wide in that group in 8th. That's one more dance. Then in 9th comes Castle Dell, who moves on through. Back to 10th is going to be Tisn't Anymore. And the 2 at the back, that's Twirly and Love You, Miss You, Mean It is the trailer. 24-4 for the opening quarter mile. High End is up top. It's High End who's in front, is up by a full length. Heavenly Girl is stalking from 2nd. No Excuses, Gallant Greta is at the rail, is just loping right along, is in 3rd. Is in between horses. Blue for You is right there, a shared 4th with 3 wide. Argentiera. On a Summer Day, Ruben Silveras just in behind them is tracking from 6th as they went 50 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and they start to pick up the sprint up front. High End has the lead, is up by a neck. Here comes the pressure from Heavenly Girl, has been stalking throughout. Gallant Greta's looking for room, is trying to get out of there, is stacked in right now. As to the outside of that one is Blue For You. They reach the top of the lane. The leader is Heavenly Girl towards the outside, still fighting on his high end, and Gallant Greta is now unleashed in the center of the course, and here comes Gallant Greta to run on by, is sprinting clear and is already up by 2. On a Summer Day is cut loose as well, is up on the far outside. Gallant Greta got the jump, and Gallant Greta, Kendra Carmouche, they're going to win this one easily. On a Summer Day, second, then Heavenly Girl and High End. In 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Gallant Greta with the win. Kendra Carmouche, Mike Maker, and she was bet appropriately.
She won like a 6-to-5 shot should. Kendrick got her in an absolutely perfect spot, took advantage of that inside position, but he made sure he was forward, and she angled out in the stretch. And frankly, was there ever a point in this race where she didn't look like the winner? Nice performance from the number 1, who really improved in this race for John Pregman and Ruben Silvera to pick up second. The sprinter stretching out did fine, Heavenly Girl, and Christoph's Förster ran okay to 9, but I mean, this was just a complete and total blowout. 6-to-5 was right.
Favorite closes things out on the lawn. So great to have turf racing back and just to discuss all the different things that go into the art of handicapping a turf race.
I agree, and I'll tell you a horse to watch out of that race, the number 8 horse. That horse got an absolutely ridiculous trip.
Very wide, yeah, throughout the running of that race. 12, too, broke terribly, broke outside.
Finished 5th, I think.
Did make up some ground late. Andy's gone.
See ya.
We will see you tomorrow. Sarah Bodwee joining me on the desk after a timeout. We'll get back. Features still to come from Hot Springs when we return. 6 minutes to post in the 8th when we come back.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th. Then the Jones in front. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 16th pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And clear off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. A look at beautiful Oaklawn Park here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And mile 16th in this allowance optional claiming race coming up. Sarah L. Bodwee stepping in for Andy Serling, whose day is done. And we have the final coming up here out in Arkansas ahead, including a very competitive 8th race.
Yeah, final 2 from them, and I agree, both of these races very competitive, and this one coming up has some old, hardened veterans that we've seen plenty of, some good allowance types that are all squaring off.
Post-parade coming up. Favorite outside who we'll get to, that's Frosted Departure for the Chris Hartman barn, and we have, again, Creative Minister coming back in, finally won. For the first time in a long time. And moving on from the Kenny McPeak barn, claimed. We'll get to him in a minute. Here's Tonka Warrior.
He's a versatile sort. He's been keeping some very good company.
Grade 1 placed as a sprinter. Here's Get Her Number.
Yeah, this one coming off second off of a layoff, stretching back out in distance.
800,000 in earnings for that one. Magic Tap, Steve Asmussen, son Keith.
The last 2 races not really fast enough, but there's plenty of back class here with this one.
Jimmy DeVito Barn with Winnemac Avenue.
He needs to turn things around regarding his last race, but he can be much more forward than he was last time out.
Here he is, just the promise never really fulfilled. He was third in the 2022 Preakness for Ken McPeak. He's with a new barn now.
And his first win since the race before that Preakness was last time.
Ethical Judgment, Eric Asmussen for Dad.
Switching back over to dirt, not really fast enough on paper for this group.
Here's a Ken McPeak runner who's done the majority of his damage on turf.
And when he has won on the dirt, it's been in off the turf races, but does have early speed.
And here's the favorite, 2-1 outside Frosted Departure. Had a huge stakes win at Laurel last summer.
Second off a little freshening. He hasn't really shown the same kind of form for New Connections as he did when with Ken McPeak.
2 minutes to post in the 8th. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I want to start down on the inside with the 1, Tonka Warrior. He's just such a striking son of Cupid, chestnut with the white markings. He's a horse that has trouble getting out of the gate. His last 3 or 4 starts just does not break. He acts up a little bit in there. He'll tend to get to rocking, keep an eye on his feet. Horses need to get their feet set before they jump. Now, that being said, I actually think the post 1 for horses like this is better than being in between 2 horses, because when they tend to break a little slow, horses are like water. They flow to empty space. From post 1, he has a lot of room inside of him to work with. So even though he might be a bit slow early, he won't get shuffled back or pinched back between 2 horses. And, he's got races good enough to be competitive here. Maybe he overmatched in 2 or 3 of his 2 out of the last 3 starts. And then last time, again, just breaking slow. But I thought he was a little bit interesting at a big price. The 3-horse Magic Tap has races in his past, would certainly be very tough to beat here. His last 2 races leave a little bit to be desired, but he is also a 5-year-old horse. And as horses get older, like people, it takes them a little longer to get to their optimum fitness level. He's trained extremely well since his last race, witnessed by that 5 furlongs best of 12 minute and change. And I think he's sitting on one of his better races. The 5 Creative Minister got class relief last time. He's a stone closer, no speed whatsoever, and the class relief proved to be what he needed. Now, this isn't as tough as some of the spots he's wound up in, but it is tougher than what he ran in last time. And as good as he looks, he's that kind of dapple gray, really horse that you'd like to take home with you. This is a bit tougher, and I think this is a pretty salty allowance race. And then the 8, Frosted Departure. He's your favorite. He has a lot of speed. This is a horse that sprinted last time. Now he's stretching back out after going 45 and change in the Tinsel, which is way too fast. The only problem with him is he might have some company early on up towards the lead with the 2-horse, Get Her Number, also stretching out of sprints with Nick Juarez, who Nick consistently an aggressive rider. I'm really interested in the 3 guys. I think Magic Tap is sitting on an A effort.
For Team Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds, the 3 Magic Tap at 9-2. So let's go back to Creative Minister. And Mig talked about this being a tougher group, and no question it is. This race that he won, horses only had 2 wins lifetime. He's facing 4, 5, 7-time winners in this race coming up, but good for him. It had been a while, put it all together.
I mean, we had seen him really be that up-and-comer, that new shooter that we always talk about heading into the Preakness, and he ran well, finishing 3rd in 2022, and then he'd been consistent, but he hadn't gotten back to the winner's circle until this hard-fought victory. And here, when he was dropped in for a tag, and he was claimed. This New Connection, they've been able to have some good success, claiming horses especially here at Oaklawn.
Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's the 8th.
Winnemac Avenue throwing his head around in there just a little bit. And Leroff, Creative Minister, wins the start. Frosted Departure gets in a good stride from the outside and crosses over towards the rail. Winnemac Avenue wants to be part of the pace, though, holds the rail spot. And these 2 grays are 1-2. Frosted Departure now clears off, gets to the rail, establishes a clear advantage, leads a length from Winnemac Avenue on that rival's heels. Relampago Verde is outside. Gap of 3 to Tonka Warrior. Ethical Judgment to the outside of him. Get Her Number third last. Creative Minister right behind him. And Magic Tap is trailing. Down the back stretch they go. 8 lengths from tip to tail. Frosted Departure goes 23-4 that first quarter. Cruising on a loose lead here at not a fast pace. Opens up too, in fact. Frosted Departure does it well on the front end here. Relampago Verde, Winnemac Avenue side by side. Space of 3 to Ethical Judgment. Tonka Warrior gives way already to 5th, joined by Creative Minister, and then Get Her Number shuffled back to the second last spot. Magic Tap has yet to pass a runner and doesn't have much pace to chase into the turn. Frosted Departure continues to do it smartly on the lead as a 2-length lead with 3 furlongs to go. Relampago Verde taking the second spot and comes after the front runner here. Frosted Departure only leads by a length from Relampago Verde. Winnemac Avenue back in third, sent along on the rail. The others have to pick it up. The top 3 well clear of the rest of the group. They're off the turn. Frosted Departure, Relampago Verde on the outside trying to run by him, but looks like Rafael Bejarano saved up some extra horse for Frosted Departure inside the final furlong. He's still in front in the middle of the course. Relampago Verde is second with Winnemac Avenue. Frosted Departure continues to drift to the outside, but he's going to win it. Frosted Departure tight for second between Winnemac Avenue and Relampago Verde. Creative Minister was fourth.
Frosted Departure drifting out there in the stretch, crossing the wire first here is the 9-5 favorite.
He was bet like he was going to return to some of his faster races today. We knew that he possessed that early speed, stretching back out in distance, second off a little bit of a break, and he returns to some of his prior efforts, which we hadn't seen yet for Chris Hartman, but he finds one of those today and is able to do it on the front end.
Very tight for second. Relampago Verde may have pulled it out. The winner here, Frosted Departure, made that 7 have to dip back down to the inside, but he wasn't getting by.
I don't think so either. And Winnemac Avenue, he stayed on the rail. He kind of had the sense that your eventual winner was drifting out, so he kept his position. But this looked like Frosted Departure all the way once he was able to control early on.
So not done yet. Rafael Bejarano still in the mix in this jockey title with 6 days remaining as we get back to New York, and Gallant Greta goes off a very short 6-5 in here from that 9-2 morning line, but wins like she very much deserved to be that price.
Yeah, she made a lot of sense coming into this race. She gets that nice inside-out type of trip here where she's able to get herself into the clear and really kick things into gear. And look, we had a nice long shot finishing second on a summer day at 21-1 with your 6-5 favorite, but she made sense coming in and she proved it out there on the turf.
So Gallant Greta, maiden breaking win, third try on the lawn. Again at 6-5 here, Jordan Wyckoff owns. Kendra Carmouche aboard for the Mike Maker barn. $4.50 for the win on a summer day. Heavenly Girl complete the trifecta. Pick 5, over $850. And the small pick 6 carryover he had this afternoon, just over $4,600 coming back if you had it. Well done. Card in the books for this Thursday here in New York. Still got one more to come from Oaklawn, and we have the story of Smarty Jones heading into that Kentucky Derby back in 2004 and all that pressure his connections felt. Stay with us.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
We have an objection in this 8th at Oaklawn. Stewards are looking at what happened out of the gate early on in this race.
Yeah, we are going to take a look at
and
that.
And it's an objection, by the way, not a steward's inquiry.
Where your eventual horse that did cross the wire first, Frosted Departure, he does come over after he breaks, and there is some traffic in behind him. I don't know how you feel about it, Greg. I think I've probably seen worse.
I'm confused. I don't see much here, but we got to see another angle maybe potentially. Mig, did you get a better look at what's happening here, what the stewards are taking a look at?
Well, I was standing trackside when it came by me. It was at the point of when there was a lot of foul language being used, and Christian Torres certainly felt strongly that it was the 8 kind of accordioning the field down. I agree with Sarah. I've seen worse. I really don't think there'll be any kind of change. And as I say that, the objection sign just came down, so there will not be a change in the order of finish, and I think rightfully so. But that's one of those things where when you're trying to ease back out of a spot and the outside horse is putting the pressure on, you just want him to give you a chance to get out of the spot. You don't want to get squeezed in between two. Rafael was just riding a bit aggressively, but I think the right call, guys.
And horse appeared to be clear at every point. Anyway, no change made. And again, it was an objection, took a shot, denied by the stewards, so that victory will stand by Frosted Departure. And we'll get into the nightcap coming up in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not out there. We don't have the same bird's eye view that these riders do with what they experienced for that objection to occur. But from the angles that we were able to take a look at, it seemed as though he was able to have that clear position and just either get into the spot or you get out. They didn't have the horse to get in.
Bejarano, again, still in the mix for this jockey title with 6 days of racing remaining. Important to try and rack up as many as you can, obviously, here, because he has a few to make up. Arrieta 3 back. I believe Bejarano, I'll have to double check. Thought he was 6 back, but I'll verify that.
He's had the late surge. It's been between Francisco Arrieta and Christian Torres, and now he's thrown his hat into the ring with a lot of victories as of late, really picking up a lot of momentum towards the end of this meet. And whatever happens here, he's going to propel that momentum forwards into whatever may happen next. So a good win-win either way.
Been a great meet for Rafael Bejarano. He's with Mig now.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Rafael, you've been having a tremendous meeting. Still in contention for leading rider. What would that mean to you if you were able to pull it off?
Well, first of all, the last 4 years I've been trying to doing good, and finally, the trainers opened the door for me and give me a lot of opportunities. And, I couldn't mention all the trainers, like they support me already. So I'm really glad and happy to be here. And I think it will mean a lot if I can have a chance to win the startings, It's a very good colony, good riders, and, I think the starting is very tight,
Now, you got Frosted Departure to kind of slow down because he's a horse that can get a bit keen, but you got him to slow down in the middle. What about the objection early on? I mean, I know you crossed over, but from my vantage point, it looked like you were barely clear.
Yeah, I was barely clear. My horse, when he broke very sharp. So I tried to letting away, the first couple 3 jumps. And when I thought I was clear, I tried to come in, but when I see the 7, he was kind of yellow me a little bit. So I tried to correct my horse and try to keep it straight, and give enough room to the 7. And the other, I think there was another horse in the rail. So I didn't come into the rail, but, I tried to, help as much as I can. My horse, he was already run off after that. And I just let him go, So I was happy, this horse take a hold the whole race, and win by very close,
Yeah, meanwhile, in the stretch, he always wants to drift out. He drifted out pretty severely, but you were clear there as well.
Yeah, the last few times, the horse, for some reason, he always liked to log it out, and I don't try to correct him too much because I know I was clear already way upside, so I just try to keep going, go with the flow, and that horse, he's still responding to the end. It just, like the other horse, it was coming. It was pretty close race.
Rafi, thank you for taking the time. Terrific ride. And guys, I rode with this guy at the twilight of my career. While his star was rising, mine was falling.
Well, now you're just a broadcasting star. Your star never fades, Mig. Bejarano, I shortchanged him. 53 wins with a big day today. 3rd win this afternoon, so he's tied for 2nd. 3 back of Christian Torres. Still very much in the mix here with 6 days remaining.
Definitely, and having quite that resurgence, and you know, Meg, of course, always a star in our eyes, but Rafael Bejarano really showing up in a big way this meet. Speed King winning earlier on in the meet for Ron Moquette, and then just having a lot of really live mounts and delivering all sorts of running styles, just like you did there. Go to the lead, back down the pace, and have enough for the end.
Let's move on to the finale. Two-turn mile coming up. This 35,000 starter allowance, 4-year-olds and up. And 5-2 favorite on the rail. Meet leader Christian Torres. Can he answer after a big day from Bejarano on this Mark Casse runner coming off a runner-up finish back on March the 9th? Well, to any good 3-year-old, when they show you they belong on the Triple Crown Trail, not to mention are victorious in a major prep along the way, while those dreams get bigger, so does the pressure. That pressure mounted with every single start for Team Smarty Jones, who entered the starting gate undefeated going into the 2004 Kentucky Derby.
We bought his mother. Smarty was her second foal. He was small.
I wasn't impressed. When he stepped off the van, I was actually there, and they had sent 2 horses. The second horse was actually what I thought was the better looking of the 2 horses. I thought right away, oh, that must be Smarty Jones, and I was wrong.
As we got closer and closer to the Derby, oh my gosh, the butterflies had become eagles. The excitement was unbelievable. We were going into that race with a horse that stood a chance of winning, but we also know how many ways a horse can lose a race.
And on the way over, just watching the way he was acting and everything, I thought, he's got his game face on. He's coming to play.
And they're off in the Kentucky Derby. Smarty Jones is a stalking second as they approach the far turn.
I watched Stewart throw a cross at him, and I saw him dig in. I remember I had my binoculars up, and I'm looking behind him to see what's running. And a couple horses that were making the move, Tap It, and another horse kind of started to flatten out. And I thought, you know, man, we're gonna get this done. And then the rest was history.
And Smarty Jones is rose to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. And here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slow of 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
I tell you, this horse has come a long, long way. He didn't used to be, I mean, he was a freaking handful.
You know, he was a little strong. I didn't train him a whole lot. Bob Newmauer asked me why I didn't breeze him. And I told him, I said, look, my horse just ran 1.25 miles 2 weeks ago. The way he trains, he doesn't need to breeze. And I felt strong about that. I felt that he was going into the race really, really good. You know, he's fit. I just want him mentally to think he can go bear hunting with a switch. That's what I want. And that's the way he went in the race.
And as they hit the top of the stretch, Smarty Jones has taken the lead. It is Smarty Jones in front.
And then to watch him draw off like that, I remember telling myself, you know, backing down, Steve. We got 1 more to go. Let's not use it up. I don't want to leave it in the gym, you know?
Smarty Jones, he's pulling away. He's pulling away to win impressively here. He's going to win by a colossal margin. Here is Smarty Jones. He wins the Preakness by 12 lengths.
We were full of gratitude, but we were full of excitement that you just can't describe.
The Philadelphia story continues its magical way to the elusive Triple Crown.
My horse was starting to change. He was starting to show, you know, the vigorness of the Triple Crown. And I talked to Pat and Chappie and told him, look, after the Belmont, we're going to shut him down and give him a break. I mean, he needs it. He's ready for it.
They're off in the 136 Belmont. Smarty Jones got off to a good beginning today.
He trained good. He didn't train great like he did going into the Derby and the Preakness. Like I did in the Derby, I scanned back through the field to see if anybody was running. And, of course, I saw Nick's horse making a big move.
Birdstone commences a rally. He's 6 lengths from the front. And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just 1 furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont.
Stakes.
I look back and I think, you know, if he'd have won the Triple Crown, God, what would it have been like? I mean, it would have been crazy. And I'm sure my life would have been totally different.
You know, the country did want a Triple Crown, and they sure wanted Smarty Jones to be that Triple Crown winner.
That horse was once in a lifetime. I think a lot of people jumped on board, and I think they were really sorry it was over.
What an incredible run he had. First horse since Seattle Slew to win the Derby undefeated.
He's incredible, and I don't have the same strong feelings about the Hall of Fame as some of our compatriots in terms of what was discussed earlier today, but you can't deny the impact that he had on the country as a whole and how many really wanted that Triple Crown for him, and how often we refer back to Tom Durkin's call of Birdstone winning the Belmont Stakes as being one of the best in his career even. So I think it just sort of begs the question of where we're at now in terms of what qualifies you for legacy.
Incredible story nonetheless as we go to Mig, Pennsylvania bred to even be in that position, going to the Derby undefeated, win the Derby, and that Preakness he ran, Mig, that was going all the way back to 1991, equaled for the highest Beyer speed figure along with Silver Charm that any horse had run up to now. That Preakness was just sensational.
It really was sensational. And one of the things that I really love about the whole Smarty Jones story is it shows you in our game a good horse can come from any place. You know, if it was as simple as buying the best bred horses, the best conformed horses, the most expensive horses, then this game wouldn't be very, you know, hard to figure out, would it? But the fact of the matter is that a good horse can come from any place. And obviously he was extremely well handled by John Service, ridden extremely well by Stuart Elliott, who, you know, amongst riders, we all knew how good a rider he was. He just never had the dance partner to bring him to center stage. Well, he had the dance partner with Smarty Jones, and I think it was great. It gave people that, you know, can really relate to the underdog, the David versus Goliath kind of scenario, and I thought this was tremendous. I like horses that capture your imagination, and he certainly was one. So much so, guys, I thought he was going to win the Triple Crown. And I didn't ride the Belmont, but I rode the race after. I got permission from the stewards to stand up in the infield right by the finish line on the turf course with my son Joseph, because I didn't want to watch a Triple Crown winner on a TV. I wanted to see it live. And anybody knows Belmont, the jockey's room was down in the basement. I don't know where it'll be when the rebuild is done, but I hope that they got it someplace where you can get some fresh air. But that's how much I thought he would win the Triple Crown. He didn't. It underscores how very, very tough it is. And I have no argument with him going into the Hall of Fame. I do think it's a bit disappointing that he's the only contemporary nominee that gets in this year. I just think that maybe the voters got to take a long, hard look, or the Hall of Fame itself, on how this is done, because it's kind of a disappointment that there are certainly worthy trainers and other people and other horses that could have gotten in. Christophe Clement should be in the Hall of Fame. That's a huge disappointment. And Kenny McPeek, he trained the Oaks and the Derby winner, only the third trainer in history to ever do that.
Two very big names. We've been talking about Christophe Clement deserving to be in that Hall of Fame for several years now. It's going to happen at some point. A little disappointing it did not happen this year.
I agree, and I think Richie brings up a great point as well. Ken McPeek, you have plenty of connections, trainers, jockeys, horses that we feel are deserving of that space. So I think that he makes a good point as well. How is this whole process determined and done, and how are they voted in? And that maybe is something that needs a rework and some modernization.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we are 9 days away from the gates opening that first Saturday in May for the Kentucky Derby. So what are the best storylines for this year's Run for the Roses? We'll have that for you when we come back in our coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Stay with us.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races with the finale coming up here at Oaklawn. Approaching the 10-minute mark to post. We'll get to the post parade in just a moment. We teased going to break, talking the Kentucky Derby and the best storylines in the Run for the Roses this year. What's the best storyline to you?
One that I just learned about recently, and that's a Chunk of Gold, a horse who is kind of that bargain buy, that underdog type of story, a horse that sold as a yearling for just $2,500 and has done no worse than second in his 4 career starts. As we take a look at his last race, where he's finishing second to Tiztastic in the Louisiana Derby. Eventually, his partial half interest was sold from that owner. I was reading a story on the Daily Racing Form written by Dave Grenig, and he's one that now, okay, all that owner wanted was 2 tickets to go see him in the Kentucky Derby, and that was something he said after just his second start. So they had high hopes for him from the beginning. He's a later foal. He was born in May, so when he sold, he was really only 5 months behind most of the others in his class that are the same year old. Those thoroughbreds turning another year older, of course, on the 1st of January, so everyone can run against the same age, but real rags to riches type of story. And for just $2,500 at one point, you could have a horse who's heading into the Kentucky Derby starting gate, where he's only run first or second in all 4 career starts.
Yeah, Ethan West called it the best runner-up finish he's ever had in his career. I'd say so, if that gets you into the Run for the Roses. Pretty incredible story. Let's go to Mig. Get your take on what you think is the best story in this year's Derby.
I'd have to land on Cole Battle, his trainer, Lonnie Briley. Lonnie Briley was someone within the industry, very well known, very well respected. Not so much, from the public, because he was more of a behind-the-scenes guy. Did a lot of the breaking and training of John Franks' horses, on the farm. And, when John Franks was leading owner in the country for many years in a row. He's got a great eye for a horse, picks out a good horse. And after the Arkansas Derby, where Cole Battle was a bit keen, he said to me, I didn't get to train him exactly how I wanted. I missed the work. I think that led to him being a bit keener than I wanted. You'll see a different horse, and he gave me that kind of cagey wink and a nod. You'll see a different horse come Derby Day. And hey, last year we saw, Mystic Dan finish 3rd in the Arkansas Derby and come back to win it. So don't sleep on Cole Battle. I think you'll see a better version of him. And again, just a great story. Cole Battle, Lonnie Briley. I'd like to follow that up in the winner's circle.
He'd been unbeatable on dirt until that defeat in the Arkansas Derby. Lonnie Briley felt his rider moved maybe a little bit too soon in that race as well. We will see. He's been just really, really incredible. These big names, you have, Pletcher, Mott, Baffert's back on the scene as well, Brad Cox, and then you have someone like this who, majority of this sport and those who follow it have not heard of, and Lonnie Briley makes it really fun, and that's why you know, the Derby, a horse like Rich Strike can step up out of nowhere and then win the race. It's been fun to watch.
And that's something we were talking about with Smarty Jones just now. A good horse, a Derby-type horse, can come from anywhere, and that's what these two, Coal Battle and Chunk of Gold, are proving going into the first Saturday in May, that anyone can come upon a horse who has that talent and ability, and if you do things the right way, you can end up in that starting gate. And you mentioned Rich Strike. Turfway has been very productive recently with horses that have run there, that have made it into the Kentucky Derby starting gate. You say Rich Strike, 2 Fills, runner-up in 2023. We've seen plenty of others having run at Turfway and heading over to run very well in the Kentucky Derby as of late.
Animal Kingdom won it
Recently, 2011.
You liked Coal Battle, I know, going into the Arkansas Derby. Are you still high on him going into the Derby?
I think that he's going to be the right kind of price. It determines whether or not what sort of post-draw we get, but I agree. I think that he was one that he went after a pace that was really hot a little bit sooner, but maybe that's what he had to do to get into position, and some other horses were able to go by him, but he shouldn't be discounted, and he's not going to be anywhere near the same price as a horse like Sandman.
Let's get to this finale coming up, post-parade for race 9. Again, 2-turn mile to close things out. This starter allowance group. Still favoritism to the inside, Golden Glider. Speaking of Sandman, Mark Cassibarn, leading rider. Christian Torres will ride here on a horse who was a runner-up last time out.
Right behind Money Supply, who would come back to win his next start, a horse who's very accomplished in his own right, and Golden Glider's kept consistent form.
Trainer with one of the favorites for the Oaks in quiet side, John Ortiz, taking over training duties of Outlier.
Yeah, this one going to need one of his better races to beat some of the shorter prices in here.
Great meet for this barn. Abel Ramirez Rodriguez winning at 24% with Haystrike.
Yeah, big win, 2 back.
Randy Morse off the claim, American Law.
This one claimed away from those connections of Haystrike and now going a 4 Randy Moss, as you mentioned.
Interlock Empire has Rafael Bejarano aboard.
This one switching barns forward, tired last time out behind Creative Minister.
Auto Glide was like the 3/4 behind your favorite Golden Glider last start.
He's been very consistent, but several of these have gotten the better of him as of late.
The 9 is in this race. We have him incorrectly scratched. It's Santos Dumont. Keith Asmussen for Dad here off the claim.
Yeah, Steve actually started this one's career back in 2020 and just claimed him back from Chris Hartman.
And we'll try and get that corrected. This 10 also in. This is Macron. Dan Ward off the claim, stretching out.
Yeah, stretching out a distance for the first time in start number 32.
And Pat's Property to the outside. 2 back, 1 going a mile and a 16th.
He seems like the main speed, but there are others that like to be forwardly placed to his inside.
So let's go back to the favorite. And Golden Glider. Back on March the 9th. Auto Glide, again, as we told you, a length of 3/4 behind them. They ran 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and they were able to finish ahead of another in here who ended up scratching an Empire Builder. But Golden Glider, I think that he's done some of his better running when he's been forwardly placed. That was the case in this race. He ends up coming up just a little bit short in here behind Money Supply, who at one point had a win streak going for Joe Sharp and then has now put 2 in a row back to back. Yet again, he's a 10-time winner overall, so certainly keeping some good company there. And Money Supply got the right kind of setup, able to come from off the pace. So he's going to have to come out running from the inside. There is other speed in this race, but he deserves to be favored after his last couple of efforts.
Let's go to Mig for more on this nightcap.
Yeah, guys, and he also gets a good inside draw, Golden Glider. Always important to save ground on at least one of the two turns in a 2-turn race, and he might get to save ground on both. Remember, this race starts and ends at the 16th pole, the short stretch. He makes a lot of sense. It does feel like, though, there's some horses that have consistently faster buyers than him, although his A race certainly it makes him a major contender. The 5 American Law, he's got races more than good enough to make him competitive here. Makes his first start off the claim, a horse that's been pretty popular at the claim box by Randy Morse. And I thought he was pretty interesting. He's a horse that sets up his own trip. He kind of puts himself in a good position. The 8 Auto Glide is another one, kind of consistent, right? He just seems to show up, bring his lunch pail, go to work every time. Think he's a major player. And then Santos Dumont, who I think plays out to be the speed of the speed here. He laid up close to a sharp pace sprinting last time. Now he stretches back out. That was his first start off a layoff. Now he makes his first start back in the Steve Asmussen barn. I thought Santos Dumont was extremely interesting. He's where I would land. If I could ride one, that's who I'd want to ride. And just briefly, guys, the 2 Outlier. Isn't he too big a price at 18-1? If you just focus in on his fast track races, suddenly his form becomes a lot better, right? In December, he ran on synthetic. Didn't like that. Before that, he ran in mud. Didn't care for that. Fast track at Churchill Downs. He won with an 86 buyer. Start before that, sloppy. Didn't like it. Start before that, fast track, 86 buyer with a win. I think 18-1 on a horse catching the surface he prefers. He's a horse that I would definitely use, certainly in my exotics.
I'm glad you brought him up. I was actually going to ask you about him, Mig. I'm shocked, too, to see this horse at this number. I feel like he's getting just lost in the shuffle. He's got a race, and throw out that synthetic race last time. It means nothing. 3 starts ago, the last time, as Mig said, on a fast track. That performance can win here. 5 starts back. That performance can win here. So the last 2 times he was on a fast track, both those efforts are as good as probably the favorite at 2-1.
Those are efforts that certainly compete here, but those are some of his better efforts, and they were when he was forwardly placed and also when he was in for a claiming tag. So I kind of wonder what we're going to get from him. He is switching over to John Ortiz, who you mentioned has Quiet Side coming up in the Kentucky Oaks, and his barn has been heating up quite a bit, but off the trainer switch over the past 5 years in dirt routes, he's 0 for 22. So we'll see what he can do with this one, joining the barn for the first time. It's not a move that he has a ton of success with.
Way too big a number. 19-1. As Golden Glider remains your 2-1 favorite. Down on the inside, here's a look at the 7. Interlock Empire, Rafael Bejarano. See if he can add another one and trim that lead even further down to 2 on Christian Torres.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. He's switching over to the Phil D'Amato barn, and he was forward and he tired last time out behind Creative Minister, who we saw in the last race. But first off, the claim on dirt for Phil D'Amato, he's 4 for 16, $4.23 ROI. Over the past 5 years, he's only claimed 2 horses so far this meet at Oaklawn. Both of them have won. One was favored, one was 18-1. So when he's claimed a horse at Oaklawn so far this meet, they've come back with a big effort. So I think that that's something that's definitely very intriguing, that he has an eye out for specific horses at this meet. He's being very selective about which horses he takes and where he spots them next. And while those 2 did end up breaking their maidens in their next start, and Interlock Empire is more of that seasoned veteran rather than the type of horse that has yet to win a race, I think that he's very interesting at a price.
All right, so post time coming up. Favorite remains Golden Glider. And we have a late change here. Hayes Strike, the 4, will be coming out late scratch.
He was a little bit of a price in here, but he was going out for some connections that have been hot so far this meet. So certainly one that had a big race 2 back, may have had an opportunity in here, but we'll see him another day.
All right, so take out Hayes Strike. Golden Glider remains favored. And, you know, Santos Dumont taking a ton of money into this favor with his son Keith aboard here off the claim. That one with a lot of back class in here. But this one modestly, slightly, I should say, still favored right now from this inside post.
Do you think that Pat's Property is the speed of the speed towards the outside, the 11? Seems like he's been most aggressive lately.
Yeah, he wants to be forward. You know, Outlier, I don't think he's going to be far off the pace either of the 2.
Yeah.
Especially coming in fresh.
I think Santos Dumont can be forward, stretching back
Yeah.
out. So interesting, he starts his career in 2020 with Steve, and then after all this time, they get him back.
And now favoritism has shifted to this 9, Santos Dumont. Look ahead to the weekend while we have a moment. We have the returning champ of this Dig a Diamond, our buddy Tom Amoss, bringing Hoosier Filly back to a race that she won last year. Pretty incredible. You know, Tom talked this filly up so big early on in her career. She started out so precocious and didn't quite live up to, I think, his expectations, but she's about to break $1 million in career earnings.
she's been very consistent, and she's kept that form and had that longevity through a couple of years of being in the barn. And this was a nice victory by her. She's able to have a comfortable margin in here, and you know that she likes Fairgrounds. She was on that road to the Kentucky Oaks at Fairgrounds prior to that effort. And look, she was one that you mentioned the hype, and she certainly was hyped up a lot, but she's done pretty well for herself in her own right and definitely deserves to be favored in that spot.
Won this race as the favorite pretty easily last year. And she's the 8-5 morning line favorite again for the weekend. So we have that coming up for you on our Saturday coverage. Look forward to it. Best of luck to Tom and everybody else in that field. Back to this finale. And we'll load here momentarily, but it's the 9 now who is the favorite. That's Santos Dumont. This horse has faced some really tough company.
He has. I mean, it looks just like a who's who of graded stakes types throughout his past performances. And he's one that he's had a couple of stops and starts as of late, and he ran okay when he was second last time out ahead of Macron in that return sprinting, but he hadn't run since June of the prior year. So plenty of excuses for him, and he came back with a number that's similar to his last several starts. So he's just been very consistent. And I think it's interesting that he goes back to where things all started for him.
4-time winner, back with Steve Asmussen. He's got Keith aboard here. And a good effort in that sprint setup. Obviously, a horse that wants to go longer. He ran actually very good off a long time away, going 6 furlongs, which is really not his preferred distance last time out. So we'll see what we get now as an 8-year-old start number 2 back off just shy of a year away for Santos Dumont. Golden Glider had been favored throughout most of this race. Now it's the 9 Santos Dumont. Pat's Property will be last in line outside. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the nightcap.
Live racing resumes tomorrow. 10 more races. We'll see you then. Good luck, though, in this nightcap. We're ready to go. And they're off. Matt Crone with a stutter step start and loses many lengths after that bad beginning. Pat's Property far outside. Rockets to the lead. American Law taking the second position. Auto Glide Keen between horses. Santos Dumont 3 deep and the charge into the first turn run. Interlock Empire right behind the pace is between horses here. Outlier to the inside. Macron 3 deep and a gap of 2 to Golden Glider, who's the trailer early on. Approaching the backstretch run, it's Walter De La Cruz and Pat's Property a half length in front. Santos Dumont tugs at Keith Asmussen to claim second and press the issue on the front end. Space of a length and a half to American Law. Auto Glide more settled down on the outside of rivals. He's fourth, pretty much racing alone. A length and a tail better than Interlock Empire on a snug hold. Then Macron, Golden Glider out of last. He's past Outlier, who's the back marker now as they're halfway home. 6 lengths from first to last as they hit the half-mile pole. It's Pat's Property on the lead and neck from Santos Dumont, hounding into the turn. Gap of 2. Auto Glide. American Law stays on the rail. Interlock Empire is shaken up with Macron. They're 3 off the lead as the first 6 pretty tightly clumped up. Golden Glider needs to pick it up. 5 behind under a ride. Outlier is given way. Top of the lane. Santos Dumont with a charge to the lead. Pat's Property has lost the lead and is dropping back on the inside. Needs to re-rally, and Auto Glide just swept to the front. Auto Glide ran right by Santos Dumont, who all of a sudden is out of gas. Interlock Empire is trying to come on the scene late. Golden Glider's finding his best stride. Auto Glide, though, he's all alone. 3 lengths ahead, 1/16 to go, and he's going to win it here. Auto Glide over Golden Glider, then Interlock Empire and American Law.
Greg Compton Barn, Abel Cedillo, Auto Glide, 6th win of this 5-year-old's career. And his first win since Delaware last summer.
Yeah, he put together a win streak, gradually stepping up in class for each successive one, and then he was just facing some tough company because that's what happens when you keep winning. But he'd held very consistent form, and he'd been knocking on the door over his last couple of starts, able to turn the tables on Golden Glider this time and get the victory.
So Auto Glide closes things out here in Hot Springs with the victory. We'll have the prices when we come back. Stay with us. We're going to take a timeout. We have an unusually strong allowance race coming up on our Sunday action in New York. Cornucopian. That huge performance in his debut for Bob Baffert. Key Waden His long-awaited 3-year-old return for Chad Brown. Sand Devil, second in the Gotham. What a tough race in the 7th on Sunday. We'll have a preview next.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 8 days from Oaks Day, 9 days from the Kentucky Derby. It's Auto Glide in this finale to close out the Thursday action in Hot Springs.
He's held his form for quite some time, one that really had been very consistent over his last several starts, had not gotten the victory in quite some time, but able to get the job done today, as I think we're taking a look at Frosted Departure again.
Why not? We'll see it again in a moment, too, to close out the show.
Double eights.
It was a big performance.
It was. I mean, he was bet like he was going to run very well. This is kind of one of those they knew, where he hadn't shown the same kind of form for Chris Hartman, but comes up with a big effort in there. The objection, it didn't go anywhere. But the 8-8 double closes things out.
But yeah, back to the finale. So Auto Glide, Golden Glider, Interlock Empire, 1, 2, 3, $9.40 for the win. Greg Compton, Barney, it's had a good meet.
It's pretty good.
And,
pick 5.
Oh, wow, $80,855 in this pick 5. Someone is having a very good Thursday afternoon. I think it's going to last maybe through the weekend.
Through Derby Day, maybe, if they're lucky.
It could, with that kind of money. That is huge. Well done. Shows you how difficult this track can be to handicap. We talked about what's coming up here in New York. Just your average allowance race. Unreal. Horse who still could be a factor in the Triple Crown, potentially in the Preakness, Cornucopian. Returning for Bob Baffert. We'll have Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard, who he ran very good in that second start when trying to punch his Derby ticket.
He did. I mean, this was one at Arkansas Derby where he was absolutely, the note suicidal duel could not be more accurate. And he still ran very well to hang around for 4th in that speed that completely collapsed. But this is his maiden breaking score. 101 fire speed figure, 6 furlongs over at Oaklawn. It was on the front end, put away other speed, and he's just been impressive. I think that he lost nothing in defeat in that Arkansas Derby.
And that was just an incredibly huge ask to go from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth in a Grade 1 Derby prep, 100-point Derby prep in your second career start. I mean, he was thrown to the wolves, and I think he gained in defeat.
I agree. I mean, he barely got past for third. I mean, Cole Battle was able to go by him, but he ran valiantly in defeat, and he is getting a little bit less distance to work with as well. So this race, if he can do anything like his first 2 efforts, he has a lot of talent, and he's going to make his name known in that Preakness should he get in and run well on Sunday as well.
Sand Devil, runner-up in the Gotham, tried the Wood as well. Wood obviously didn't go his way, and we thought we'd see him a lot more forward in that Wood Memorial. That was not the case. What do you expect from him coming back?
I wonder what they're going to do in terms of tactics, but I knew that Linda Rice was interested in having him be a little bit further off the pace. I think that he's one that had that stumbling start and was up and a little bit closer, a little bit more aggressive in his start 2 back than maybe she wanted, but that was sort of the plan, have him sit a little bit further off the pace. It didn't work out, so time to come up with another plan for him, but I don't think he's quite fast enough naturally early as Cornucopian. Do you?
I don't know if anyone is in the country. That horse is incredibly fast, but maybe he can sit right off him. This is going to be quite a race coming up. Key Waden, too. I know there's a lot of hype about this horse. Odds-on favorite in that Derby prep in the Remsen 2-year-old campaign. We haven't seen him since. We've been waiting for him to come back, and it happens on Sunday.
It does. I mean, this is a loaded field even beyond those. So certainly really looking forward to that race as well as the rest of the cards here this weekend.
Yeah, that's race 7 on Sunday. Got a pretty good Friday and Saturday card before we get to our next show tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time. We hope to see you then on our FS2 coverage. We'll talk plenty more about the Oaks and Derby coming up. It was slightly busy, long time away. Amelia Greenbarn ready to roll with this performance. Well done with this one to get that maiden score. Frosted Departure, or sorry, second win of his career. Frosted Departure in the feature, meanwhile, at Oaklawn. Chris Hartman Barn, Rafael Bejarano, a big Thursday afternoon, and he is squarely in the mix, chasing down Christian Torres for that riding title.
Thoroughbreds proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.